Oh, we're gonna make it happen. We'll get in contact with her and be like, what do you charge?
Yeah. What would it take?
Yes, what will it take?
Oh man.
For you to ask Kriss, do you remember what day it is tomorrow? Did he tell you I posted it?
Jack.
Yeah. Did Kriss tell you I posted it in every single Discord that we share?
No, he told me like you guys were talking about it, but I must have missed that.
Yeah, I fucking I'm sure you see it in our Discord, the image I posted, which is me texting Kriss.
Well, Kriss doesn't see any of the fucking X's in Metal Gear Solid 4, apparently, so
he's paying attention to the story.
Yeah.
Those X's don't do shit. They're just
I'm surprised he got
seizure inducing fucking flashbacks.
They aren't the best.
And
overlay.
That sound that is so uncomfortable.
It's a little too strong. In the remake that is coming, they need to tone that down a little bit.
Oh, confirmed?
No, it confirmed by me, yeah.
Is it coming out on Switch too?
Yeah.
Wow.
And you're actually going to be able to use your Joy-Cons like guns.
Wow, we'll actually be able to play it at a solid 30 frames per second.
Yeah.
The lower games, yeah.
It will handle this game.
Lesser games.
No, this system is said to be a PS4 Pro equivalent.
Almost as powerful as a PS4.
PS4, so
regular.
No, it said Pro. I saw Pro. That's what I read.
Well, but, we'll see when I won't buy it.
The Switch 2?
We'll see.
Yeah.
As powerful as a PS4 Pro, I doubt that.
That's what they said. Maybe in dock mode, but nonetheless, that would mean it would be able to handle Metal Gear. So,
do you hear? Hang on. Do you hear this?
Yeah, I'm typing also.
Oh,
that's me pressing X.
Oh, to doubt.
Yeah,
for doubt. Oh, okay.
Have you played LA Noire German?
No.
Okay.
That's I only know pretty good meme.
Oh, I actually played it. Yeah. Well, actually, I guess it depends on the system. If it's PlayStation, I think it's Square.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But yeah, let's get started.
I guess you're in fucking rush over here. I'm just kidding. We're under Mrs. Dammit Chris's clock.
Well, not so much the rush, but I do think it's potentials to go long here. Even though we're not discussing the full game, we're just discussing the final act.
Yeah.
It's potential to go long.
Which one act it was?
I do want to say this, so I'll start this before I forget this. I do want to say that for anyone that is quote unquote following along with us, checkpoint by checkpoint, we decided to beat the game.
Oh, so right.
Go back and beat the game and then click on the podcast. Yeah.
Yes.
We went all the way.
Yeah. Yes, we YOLO'd it. We weren't going to, but then as we were watching Kriss flying through it pretty much, we were like, whoa.
Yeah.
We underestimated Kriss.
I expected more deaths personally, but also like I was like, dude, he is on easier mode and he's got like fucking. I'm surprised you only had 3 when you started this act rations. I forgot, I guess, how many you went through when you fucking fought Wolf and Vamp and fucking
Vamp,
and also
most of them, yeah.
Because I'm wait in Metal Gear, when you're fighting Metal Gear, you have Metal Gear's life isn't affected by rations. You can't eat rations.
I wouldn't.
So it was. So I know, right? That'd be funny as hell. But it's
rations.
I know, right? No. So you lost all 15 of your rations, Kriss, on Wolf and fucking Vamp, dude.
Well, I had 15 again before I fought Vamp.
Oh, did you? So all that was
so
Vamp.
I lost them all on him. Yeah.
Holy.
Yeah, fighting him until I figured out the thing what to do. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, go back in case you are doing checkpoint by checkpoint. Go back, beat it, and then come back.
Yeah. So I guess quickly, German. What happened this week? How's the outside world? Because I've been stuck in my house.
Oh, dude, it's crazy, man. There's this thing called Switch 2. It's gonna change the world, bro. It's gonna change the world.
30 frames per second, solid, 1080p.
I don't know, actually. I don't know. It's a little bigger. The Joy-Cons are magnets now, so magnets. Yay.
Did they confirm that too, or is that
how do they work?
Speculation.
No, it's bigger. It's a little bit bigger. Joy-Cons are the whole thing. From what I can see, it's going to be
watch what I posted?
Close to the.
No, I watched the video. I don't know. I didn't watch what you posted specifically. I watched the Nintendo
Direct. Yeah, Nintendo teaser doesn't show anything, but everything was leaked about this thing. God damn, that's why I'm surprised Nintendo didn't do anything sooner. But long story short, they already have like full blown like 3D models of this thing, like and it's bigger.
A 3D print too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, everything is out there, so it's probably the size of a Steam Deck. I'm assuming just I heard the Joy-Cons are bigger, nice and comfy. They work off of magnets now, like instead of rails. So yeah. That's what's out there, Noise. Yeah, you're gonna come out to a brand new world.
Oh well, it seems like it's just gonna be the same world because I'm not at all impressed by anything from it. It's very non-Nintendo. You know what I mean? Like it seems
because
like
it wasn't.
Well, it just feels like it's not gimmicky, but they're not taking risks like they did with the Wii U.
That's what I'm saying, because it's not gimmicky because they didn't do something crazy with it.
I guess, but also
I just go ahead.
Like my main complaint, which is not just mine. Since I've been at home, all I've been doing is watching videos of this shit and everything else. That everyone's kind of sharing is that it's kind of like too late. You know what I mean? Because like the DS had so many iterations that like nullified the previous generation, right? Like there was even a point to where one 3DS one 3DS kind of stopped certain games from playing on previous 3DSs, right? Like there was one that was just like, you cannot play Xenoblade Chronicles 2 or whatever the fuck on 3DS regular. It has to be on the 3DS XL Max or whatever the fuck.
Oh, really? Okay.
And those 3DSs were coming out like yearly and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Switch should have come out like yearly like that, but
no, but at least, yeah, no, I agree with you.
8 years? That's crazy.
But here's my not argument. Here's my 2 cents on this. I was just talking to a friend about it just literally earlier today. Because he was like, Switch 2 official name? That's kind of weird. And I was like, yeah, I was like, I get it, but I think my prediction is Nintendo is going to start going the way of PlayStation. So there will be no more crazy names. It'll be Switch 3, Switch 4, or at least very similar. Because my opinion is they realize, why do we need to make a main system and a handheld when our main system is our handheld now? So
yeah, but they're like 20 years too late for that.
Oh, sure, but that's what they're going to do. That's what I'm saying. I just don't think like in another 10 years when we get the Switch 3,
they fucked up with the Wii U.
Called Switch 3.
Nobody knew what the Wii U was. They thought it was just another Wii.
It was
they thought it was an add-on. Exactly.
It was a peripheral. No, it's not. So again, I do predict we will get gimmicky
I love
stuff.
That system.
We will. I never had it because I didn't know it was a fucking system.
It was so good, man. Fucking.
We will get peripherals. Like we will get
3U on there.
Yeah, no, I know, right? And a bunch of other good stuff. But no, we will get like Labos and all these crazy cool things that you can do with it. But it will be, the next versions will just be called Switch 3 or Switch, New Switch or some bullshit like that. But it'll just be Switch, just a Switch.
Yeah.
So I actually I do remember now. I did watch part of that video you posted, Noise, about the those guys doing that podcast about it, the 3 guys.
Oh, Digital Foundry. Yeah.
Yeah. I have a quick question. How do you guys feel about the? I don't remember if they had confirmed it or if it's speculation, using the Joy-Cons as
like a mouse?
Mice. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's an interest. If that's the gimmick, I'm kind of down for that. Like, I'm not going to get it, but I'm kind of down for that because, if you could sit at a desk and use at least the right one as a mouse and the left one like you would normally, like you can kind of competitively do FPS.
I think it's cool for a gimmick idea. Like I'm cool. I'm all cool for it.
Or Mario Paint Switch.
Exactly. Mario Paint 2 will come out. Possibly
fucking
other
40 years later, finally. No, wait, 30.
Yeah. I think Mario Paint 2 come out. Other versions of some kind of paint thing will come out. We won't get a lot of use out of it though. Like
Mario Maker 3.
Mario Maker 3 might have some kind of use for it. Again, like the long awaited potential, like Zelda Maker or something like that. Castlevania Maker. Who knows?
They canceled that, dude.
Yeah, they might have like just some giant. You know what would be kind of cool with that? I know you could do it on the 3DS and the DS, I guess in general. But you guys ever play Scribblenauts?
No, I always wanted to, but I've seen people playing it. It looks awesome.
It's super fun. I think the newest ones kind of took a lot of, I don't know, it's not as good. Even though it's got a lot of cool things because it's got a lot of more modern references. Like you could say Batman, for instance, it'll do fucking Batman, but it's super fun. It is very, beat it. Everyone will play that game so differently because like every task is just like, how do you want to do it? And it is true. Like there was one for me that I'll never forget. It said like, this robber is trying to fucking get past the guard. Help him. And so I clicked on the guard and I went to like adjectives or some shit like that. Chris, this is adjective. I don't know if it's an adjective or verb. Adjective. And I think it was an adjective. And I clicked on him and I said, add adjective. And I said, dead. And the guard just fucking drops dead.
Oh my God.
And it's like, and the fucking, the robber's like, yay. And he fucking runs in. I'm like, oh shit. Like, I just killed this guy. Like, whoops. and again, I went, like, I think I reloaded the level and I was like, damn, because I felt bad. Like, well, I just killed this fucking dude. He's doing his job. I'm fucking Kira over here with my death note. And so I was all like, all right, fuck it, Robert. And I clicked on him and I would add adjective. And I said, invisible. And that works too. I was like, dude, so you could make a box and put it over the guard and it would work, over his head. A box hat.
Yeah, just a box.
Just a box. No, but you can, yeah, it's super fun game. I do think the newer ones kind of lacked a little bit of the freedom, maybe. I think it was just more like streamlined. But anyway, super fun game. So yeah, if you can use the mouse to play the new Scribblelots or some kind of new IPA, that's a beer, an IP that they're working on, it'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
But again, there was a clear gimmick on the Switch that was never used, was that IR sensor that's on the bottom of the left Joy-Con or the right Joy-Con.
Which seems like that's what's going to cause some games to not be compatible, because that's what it says on the little thing. It says like some games won't be compatible. So no IR sensor on the new, what's it called? What did I just say? The Joy-Cons. Mm-hmm. And some Labos also, because the Joy-Cons will be bigger. So
other
than that, literally everything else should work.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm interested. Like I said, I do hate that it's gonna be fucking just a regular LCD. I'm like, you already have just make it OLED, man. Just fucking put all the bells and whistles into it, you know. But whatever. That's my take on it. But like I said, I think it's cool. I will get it. I'll just wait for something good to play on it. That's what I'll just wait.
The only way I'll get it is if Monster Hunter comes out on it, like the next which would be what, Gen 7? No, it's not gonna be Wild.
It would be just the what's it called?
Oh, you're right. It would be Gen 6 handheld.
Yeah, handheld. That's what it is.
Yeah. So when that comes out, and then I just happen to find one loose on the ground, like, oh, cool, free Switch 2. That's when I'll get it.
Okay, that's funny. No, I mean, like I said, I'll wait. I'll wait for some bugs to come out. I'll wait for something good to play. I am definitely going. I don't know. We'll get into that subject on our Nintendo podcast. But yeah, that's what's going out there, Noise. So a lot of cool talk out there.
Chris, what's going on with you? Quick.
Oh, not a whole lot. Same old. We had a pretty quiet week again this week, so that was good. I think they are finally finished with our construction, which is awesome. Yeah, 3 months later. So it's supposed to take, I think the original notice said like 30 to 45 days, and it took like twice that. So that's cool. But they're done. So that's the important part. Yeah, so that's about it for me.
Okay. Well, I got COVID after I went to Monster Trucks with my family. I don't actually think it was at Monster Trucks, because we went to the mall afterwards, which was just kind of like an impromptu, just like spontaneous thing. I was like, you know what, we're already here. Let's fucking go to the mall. And our son was like asleep for like almost the entire thing. Like he fell asleep right after the Monster Trucks. He was so fucking tired. Like you could tell at the end of it, he was just like not having it anymore. He's just like, dude, I've been waiting for too long. And I went to the mall, and then after that took him to the arcade right there. I think that's where I got it, to be honest. You know,
sure,
because you're touching everything, and but it's like it's so weird to get COVID nowadays, because it's just like, you know, it's very low chances of getting that shit. So it was kind of funny that I was like, God, are you fucking kidding? I got goddamn COVID. Like I kind of felt it that night, and then Monday morning, the day afterward, I was like, man, I feel like shit. I feel like I have a fucking hangover. And I thought it was because of breathing that exhaust from Monster Trucks. So I didn't think about it at all. And I'm like, damn, this fucking headache.
Is it diesel that they burn, I'm assuming? Or is it something
probably
higher?
Probably
because
something crazy.
Super, toxic.
I mean, it was like kind of burning my eyes a little bit when I was there. I was like, dude, it's a little intense this time. And then I was like, okay, whatever. You know, I'll just chalk it up to that. And then Tuesday, I was like, no, I'm worse now. And I was like, shit. And we only had like one test left in the house that we've had for like forever. Not expired, but we've had it there for a while. And I fucking take it, and I'm like, holy shit, I'm fucking positive. I'm like, dude, what are the odds? What are the goddamn odds? And so I called my soup right away, and I was like, hey, guess what? And he's like, okay, well, I'll take you out for tomorrow. Let me know day by day, you know, before the end of the day, how you're feeling. And I called him today, planning to go tomorrow. But everyone was kind of like against it. They were like, dude, you came out positive again on your test. You know, you mostly Chris's wife made the best point, where it was just like, you may be entering someone's house who has like a low immune system.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit, yeah. Even if I'm like not overly contagious, if there's like even a little fucking chance, even with a mask, if there's a little chance, I could just like fuck somebody's life up. And I was just like, that made me nervous. I was like, nah, you know what? Like I was like sweating actually, Kriss, when I was asking that in chat. Like it made me that nervous, and I was like, oh man, like I don't feel good about going to work. Actually, that made me feel
we
bad.
didn't mean to make you like nervous like that, just as like a consideration type thing. But yeah,
I mean, if I'm second guessing it, I shouldn't go.
Yeah,
and yeah,
I
like
mean,
my mom too.
You
was
can
like,
also
no good.
I was gonna say, well, you can also definitely wear a mask when you're gonna go inside someone's house. That would probably help.
No,
right?
yeah, but even I don't think you were working when COVID hit the first time. Like,
no,
even when people were wearing masks, like for us, I mean, obviously it was the most intense at the time. Even if they mentioned like, oh, one of us has COVID in the house, we're like, we're only going to do outside work.
Yeah,
like we will only do outside work, and I feel like it would be kind of like what's the word, like disrespectful for me to walk in to someone's house even with a mask, and like, should I disclose?
Work.
Also, like, hey, I am positive for COVID. Do you want me to come in your house? Like, I didn't want to fucking do that all day tomorrow. I don't feel like
especially like what happens if they do turn you away? Like, does that affect your?
Yes, it will affect your card. Yeah, that too. That's also just like, this is not. Yeah,
100%.
So it was all negative.
You could also like, just hold your breath, for the full 30 minutes you're in there.
We managed to avoid drowning.
Let me call my soup. I'll tell them I'm ready.
Like you just walk in there, start working.
Yeah, but I do feel a lot better today. Like I have like that lingering, like that headache pressure, but not a headache. It's just like pressure around like my fucking skull, but it's not pain finally. But no, I feel good. I was actually starting to get a little stir crazy because I've just been hanging around in the room, like trying not to go through the house, just going in the room. And today I was just like, fuck it, I'm going in the office and I'm going to at least do something. So yeah, today was like the day I actually like left the room to be in another room for longer than an hour. But yeah, I didn't actually think I was going to feel that stir craziness because I'm always so good about like being alone and in my own thoughts. But just chilling in a bedroom, like in bed, like
no, I don't.
Nope, I'm good.
Yeah.
So yeah. Welcome back, everybody, to Codec Calls, a Metal Gear Saga podcast where we get COVID. But it doesn't affect you, just me.
Fox. Yeah. Is COVID like Fox Diamond?
I guess. I mean, it took like 30 hours to take Big Boss down in one cutscene.
Well, he is Big Boss. I mean, if it killed him easily, then he wouldn't be the greatest soldier to ever live.
He should have died much quicker. Anyway, where we discuss the Metal Gear capes from 1987 over to the present in chronological release date order. I'm Noise. That's German. This is Kriss.
Yes. Hello. No, hold on. Just jump in the gun real quick. No, I don't know. You think it should have been
I'm blaming German on this one, Mrs. Damn it, Kriss.
This is... You're blaming me for going long? We haven't started. We just started.
Go ahead. Go.
No. So you're saying that he should have died like the moment he met Snake? But that's not true because Fox Die in the original was spread through the whole base via Snake being, the guards, making contact with Revolver Ocelot. Well, Revolver Ocelot wasn't a target technically, but you get what I'm saying? It's not like an instant, you look at me and you die. It takes a little bit for the virus to kick in.
That's I want you to edit some videos together of the moment that Snake comes down from the vent and meets Decoy Octopus, and then the moment Snake enters the room when he meets Revolver Ocelot and Kenneth Baker.
Okay, yeah. Those are quick. You're right.
And then
You're right about those.
The moment Big Boss shows up, put them all side by side and tell me which one.
Okay, what about the moment he meets Liquid?
Not like the others.
What about the moment he meets Liquid? The moment you meet Liquid, that's still pretty long. You do a full fist fight, a Jeep chase scene.
But Liquid was also the superior one.
Again, and who's Big Boss but the ultimate superior one?
Yeah, but he's old.
He's still Big Boss.
He's old.
He's still Big Boss.
Age over beauty. Over beauty.
Well, it doesn't. Remember, it's affecting your cells and your
his cells are worn down because they're old.
No, he's still got a strong heart. Anyways, moving on.
He's got a strong heart.
Yes.
Yeah. Where we leave off, the mission briefing was a lot different this time.
Yeah.
This was This was all about Mei Ling's ass.
Yeah. So
Kriss,
what's funny is what's funny, Kriss, is like I was listening. So when you were doing this one, I think I was at work. And like I wanted to like talk to you and be like, oh man, like, and especially my typing in Twitch, it's fucking horrid. Like I can't never say anything correctly in there for some reason. So I wanted to be like, oh, I wonder if you can move the Mark II around, Kriss. Like, oh, too bad you can't move it around or something like that. Because I wanted you to, and you were goofing around, which was funny, but you didn't notice you were moving the camera the projector the whole time, dude, until like way later. Oh, like right off the bat, you were moving it. I'm like, oh, he's moving it. And you didn't catch it. You didn't catch it. You were doing God knows what the hell you were doing. But yeah, so you noticed that you can move the projector around, which is super fun. You were shining it on Otacon's face and everything. You're having fun with that. So I thought that was fun. But like Noise said, there's a lot of fucking ass shots in this one with Mei Ling.
Yeah,
they really tried to. They really tried to. I don't know, show her off. Maybe I don't know. Maybe yeah. But what goes on here, Kriss?
Oh, I were talking about something and their attract strategy or something. I didn't pay attention.
I was funny because you didn't. You were like, I'm not paying attention to any of this. You're like, my bad, guys. Sorry. Like I'm having too much fun over here.
I will freely admit when I'm missing stuff. Absolutely.
Well, yeah. So what's going on is just pretty much your attack plan, like you said. They're it's what really happens. Literally happens within like 10 minutes of this. It's like you're gonna board Arsenal gear when it surfaces for air or just to shoot its railgun. That's when you're gonna board it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's a lot of talk about, what's funny is they got a lot of info. I couldn't remember where they got this info. I'm like, wait a minute, where do they get this info? It was in Naomi's files or some shit like that about how the heart to GW or JD is a hallway of microwaves, they say. It's just full of microwaves.
Princess Leia?
No, I know, right? And Snake's like, oh, sounds like he does make a Star Wars reference, which is funny. His very own guest star. And he's like, oh, microwave sounds like the perfect place for my final mission or some bullshit, So yeah, they're pretty much preparing for the worst. They're hopelessly outnumbered here because they know Liquid has control of the SOP, and like they're on this Missouri, which is ancient relic according to Ocelot. So yeah, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna succeed on this one? You get the scene, which is funny, but it also is very cringe and inappropriate, of Johnny just straight up trying to grope Mei Ling.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, like right in front of fucking Meryl after they're kind of like a thing now. Like what the fuck?
Yeah. Now, what's funny is like, I think it would have been just fine if he just kind of stared at it and Meryl would have been like, hey, Akiba, like knock it off. But he straight up tries to fucking,
Oh, he was wiggling his fingers around. Yeah,
like he was like trying to like full cup that shit. And I was like, whoa! I remember the first time I saw it.
Full palm.
Yeah, no, fully.
Oh,
yeah, I was like, whoa! I was like, dude, bro, like calm the fuck down, man. Like she's cute, but like that's not right, man. Straight up. But yeah, so then you go out to the surface of the ship, and you're met with good old Durbin there. I think it's funny how even like during this time, I don't know, like. He gets off of the catapult, where the fuck he's sitting on, and he lands in that cool Metal Gear Solid 3 pose. Remember when Snake lands from the parachute, Kriss?
Mm-hmm.
On the Virgin mission
landing.
Yeah, the superhero land. Him and the monkey, him and Little George, whatever the fuck we're calling him, Little Durbin.
Yeah.
And then he looks up and it's all serious, and he's like, and he just burps like, God damn it, Drebin. I'm like, you couldn't take it serious for one moment, like. But yeah, apparently he's what do you call it? What's the word that he uses? He laundered a couple guns and stuff. And apparently the catapults, which I always found that to be weird. So you're telling me something mechanical, full mechanical, needs to have nanomachines or SOP to work? I don't know. I think it's weird.
Wait, what?
Like, I mean, that's what guns are, mechanical.
True. Yeah, no, he literally says that he's like, I laundered some guns. And he's like, and those catapults you're going to be using. So I guess they need to be in the system to be used. But
anything that would be considered a weapon.
That's what I'm saying. Remember that conversation? That's what I'm saying. That conversation we had earlier, which is like a knife. Would a knife won't turn into a spoon, but would a knife also have some kind of SOP where like you can't use it? You hold. Maybe you would forget how to use it. They just go no. You just forget how to hold it. You're like, how do I hold this shit again? You try to hold it by the blade.
Yeah.
But yeah. So anyways, yeah, you're setting up for this cool big old final moment. This is it. This is where you're gonna the final end of the game, and you get launched over to Arsenal.
I just thought of a way. Oh yeah, I just thought of a way to like prevent someone from using a knife is not recognizing it or not being able to see it.
Oh yeah. Your brain just wouldn't. Or again, like the whole Lolly thing, it would just be gone. Yeah, it would just be gone. You just wouldn't see a knife there.
Yep.
That would work. Absolutely. See, I like how we're fucking fixing some of these things. I really was thinking about the other day when I was driving around and kind of playing through the recordings and the episodes and the gameplay, how like, God, Kriss, like you brought up that point about Vamp, like about the injection should have not killed him instantly. It should have just been like, oh, here's half of his hey, life gauge is gone now or whatever. And he gets harder and harder. I'm like, that would have been so much better, like instead of just one and done. Because like once you did it that one time, you're like, oh, that's it. Like he's done, Unless you went back and played as Raiden. Did you play as Raiden, by the way?
No, I didn't.
Are you going to go back and play as Raiden?
I mean, I'd like to say I will, but I don't know. Eventually, I will replay this game, I'm sure. Yeah, but...
well, you have multiple saves.
That's true.
Yeah. That's all we meant by going back, not like start the game all over.
Oh, no, I figured, yeah, but I've been busy recently, and I'm thinking of starting streaming more often now, so we'll see. But,
right.
Well,
we'll see.
I mean, but you're going to have like a week, I think.
Yeah.
To try it out. We don't really have to play anything for 2 weeks, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe we have our guest. I forgot about that.
Yeah, this episode's just covering the last final act, and then we'll do our full game analysis. Yeah, with our guest.
Got to contact him and make sure he's available at that time, since he's in a different timeline, like German.
But yeah. So, anyways, by the way, they keep doing this trope of the monkey trying to trade fucking a soda for a cigarette, and Snake finds he's like, fine, and he takes that soda. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if I would drink out of a soda that a monkey's been drinking out of. I don't know about you guys.
That's racist.
No, why? That's not. He's not. He's a monkey. He's an animal, not a race.
He's species.
I just think it's potential for fucking diseases, man. That's. I don't know where this monkey's mouth's been. No, I was. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, he does take the cigarette. Snake takes the cigarette from him, right? Back.
Yeah.
No, he just flicks it. Does he just flick it?
No, he takes it. Because he holds it up in the air and does like little happy dance type thing. It's like you're just gonna dance with it. You're not gonna use it or anything. Because I remember at first thinking like he was just offering the soda to Snake, and Snake's like, okay, fine.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, you can't have both. But then the monkey like dances off happy with the cigarette. I was like, oh, he wanted the cigarette, but then he's just not gonna smoke it.
But then here he does smoke it here, which is all right. I guess fine. He's just smoking a cigarette, and I guess Drebin. It's not that he cared so much that like, no, my monkey can't smoke. He can drink all the Coke he wants, but no smoking. I think it was mostly because it was inside his little truck, his convoy, maybe because he clearly doesn't give a fuck that he's smoking it outside on top of the Missouri. So I think it's kind of funny.
Wasn't Snake smoking inside the convoy?
Maybe, yeah. Who knows, man? Yeah, but yeah. So we're preparing for Final War here. Now, I did forget. I did forget how little there actually is here too. Like I thought there was a little bit more personally until I was watching Kriss play, and I was like, damn, there is like very little on here. I'm like, holy shit. That's why we're like, Kriss, if you don't want to just beat it, just fucking beat it. But I also understood your time restraints, so I was like, yeah, just do it tomorrow. Don't worry about it. So I'm glad we knocked it out.
Fucking super long.
It's just cutscenes. That's all it was. It's very little gameplay. Unfortunately, it's very little gameplay. But there's a lot of cutscene. It all looks pretty, by the way. So it's not like it's bad cutscenes. It's not Metal Gear Solid 2 cutscenes where you're like, oh my god, I don't give a fuck. They're all pretty well animated and emotional to an extent where you're like, yeah, there's stuff at stake here. I did forget that when they get launched, I'll say this. I completely forgot that Johnny doesn't make it onto the fucking Arsenal. I forgot about that, man. I forgot he gets smacked on the side, like fucking Looney Tunes and shit, dude. So
I don't know if I wrote it in or I just thought it, but I wanted to say rip Johnny. But I don't remember if I typed it into Kriss's chat or not.
I don't remember. But yeah, no, like I said, you get this whole cool scene where like the Arsenal shoots a bunch of fucking missiles, and the Missouri is holding its own to an extent, just trying to knock down these missiles because that's the last ship that doesn't have any single SOP, I guess, huh? So yeah, so all these guns work, I guess, on it, even the machine guns, because that's what they're shooting. And this Drebin laundered those machine guns too, or something. But the point is, yeah, you get close enough to Arsenal.
He laundered the whole ship.
The whole ship. No, that was already outside of SOP. You know what's funny though? Up to this point, okay, I'll just say this much. So in the Volta, it at the end of the Act 3, it makes it seem like Ed and Jonathan died, because remember they're like sitting side by side, all shut up, and they're like, "Oh, we were a great team." It's like, "No, we were great friends," or some shit like that, you know. And here they're still not present, so I remember thinking they were dead. But yeah, we know they're not later on. But anyways, you get on the ship, and Kriss got killed a few times. He got caught a bunch of times. Yeah. This part I hate. I won't lie. Especially if you're trying to do a flawless playthrough or whatever you want to call it, you know, no spot or nothing like that. Because this is like kind of like the whole point. It's like, it's alert mode. We are in alert mode. They fucking know we're here. So it's like, why isn't this whole section kind of like the end of Metal Gear Solid 2 when you're in the Arsenal gear? Remember when you're fucking? It's just a permanent alert phase, right? Well, when you're sneaking, at first when you're sneaking, fine, that's sneaking, no big deal. But once you meet up with Snake and you're like, all right, we're fucking going for it. It's full blown, like, it's alert mode. Everyone's all the Tengus are attacking, and you're just shooting them up. Whether you shoot them or not, that's your choice. Whether you go lethal or non-lethal is your choice. But there is no alert phase. There is no like, oh, you got caught, fucking restart this checkpoint again. You know what I'm saying? I do hate that if you're trying to do this part that's big with the no big boss ranking. You're supposed to avoid these Tengus when they know we're fucking here. I think it's kind of stupid, you know? Mm-hmm. Anything you guys want to add to the section here?
No, I mean, it's the same thing that's been happening throughout the whole game. You're in a war zone, but yeah, you can still get caught.
Oh,
it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
This part is no different. It's just now making less sense.
Yeah. Well, like I said, at least the war zones, again, we talked about it, where if they said like a new enemy, or like they said, it's Snake, like they said, you like the primary target has been seen or some bullshit like that, right? You know, the special threat has been located over here or some bullshit like that. But like here, it's just straight up like they literally saw us pull up next to them and launch fucking a handful of dudes into them. Like, why isn't it just a permanent alert phase? You know, why is it still a caution phase?
Yeah, who was surprised to see Snake and the crew on the ship?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. You know, it's all hands on deck. Literally, like, we got fucking intruders, kill them, you know? It's just like the only time that it's done right is the first frog fight and the fucking the liquid not liquid decoy octopus right before you fight her. Those it's a permanent alert phase because it's part of the game, so it doesn't affect your freaking your rank, you know what I'm saying? So this should have been just like that, in my opinion. But anyways, yeah, this section here is just nothing really important. It's I think it could have been better, but I don't know how you'd make it better, so whatever.
Okay. One thing I didn't understand, and this was just during a cutscene, when they were talking about the Missouri was like tracking Arsenal or whatever it's called.
Yeah, you said it, huh?
And they're like, oh, it's this distance ahead of us, and you know we're due to rendezvous with it at this point. And I don't remember if they had said something or they inferred it, but they said something about like we're closing in, and like we, as far as we know, they don't know we're here or something. And I'm like, but how wouldn't they know? Because if you know where they are, and if this ship is so much more advanced than the Missouri, why wouldn't they know you're coming and where you are and everything? Especially as a submarine, you know where every ship is around you. As a U-boat,
Chris, a U-boat.
Right. Okay, you're right. As a U-boat, you know where everything is around you. When you're underwater, you hear everything.
U-boat know where everything is.
Yeah.
Now, I do remember you saying that. I don't think they inferred that they didn't know where you're at. I think it was just like, we know we've been tracking him. He's going to, because even like Johnny's like, I got it in 33 minutes. It'll surface or some bullshit, whatever, you know? Like, I think Ocelot didn't give a fuck that you're tracking him. Like, he's like, I got my plan. Like, I got the superior firepower and SOP. So, like, none of this mattered to him, in my opinion. So, yeah, track me all you want. No, exactly. Track me all you want. You got a worthless fossil, like he says earlier. Which, by the way, I think we did. I think I saw something that made me realize that, when Mei Ling first fires at him, and you know she's like fire, you know, and they miss his ship, and he goes worthless fossil, and I was like, actually, if from the looks of it, it doesn't look like the ship is covered in that magnetic shield. So if she was closer or had lobbed them a little higher or whatever, you would have fucking got hit. You might have died, bro. You know, so it's not as worthless as you thought. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just fight a bunch of. I don't know. They're kind of. Are they frogs here officially? They are, right? Because this is a liquid ship. So why wouldn't they be frogs?
Yep.
Because they're all female, so they have to be frogs. Yeah. There's geckos.
Yeah, I was confused by that at first too, and I was like, oh, at least I don't have to deal with the frogs. And I saw him jumping around. I was like, well, never mind.
But yeah, it's just go straight. It's literally go straight while either killing people or not killing people. Your choice, whatever you want to do. Chris, not you had memorable. A little bit, Hubbard? Yeah, no, not at all. Not in any way, shape, or form. And honestly, nothing cool about it. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how you make this part cooler, but it's literally go straight. You go in the freaking door, and then we get a cutscene, right?
Yeah. Well, as long as you're not alert.
Huh?
Well, because when I first went through that door, you open that like hatch open, and you go down that long hallway, and there's that. It leads you to like what looks like an elevator or whatever, right? It leads you in there, and if you're in alert, nothing happens. You don't get the cutscene.
Then how do you know about the cutscene?
Because I eventually went out of alert.
Oh.
I had to hide. I had to beat the people that were there at the door. I tranked them. And then you have to go right behind that little, like, because it opens up to that larger room. And then there's that, like, other room there in front of you. If you go off to the side, you can hide, obviously, because they can't see you directly. So I had to trank all the people there and the what's it called? Gecko. And hide over there in the corner. And hope they didn't come in after me. And then finally went into, caution and everything and went away. But yeah, it took me a little while to do that, to figure that out.
I remember hearing something about that, but I don't.
Because there was like there's that little control panel in front of it. And it looks like there's buttons there. So I'm trying to press those buttons and nothing's happening. So like I go inside there, I try to press buttons in there and nothing's happening. Like, what the heck am I supposed to do? Like, how do I get past this?
I didn't see that section of the game. So I think.
Yeah. It wasn't until I went out of alert that I walked back into that room thing again, and it just did the cutscene. It
triggered the elevator. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Like, is that? Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't trigger it if I was in alert.
Okay. Again, I wouldn't know because I don't remember, but yeah. So yeah, you go in this elevator and you go down and you literally go straight into this new arena here. What happens? Oh yeah, right here, right off the bat, you see Meryl, right? So you see Meryl, she's down on the ground, and you're like, oh shit, she dead. What's going on, right? A couple of frog soldiers come in and shit. That's right. You got to protect Meryl, right, Chris? You have to protect Meryl because she's knocked out. Nothing hard, nothing crazy. You're like, all right, whatever, sure, knock him out. I don't know if you died here or not, but I remember you were just they were giving you shit because you had fucking frogs in front of you and you were trying to shoot them, and somebody was like, dude, like at what point do you just use CQC instead of the gun? You're like, yeah, I guess so. Like it's literally like part of the game, like use CQC.
It was Cordy, I think, that said that.
But
Cordy, yeah, our new friend Cordy.
Cordy, I know those jokes were fucking hilarious. But yeah,
you appreciate it too. I was hoping you didn't take offense.
No, I could.
We can't pronounce your name. Your name is Cordy.
And then it was ASD.
Right, it's not even Cordy. It's
ASD. Okay.
AS.
Yeah.
What is it? AZ.
ASDF?
No, AZ. Are we talking about his keyboard?
Yeah, I don't remember what his was. Like AX.
Yeah, so instead of QW, it's AZ.
Yeah.
So AZERTY. That's what the French have.
Yeah. Yeah, they do have different keyboards. But yeah, so like after you kill these guys, you get the next cutscene here, or the next section of the game where Meryl gets up like instantly, kind of just gets up all weird like, and then you see these little strings. They kind of shimmer.
Wait, is it already here?
Like,
hold on.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's here, bro.
Are you sure? Yes, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah,
I was jumping ahead to something else.
But yeah, so she's being controlled. You can see the little strings, which, by the way, definitely I never realized it until we did this podcast. Also, give me a little bit of Marinette Owl, just maybe themes, because Mantis never used strings. He was just literally controlling her, or using psychokinesis or whatever to move her. But this one's like, no, psycho, whatever the fuck I just said. But yeah, here was like the actual strings. You're like, oh, okay, cool. Like that's kind of cool. I like it. This boss here, then you get, oh yeah, you get he's talking to you. It literally speaking like Mantis does.
Mm-hmm.
Did you? Was that the game or was that you noise? Because I don't know. Because I'm watching gameplay. So
that was me.
Okay. Because you're saying
there's no geckos in this one.
Okay.
In this level.
I don't know, man. It could be Psycho Mantis doing weird shit. But yeah. But anyways, yeah. So you get this cutscene, and they gave you the clues right off the bat that because Johnny comes in, shoots one of the puppets, and it breaks the hold of Meryl, right? Like the puppets are her weakness or whatever, you know. Which, by the way, how does Johnny get on the ship when he clearly missed a ship?
How does any Wile E. Coyote get back up on their feet?
But yeah, so you get the scene here, and is this when she's like lay down the controller, or oh no, that's after. Okay,
that's after.
Yeah. So you get Mantis, and here's where I had a complaint that I had to wait till this came up because I couldn't. It's as small as a non-spoiler spoiler it is. Psycho Mantis or Screaming Mantis looks pretty darn cool. She's got this suit that's got like 6 arms like total or something like that, right? It looks pretty damn cool. But those arms are very resembling of the Scarabs.
Reminiscent.
I remember
Reminiscent.
I remember when I first saw those Scarabs in Act fucking 3, like Kriss said, like, oh, it's one of the bosses, one of the beauties or something like that, and they ended up being just Scarabs, right? And you're like, oh, okay, weird. And they've been making They made an appearance in Shadow Moses' arc. I thought like she was controlling those guys too. Like I was under this impression that like Scarabs were also part of her, arsenal. And I'm just kind of sad that Scarabs are just these little armed creatures that just, are just more annoying than threatening at this point, I thought this fight was just going to have Scarabs. She was going to fucking be puppeting fucking 20 spiders at once and just doing more shit with it. So that's all I want to say is, again, not big spoiler, but it would have been me telling Kriss like, oh, by the way, those puppets have nothing to do with Mantis. I just thought like it would have been kind of cool if they had more thematic.
They're definitely made out of the same tech. So,
oh well. Speaking of tech too. Now you reminded me. I did remember thinking like to myself too that when you first see Laughing Octopus and you see the technology on her suit and you're like, what the fuck, Otacon? Like this, what is that shit? He's like, technically I stole it from the Pentagon or whatever, right? And he goes, oh, so as far as firepower is concerned, we're on equal playing ground, whatever it says, right? But it never ever comes up ever again. None of the Beauty and the Beast have the same technology. It was just Laughing Octopus.
Yeah, why would they only give Octocamo to one beauty?
Yeah, only one beauty has it. None of the frogs have it. Nothing.
Could you imagine how much cooler that fight with Wolf would have been without the frogs?
Go stealth.
Yes, without going stealth. Holy shit!
All of them would have been so much more cooler too,
And it would affect your thermals too, because it changes the temperature, so you literally wouldn't be able to spot her.
Yeah. Because honestly, most bosses are super easy with a fucking solid eye. You just slap that shit in night vision mode, and they're pretty much it. That's it.
Yeah, that's how Kriss kept spotting Octopus. Like he never took it off.
But yeah, so again, like I kind of wish the Scarabs would have had more play, more to do, in my opinion, personally, especially because they made a big deal out of that cutscene where they're like, oh, Scarabs, and it's like, but they don't do shit. They're just little robots, Again, I think
they were just trying to buy rated R movie tickets.
I know, right? It's so funny. But yeah, so then this fight starts and you got Mantis's hymn music playing the whole time, which is really cool, by the way.
Yeah, it's the original Psycho Mantis music, which I don't know if Kriss noticed, but it only plays when the strings are on him.
Oh,
really?
I did not notice that.
Yeah. And apologies for maybe 2 episodes ago. This is when the Hideo
the blackout
happens.
Yeah.
For some reason, I remembered it in the previous thing. And I was like, shit, am I fucking jumping the gun here? So it happens here. And instead of just Hideo, it says Hideo 2, like if it was like Video 2 or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kriss, if you have the strings on you, you get that ominous music from MGS1 when you're in, I think it's the nuclear building basement 1, where you meet Meryl for the first time.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And it's that music, and once you meet Meryl and you guys go outside, she goes, and it's all quiet, and Snake is the only one who notices. He goes like, "What happened to the music?"
Yeah,
that's that same music. And so once you free yourself, which actually didn't take you that long to figure out. Like I was super surprised. I was like, "Whoa!" Like he thought of the syringe again.
Well, what's funny is because we just did it with Bam, so it wasn't like it was that long ago. But still,
but why would you use it in 2 bosses? That's kind of why I was surprised that he thought about it. Like me as a normal person wouldn't be like, there could possibly be 2 fucking bosses that would need this. And yeah,
agreed. Yeah.
Once you do that shit, then it changes into like this battle music, and then you're like, "Oh shit, it's on!" You know?
Yeah, because it is super cool that because you're like because I do remember Kriss going like, what do I do? We're fucking with them, put it into port 7, and we're just giving them all kinds of stupid shit.
I'm like giving them PS3 fucking trivia. I'm like, fucking, did you know you can fucking Bluetooth connect 7 controllers to a PS3? Has anyone ever fucking done that in the world? By the way, like the only games that you would ever need to do that would be like FIFA or like some fucking football game where I mean it would still be uneven. Who would be the fourth player on the opposite team?
I've done something weird like that.
Right.
I've done that. I think just to see the colors and like I said, not the colors, but it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 is 1 and 2, and then 1 and 3,
the color
1 and 4.
combinations.
Yeah. The light combination. So I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I was like, all right, well, I'm done. I just wanted to see it.
That was fun.
That was fun. All right, bye next. But yeah, so then after you inject yourself, which Kriss, I kind of wish it would have been more than just. As far as I'm concerned, as far as I remember, because she does shoot those projectiles at you. By the way, Kriss, I don't know if you picked up on it. The red doll or the red beams are lethal, blue are non-lethal. They also work, if I remember correctly, blue is for anyone that's alive, and red's for anyone that's dead. Noise, do you remember how that or no?
Red is lethal, blue is not. So blue is non-lethal. So
blue would work against living creatures, and red would work against dead creatures, right?
No. Red works against living creatures because you would kill them, and blue works against dead things because they're already dead.
Okay. Because they're already dead. Okay.
And that's why, just to jump ahead a little bit, that's why when Kriss picked up the doll and he chose the red doll, I was literally screaming in chat, red, the color of the dolls. Colors.
Yeah.
And because he killed Mantis lethally because he used that.
I did?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, Kriss, that's what. Yeah, he was telling
when you were shaking the remote, her health was going down as well as her stamina. Like her health went all the way down.
Oh,
yeah. So if you would have used, that's the Psycho Mantis doll. And then Kriss, did you notice what the? Oh, I was going to ask him if he noticed what the other doll was, but yeah,
I didn't.
Yep, that's the Sorrow doll. Yeah,
the Sorrow doll. Now, so again, like I was saying, like
the living and the dead.
Oh, she does. Okay, so I must have not got caught more than once with her, but I was going to say I couldn't remember if like the syringe is a one time and done. She can actually hit you again with her.
Yeah,
dolls,
you have to do it multiple times.
That's cool. Okay, but so remember when I said that I was still reserving my right to say which one was my least favorite boss? I think
you think it's
Raven.
This one?
No, I wanted to replay this because I couldn't remember if I liked this one or not, and I will admit I do like this one still better than Raven. I think this one, well, when we get to this next section here, but I think it could have been better still. Like I said, just more scarabs or I don't know, something more than just because when she's like piloting all the bodies and stuff, it's like, yeah, like if they're dead people, you don't give a fuck about them. I don't know. It just doesn't, there's no real risk in my opinion, except for when she's piloting, controlling Meryl.
Yeah.
But yeah, nonetheless, yeah, you shoot the dolls. Now, Kriss, I think, did you know you had to shoot the dolls yet or no? Because I remember you were fucking trying to snipe and I don't know what the hell you were trying to do.
He did it pretty quick. I'm watching right now. Yeah, he did it pretty quick. Like he was shooting at her. And then like I could just literally see it click in his head. He just moved over to the dolls and he just started shooting those.
Yeah. But which, by the way, Kriss, you're 8.
This is what people were saying. Like, has he figured it out yet? And I'm like, yes. Now he just has to do it, which was what he couldn't do. He just couldn't do it.
Yeah, you just couldn't hit things. Oh, your aim was like pretty bad. I'm sorry, Kriss.
No, it was terrible. Let's be real. It was terrible.
Oh man!
And then trying to shoot when it was like not loaded and everything. Yeah,
I heard about that too. I heard you try to shoot when
Oh, dude. So he ran out of fucking anesthetic Mosnigot bullets. And he buys, oh man, I forget. Hey, I think put the number out. I think it was like 400. And he's like 400 bullets incoming or into walls incoming. and immediately Kriss goes to aim at one of the dolls. And it reloads because he didn't fucking reload as soon as he bought the bullets. And he's like, why does it always do that?
Yes, I do remember saying that.
And I just type in chat. Yeah. And I just type in chat like, man buys 400 bullets, aims and shoots with an empty gun and wonders why him.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, by the way, I am watching your VOD, and you're right. You were in there in alert, and it didn't do shit. And it wasn't until I think I saw someone else's gameplay. You can go in there in caution, but when you left, you were still in alert for like 3 seconds, and then like you waited outside to be fully out of everything, and then you went in there. So you're right. It doesn't activate if you're in alert. I guess you have to be in at least caution or less, which is very weird.
It's kind of like the MGS3. Going in to see Granin. What is his name?
Yeah, Granin. You had to be in caution or less, right? Yeah, nice shoes. Thanks. Tanya gave them to me. Yeah, he's like, it needs these. But yeah, you were fucking missing like crazy. I won't lie, man. You were fucking. And what's funny is you chose to use the Mazda Gun, which is a bolt action weapon. And I'm like, you do have the M9. It's still bolt action, but it shoots a little faster. Like, I don't know. I think that first person, the scope was throwing you off too. But
I mean, but after the Crying Wolf fight, I figured, well, the Mazda Gun is going to be stronger, so that's the only
stronger.
reason I use the Mazda Gun.
Yeah. But for the dolls, I'm like, just shoot them with the regular gun.
But either way, it's hard with those fucking non-lethal guns. Like,
but that's what I was trying to say.
It's a whole nother level of challenge, and especially with Chris's first time, he's actually trying to do the shit non-lethal.
Yeah. But I was gonna say, can't you shoot the dolls with any gun? I think the dolls don't have to be fucking non-lethal. The dolls are just to knock them out of her hands.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I guess you could have used a regular sniper. I didn't even think about that.
You're gonna use or M4, whatever. Yeah.
But this was funner.
Yeah. By the way, I kept telling you call Rose, and it ended up being a nice torture for you. But my purpose behind it, I don't know if you had already received that codec call or not. But you do get one fairly unique call with her. Is you call her after a death. And I think I don't
with Campbell.
Think with Campbell. No, that's the one the one I'm thinking about. So again, I don't know if it was either because you had already triggered it at one point, Chris, or because this was like every time you were dying was like big moments in the game. So her dialogue was being her script was, I don't know how to help you, Snake. I'm sorry, bullshit. But like if you do call her like in a regular zone, not boss fight, impacting portion of the game, you call her after death. You do tell her like you're like Rose. You're like, I keep having these flashes like I've been here before, like I've already died or some shit like that. He pretty much says like, I keep having these, like I've done this, like deja vu kind of moments. And she's like, oh, that's probably
all over again.
And she's like, oh, that's probably your sixth sense or your soldier's intuition telling you to like be careful. Like this next bullet might be the last bullet. Again, nothing super crazy, but it is a unique conversation to have with her if you call her after.
What part of you makes me think that I care about anything Rose has to say?
It's good. I don't. It's not Rose. It's just a game that they thought. But
it is Rose because it's Rose that says it. If it was Otacon that says it, that'd be one thing.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But she's the doctor lady. Otacon's just the robot guy.
I don't care. She's Rose.
But anyways, what's the one you're
thinking
about?
I noticed as I'm watching this, the bullets that were going through that hologram globe in the middle of the room. Mm-hmm. They actually affect the hologram.
Oh, like a reaction?
Like it glitches a little bit when a bullet goes through it, which is kind of neat.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Yeah. Anyways, what'd you ask me?
What's the codec call you were talking about with Campbell?
Oh, where he references MGS1.
Yeah.
And he tells him to change it to the controller port. And
that was funny.
Like, no, that's useless. You can't do that.
Yeah, Rose is like, what are you fucking dumb?
You're screwed then. Yeah.
What are you fucking old?
I forgot about that.
Old boomer. Wired controllers.
Yeah. I did forget about that.
Yeah, Campbell's just like, well, you're
last time. That is true. I forgot about that. I do remember seeing that. Like, oh, that's funny.
That's why I'm glad you told him to call him because I forgot about that codec call. And when I saw that happen, I was like, nice.
But yeah, so yeah, what's funny here is the noise you made out of point that you said she's more laughing mantis than screaming mantis because she's fucking just laughing her fucking head off here, which is very weird. Which we talked about it before. Screaming is not an emotion, so it's kind of like weird, because the other ones are emotions, crying, laughing.
Is crying an emotion?
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
Sadness is an emotion. Okay, there you go. Yes, good job, Chris. Good job.
Thank you.
So very weird, but anyways, yeah, she's just laughing the whole time. But anyways, yeah, Chris, you knocked her dolls out, and then after that, it's just a one shot, isn't it? Just hit her with dolls, and that's it, isn't it?
Well, no,
It took me a few times.
What is it that you have to do? Yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah, you use one of the dolls to control her, and then shake her around, and either kill her lethally or non-lethally. And Kriss did lethally because he was a big.
By the way, I'm watching the VOD. You do get a quick little, what is that game? Darkness or whatever from the
Eternal Darkness.
Eternal Darkness. It resets your game, kind of. It gives you the
the Kojima Productions
and the backwards,
thing?
yeah, dude. and the Fox logos. Isn't it backwards? No, it's not backwards.
No, I think it was normal, but yeah, that was. I remember Chris going, okay.
Fucking Kriss. I wanted more of that in this, like, personally, like just so much more fucking. I mean, it's such a hard, powerful system at this point in time that they could have done so much more, you know, like, because Metal Gear 2 did it personally. Metal Gear Solid 2 did it the best, which was the whole, like, you know, game over while you're playing, like, and you're like, the fuck, like, I'm dead, like,
fish and mailed.
Yeah, you fish and mailed, like, what the fuck? But it's still playing in the tiny screen. You're like, I'm still playing, you know, it's super weird. You know, and then you keep getting these calls from fucking the AI kernel and shit. He's just talking nonsense. You're like, eventually, every player goes like, "I'm not answering no more, man," because you're not making any sense anymore. You're like, "I'm done," you know. But yeah, so you knock the dolls out of her, you know, and you use one on her, whichever one you want. Kriss decided to use the lethal one, and then you get the same old. She sheds her skin, and then you gotta crawl on the ground and let her crawl to you, like I do. And fucking shoot her.
I gotta get that with what's her name? Remember?
I gotta get that footage of that, but it works.
Yep.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it does. Anyways, so you knock her out. You knock her out, right? Like, Kriss remembered switch weapons, which was nice. He's like, oh, switch weapons. So Kriss switches his weapons, and he shot her with the Mos Nagant. Like 3 shots. And this not easy, man. This shit's so fucking she dies pretty quickly. What happens here actually? What's the next point because Jebin doesn't call you yet. The armor pieces get rebuilt. That's what happens, right?
The what?
Yeah, the armor pieces get rebuilt. Like her whole
right.
Arm,
I was like, what the fuck was talking about?
Oh yeah,
yeah. I know. You all got quiet, like, right? Like, am I crazy, right?
Yeah,
that's what happens.
Once you beat her, her arms like swirl around her with all the like blades flying and everything. And I was hoping for a phase 2. And then everything just falls. Like, really? That was kind of anticlimactic.
I do have to say, before she does like the human form, whatever, her like dying animation was so fucking long and drawn out. It was one of the worst fucking things that I have ever seen. Like, I totally forgot about it, and I was like, dude, like, these aren't like, we've all played Shadow of the Colossus, or at least watched someone play Shadow of the Colossus, right, German?
No, I haven't. I was gonna say no. I haven't played it or watched anyone play it.
Well, these Colossus are huge, and when you kill them, they die very slowly. And none of the fucking Colossus die as slow as this fucking bitch. This was crazy. This was crazy.
But it also makes sense that they take forever to die. So
because they're giants.
Yeah. but like you were saying, Kriss, like what is weird is, like, I think all bosses deserved an actual second phase. Versus just all of their second phases just being the whole, like, okay, I shed my skin now, just I'm gonna walk towards you and drain your stamina bullshit, or your life and stamina.
And
your
slowly
essence.
at that.
Yeah, like you're right. Especially this one. This one is the one that gave you the biggest vibes of second boss fight. Especially her being the leader of the B&B corps. Like, you were definitely expecting a second boss fight from her, a form, and it wasn't. It was like a little sad, because like we said, we had talked about what's her name. Octopus. If Octopus phase 1 was in the hut, and then phase 2 is like now in the jungles, like you're fucking full blown going predator, you know, she's camouflaging in the trees and in the rocks and the water, you know, that'd be super fucking cool, you know, because then you would get like a bigger tribute as well, you know, to the fierce fight, you know, in the whole jungle section there, you know. She could have done more, in my opinion, but yeah, so she cries, she dies, she does her little death animation, which was weird. You hate the Pomodoro haircut, Kriss, which is funny.
Oh yeah.
I don't like her too much either. I don't know. It is weird haircut.
It looks like an air dam on trucks, and it just bugs me. It's not so much that I hate it. It's just like, I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way.
So you don't like pink?
No, I don't like.
I don't either. Well, I don't like the haircut.
Not when she had that hair anyway. No.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kriss. I can agree with you. I don't hate it. It's not like a disgusting. It's just I don't.
Free country, German.
I don't care for it.
I can and I will.
But yeah, then the armor pieces start shaking. You know, they start shaking and they all gather up again, and you get the Mantis him again, and you're like, oh shit, hell yeah, here we go, another boss fight. And Mantis comes out. Yeah, well, Mantis comes out. Oh, you missed something here, Kriss, unfortunately, being Kriss.
Do you know what it is tomorrow?
Yeah, Mantis comes out and he does the whole, like, put your controller on the floor, lay it flat, right? I thought this would have been so funny if, like, it was a reverse, like, you put it on the ground, right? And then, like, he's like, gotcha. And then he fucking shoots something at you, or a blade at you. And it was like a quick time event. You're like, fuck. And you miss it because you put your controller on the ground. I thought that would have been pretty funny.
That would have been, yeah.
But he's like, gotcha, bam. You know, it's like you had to push X, like, oh, fuck. And then you just die or whatever. But yeah, so Mantis comes out, does the whole floor thing again. Now, I believe it was Senor Bacon that was talking about this. If you don't have a rumble controller, if you only have 6-axis, you will get a different scene here where I think he gets mad because it doesn't work or whatever, you know, like I can't move your controller or some bullshit like that. So you do get a different scene here. Yeah, he's also trying to read your memory card, and he's like, oh, no memory card, it's your fucking you had a new drive or some shit, new technology or something. He uses some funny reason or explanation as why he can't read you. But yeah, so I expected to fight him. I did. And then he starts going all haywire, right? He's like, and then he dies. That's it. He's gone. Mm-hmm. This one is a non-prompted, so you don't see it on screen, but there is a L1, R1, whatever the fuck button it is.
L1.
L1. And you get two things. You get the X, which is, you know, the flashbacks, and it's the flashback of the Zorro, because the Zorro is the one that's talking right now. I don't know if you picked that up, Kriss. Did you realize that was the Zorro talking? Zorro?
I did not know.
Oh, it's Zorro that's talking. I don't remember what he says exactly. He says, I went back too far. Oh, he says, the spirit of the war will always be with you. I think that's probably all he says.
Oh, he does say that. Yeah, Kriss made a face because he was like, the fuck was that?
Yeah, it's the Zorro, because that's why the two dolls, Mantis doll and Zorro doll, but it's not prompted. It's a hidden cutscene. If you push L1 and you'll see, because Snake's looking around.
The wolf?
The wolf?
Right. The spirit of the wolf or the warrior? What did he say?
The warrior. He's his warrior.
Oh, okay, I was about to say the wolf.
No, the warrior. But yeah, like if you look up, if you push L1, you'll see through Snake's eyes, and to the left will be the spirit of the Zorro, just like from Metal Gear Solid 3, the same cutout or whatever you want to call it. And he was there. Actually, Kriss, now that we're past this point, when you first meet the B&B corpse, you do get an L1 prompt, and you look up at Mantis. The first time you ever see Mantis, if you pan the camera to your left, you will see also is it just what's his name?
Mantis?
Mantis, it's just Mantis, right? Or can you see both of them?
I don't remember.
You don't remember, but you do see one of them for sure. So from that early on in the game, it was already telling you that Psycho was controlling Mantis, and Mantis was controlling the B&Bs technically, or whatever, you know. So I was already there, Kriss, just so you know.
So I forgot to mention that wonderful scream that what's her face lets out, Kriss.
Mm-hmm.
Remember?
I don't think it was that bad, personally.
Dude, it's so bad. It's just like, like, what the fuck?
Yeah. So awkward. Yeah.
I think the more awkward one was, for me, was always what's her name? Octopus. I don't know. I just think for me, yeah, she's like, I think it goes on longer, in my opinion. Her scream.
I think it's just. I think that the comment that I put there, because Kriss was like, "What the hell kind of scream was that?" And the comment that I put was
first take.
Yeah, that was the first take, and it kind of sums up this entire fucking game for me. It feels like almost every single line of dialogue was the first take.
I don't get that.
It's when you compare it, dude, to like 3 or 1. It like you could tell there was like multiple takes, and they were like, okay, this one was the best one. But 2 and this one, everything's like forced and fucking no emotion behind it, and like they're just reading it off a goddamn page.
I don't see that. I do see some of
it. I feel it all
like,
the way through, man.
I don't. I don't.
Except Hater. Hater's the only one that puts fucking 120% into it.
Actually, I would. No, I felt on this one there was definitely times where it wasn't as well delivered as I would have liked from Hater. But I do see it from certain characters. You are right. There are certain characters but not all of them. I don't think the whole game is forced, in my opinion. But going back, when you compare it to 3, yes, I will tell you this much.
Pat Zimmerman also gives his fucking all, but Naomi doesn't.
No, Naomi's pretty
sometimes
weak.
A little bit.
I will give you this. No,
sure not.
I will give you this. I will give you this noise. Yeah, when you're comparing the voice acting here to 3, 3 is just way more natural and flowing and has weight to everything that's said. Right? I do agree with you on that.
Because like I don't know if you saw on Discord, I posted something about like Kojima burning his voice actors and whatever the title of that.
I saw it, but I didn't click on it.
Like it's something I said really early on. Like, remember I talked about this guy named Jeremy Blaustein who did the translation for MGS1?
No, but go ahead.
Yeah, I did like a whole section on it. People remember I even like read out his statement about like his thoughts on Metal Gear Solid 1, but he translated all of MGS1 by himself. Mm-hmm. And none of his translations were like brought to Kojima's desk for approval. Like Kojima was just like, whatever you guys, whatever. And that's why MGS1 feels like the most grounded, the most like meat and potatoes, fucking diehardish most game of the entire series, is because this guy knew how to make it feel like an American game.
I was going to say more Americanized, I guess.
Yeah, because and then once Kojima found out that that's what happened, because he like what he wanted to do with Integral is he wanted to, what was it? He wanted to I forget what it was. Like he wanted to do like the Japanese voices in the translation of the English, because there's no Japanese voices for the first one, I think we established. But he wanted to do something like that, and then he found out that the dialogue and all everything was changed from his original vision. And he was pissed, and that's why Jeremy Blaustein was let go. Like it was just like, fuck it, you're not coming back. Like Kojima is such a fucking control freak that's why MGS2 sounds the way it does. It sounds insanely anime. Like
you managed to avoid drowning.
Yeah, like really bland deliveries and fucking dry air as fuck. And then it
reminds me of MGS2. Reminds me very much of the first Resident Evil. Stop!
Yeah,
don't open that door. You know, just the very like you say, robotic sort of like. There's no feeling. There's no emotion behind it. It's just state this line as it is, and I'm not going to give you any idea of what the feeling or intent or anything behind it is. Just read this line.
You can hear it from certain actors that are delivering really well, like Hater, what's his name? Greg Eagles, who does Peter Stillman. Vamp, what's his name?
Phil
Lamar, and fucking Pat Zimmerman. Like those 4 make that first game. Everyone else like just sucks. Well, except for Colonel AI, because
it's what's his name?
Because it's fucking crazy. That's the way he was supposed to read it.
Well, it's also, I forget the actor's name right now. Paul Edding.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. Arguably, the ones who probably do the best deliveries are actually voice actors or have done recordings in previous mediums. So maybe that's why they also do have some experience.
Yeah. Oh, and Christopher Randolph as Otacon, of course.
Yeah. His deliveries are pretty good. I always like Otacon.
His is always
I
great,
do hate I hate when he's being a little crybaby bitch.
That's God.
But
God,
I do like him. I do like him when he's just being natural. You know, I do like him. But when he's like, Naomi, I'm like, shut the fuck up, bro. Like you knew her for one day, dude.
But yeah, to me, this is MGS2 again, and in a way worse, because I don't like the gameplay. I don't like the gameplay in this fucking game. Like it's missing almost every single piece of Metal Gear that makes Metal Gear. Where's the stealth?
The suit.
There's no stealth in this fucking game. I don't mean like, how do you hide? Like you can hide with a box, you can hide with a barrel, you can hide with your suit. Mm-hmm. But where is the stealth? Where's the whole...
The sneaking.
Yeah, where's the sneaking?
I get it. I get you.
And where's the good bosses? And where's the... I don't know, dude. Like, I said it episodes ago, and I know you were like curious, like, because I said I could do without this game.
Uh-huh.
Like it doesn't solve anything for me. You know what I mean?
Which is crazy because it completely closes everything that needs to be closed. But
to me, this is this closes more holes than it needs to be honest. To me, this is like,
true.
This is fan fiction, really, is what it feels like. It feels like it's fan fiction.
Yeah.
And Kojima was just doing it to appease the fans so that they would shut the fuck up. That's what this feels like. It feels like Kojima was just like, here, shut the fuck up. That's like I feel personally attacked by this game, honestly. Like that's what I feel. And I don't want it to be that way. I played through it again this time with you guys because I was like, okay, maybe I'm remembering this wrong. Like, I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Maybe 2 is still not my favorite. But man, this one fucking like nosedived in this act for me, for sure. Like, it's just, I cannot
I thought that was Act 3.
stand it. I cannot stand it.
No, Act 3 doesn't exist.
Right. Sorry, that was off track. I forgot how we got here.
No. Voice acting and all that good stuff.
Chris.
We were talking about the Scream, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, Chris.
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
Did he shut off? He logged off? He logged off. He's gone. He quit.
I turned off V-Band for a short time.
That's how this game makes me feel. That's how this game makes me feel.
You know what, German? Now that you mentioned that, and you wanted me, or you expected something different from that cutscene, and you're like, oh, you'll appreciate it. I hate you even more because I assumed you were only doing it for punishment for me dying. So I was like, oh, he's trying to help me become a better gamer, and he's giving me a real consequence for dying. But the fact that you wanted me to hear her say something when you know how much I hate her, German, do you know what you've done to me?
I made you appreciate the writing.
I'm sorry, what?
I made you hate her even more. That's the whole point. No.
Well, I can't hate her even more.
No, that's it.
It's not possible.
Are you sure?
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
No.
I can hate you guys. Oh man.
Oh boy.
I also think, like, you had mentioned it before, that unfortunately this game was a product of its time, and I also think there was so much attention on first person shooters and fucking, all kinds of stealth wasn't in anymore, because remember, back in the day we had Siphon Filter, Hitman, yeah, stealth was all the rage. Fucking Splinter Cell, Assassin's Creed.
Assassin's Creed when it was about assassinating and
right.
Stealth.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bunch of other ones. There was a bunch of stealth, and then all of a sudden it became all about shooters, all about fucking shooting. But it became Michael Bay. It was like explosions and guns, just fucking make shit happen. So I think it also probably fell victim to that. Maybe, who knows, if Konami had any kind of say into it.
Song by Linkin Park they always play, "What I've Done."
Oh yeah, what I've done. I don't even know what the song is.
I don't remember what song it is, but it's always a Linkin Park.
It's a Transformers song.
Yeah. It's a meme that anytime they're making a joke about a Michael Bay film or something that's like that, they always play that song.
Okay. Damn it, I like that song. I know which one you're talking about, because when it came on Transformers, I was like, "Ooh, I like this song," and then I was like, "God, this movie sucked."
Transformers first one is all right. Anyway,
it's Shia LaBeouf really drags it through the butt, dude.
I know there's a lot of people you hate out there too, so I don't know.
I give Shia LaBeouf, like, when he's put in the right situation, he's a great actor. Like, have you ever seen what's the one with Tom Hardy when they're during Prohibition and they're selling alcohol?
Oh, I don't know of that one. I know what you're talking about, but I don't think I've seen it.
It's a good one. He's in it.
What about Holes? Did you like him in Holes?
I did not watch Holes.
I actually like Holes. I never saw Holes until I was
a good one. Yeah,
way older. I was way older, and I was like, it was on TV or something. I was like, whatever. And I was like, dude, that movie wasn't bad. I'm like,
that's I don't
regret watching it,
and it's past my time. So yeah, I definitely didn't get to see that. I was like, Holes, what the fuck are you talking about? And I was like, okay, I know what you're talking about.
But
yes, what happens after this?
After this, it's literally cutscene central. You get the fucking bridge where Kriss somehow dies to scarabs.
Oh my god! By the way, this is day 2 for Kriss, because we were like, "You're not going to make it through these cutscenes, bro. Like, this is going to be brutal on the cutscenes."
Yeah, like it was one of those things. Like, if you didn't have commitments with like dinner and other plans, I was like, dude, just knock it out. But
your wife,
I
you
also
also have to take care of
understood
your fucking wife. You can't just be like, hold on, babe, I gotta watch
the
2.5 hours of cutscenes.
Yeah, no shit. Which, by the way, I will say this: you did spend 45 minutes of your stream trying to figure out why somebody couldn't a mod couldn't do shout outs.
Yeah.
So that's 45 minutes gone. Just saying.
Hey, it's important. It's important.
But yeah, so you get to this bridge here. Now, here's the funny part: Kriss is on easy again, naked easy or whatever the fuck he's on, and he still died once. Yeah. Naked normal. He died once. And you were at first you were using the M9, and then you were getting overwhelmed. You're like, fuck, I'll M4 time or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just keep thinking it's funny because I'm like, I was typing in, but I didn't have a chance to send it because I think like I was doing something and I didn't send it. But I was like, you do know, again, I was like, you have other guns because you have an RPG, a grenade launcher that you got from a boss specifically that you could use in this little hallway, but you just wanted to use that M4 for some reason. Yeah. And, yeah, there's nothing hard here. Now, if you're playing on hard difficulties, this section can be a little tougher because those fuckers will kill you pretty damn quick. Personally,
so actually, before all that, there's a cutscene with Meryl and Johnny.
Oh yeah,
it like triggers down the bridge before those scarabs show up, and it's like them fucking taking down the frogs. Because so this is something we haven't discussed is that they've sent what's his face on his own Snake. They're like, fucking go, we'll hold everybody off, right? So these fools are Hodor. Oh wait, you guys haven't watched Game of Thrones. Everyone out there who's listening or watched Game of Thrones, these two are Hodor right here. And yeah, so like Johnny's taking a shot in the knee. He won't be an adventurer anymore. But yeah, they're like making him
they're making a shot in the shoulder.
Oh, that's right. Meryl got shot in the shoulder. And yeah, like they make Johnny, man, they're making him look out to be like this hero. He's got like the slow motion walk and like Meryl's fucking head over heels on this motherfucker.
Oh,
why does he have this ginormous gun? Why does he have this ginormous gun?
The 50 cal.
Yeah, like an M4 or something like that. Yeah, it's just giant. Not even like a 50 cal or something.
It's a 50 cal. It's a 50 cal so you can get it. But no, what's funny too is we did forget one section when like what happens when you fucking, I think when you get launched on the catapults or something like that. Like Meryl literally says like, oh man, like it sucks without fucking SOP or some shit like that, like it hurts a lot more without the SOP. And Snake just laughs. He goes, nothing makes you feel alive, huh?
Right.
Like, yeah. Shit because she's been using nanomachines for so fucking long, and Snake's been doing it old school way for the most part, he has no enhancements, none of that shit, So I think it is kind of funny that it shows that like, the system really was compensating for a lot of these guys, where she was like, oh man, that fucking hurt a lot more than I thought it would. He's like, yep. It's like, welcome to fucking being a normal person, bitch.
Yeah, all these fools are using fucking like it was basically like they were using overshield and auto aim. Like now,
yeah, exactly.
Now they're playing fucking GoldenEye. Like, okay, remember how to play this with one stick? Go ahead.
yeah, exactly. But yeah, so Johnny has that big 50 cal, which looks cool. Yeah, whatever. But it is kind of useless against
super fast moving fucking frogs.
Exactly. A unit. I couldn't think of the right word. A unit of fucking enemies. Like if he was fighting geckos, fine. But he's fighting individual dudes. It's like it is pretty.
Or if they were all lined up in a row.
Right.
With one shot. But yeah,
line them all up and shit. Yeah.
That made me think of Indiana Jones. I think it's Last Crusade where he just has like this gun and like 4 soldiers are lined up and he shoots right through all 4 of their stomachs and they all just fall and he goes like, holy shit.
You know what I thought of? I thought of Tremors 2 Aftershock when Bert
oh yes
line shoots that one little shrieker, it blows it in half, and then they walk through and they went through like the wall, the building, and then the engine, and they're like, well, how the fuck was I supposed to know what was back there?
The only working car. They're like, we're fucked. But yeah, this is like Johnny explains that this is why he's got those fucking stomach aches. It's because he never got shut up with nanomachines. So this explains his diarrhea.
I thought it was so bullshit because
like all the way to Shadow Moses.
Well, Shadow Moses was pre that. That was just him probably just being, I don't know, he has Crohn's disease or some shit. I don't know. But what's funny is when he goes like, he's like, no, I don't have any nanomachines. She's like, oh my God, does that, I'm going to jump a quick little gun. I was totally expecting it to be part of like some plan. I was like, oh, it's something. And then immediately she's like, don't tell me you knew this was going to. He's like, nah, I just ate needles. As funny as that is, Because Kriss did laugh. Funny as that is, it makes no sense in a world where everything is being.
Why would they put him in?
Yeah, where everything is being monitored.
You bench this guy, dude.
Yes, everything is being monitored, and it's like, did he get his injection? We're not picking him up on our fucking database. Okay, put his back in there, put his ass back in there, and inject him, or fucking get him out, like you said. That makes no sense, and
it's
it makes no.
If you have flat feet.
Yes, exactly.
I have flat feet. They would have never taken me just because of flat feet.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's like you're in the army, and here's this whole thing, and we need to make sure every single one of you has a radio on you, and you're like, oh, I don't like 5G. I think it's gonna give me cancer. You leave your radio at home. They're gonna know you don't fucking have your radio on you. Like how the fuck, or again, maybe not the radio, but you get what I'm saying. I thought it was such a bullshit. Like it's funny, but I'm like, I would have preferred if it would have been like. Yeah, I don't know. Like I fucking get injections and it was planned out or whatever, but whatever.
And I shut out the nanomachines. They just
which what happens too is I don't remember if it was explained or maybe it was just mostly just theorized, was that I'm gonna jump the gun again, just like Drebin claims that the nanomachines break down the alcohol before it has a chance to get you drunk.
Oh, right.
Likewise, if you're drinking potentially stagnant water or just unclean conditions, the nanomachines potentially kill bacteria before it has a chance to make you sick. So that's why no one else is getting sick but his ass.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, so that's why that's an explanation for him having stomach cramps and always shitting himself, and always
also,
being out of sync
so
with
he's
the
just
team.
got dysentery, is what you're saying.
Yeah, just constantly. He's just. He would have never made it through the Oregon Trail.
Oh hell no. But by the way, again, it's so dumb that even like Meryl was like, so that's why you were always out of sync. Like you couldn't tell with your SOP that he was just never there in your.
Why would you even want him in your fucking unit?
Yeah,
exactly. God damn it. God damn.
Now it does speak highly of him in the sense that he was doing the best he could with his little arm, fucking
one arm gadget his back.
Yeah, well, he has a little thing like just clicking away at it, but. It is it doesn't make sense. He should have.
There was no other soldier with his skills.
Exactly.
That was part of SOP.
Yeah, he should have been killed a long time ago because he would have got fucking hit when Meryl and the team said everyone duck down and mentally, and no one fucking thought about it. He would have got shot or killed. B, she would have benched him. C, the army or the PMC that Foxhound is in the army, and it's not a PMC, so in the army would have benched his ass for not having nanomachines. Clear as day,
Yeah.
And how is he using the guns without nanomachines? Aren't they supposed to be under lock and key?
Oh yeah.
That's why I thought it would have made more sense if it was allowed. He was allowed not to have nanomachines for some potential reasoning, and it ended up backfiring against Patriots.
Maybe it's because he doesn't have nanomachines, and they work with certain nanomachines, but if the lack of nanomachines is there, then by default it still works.
Right, because Snake has nanomachines that the system recognizes and says, you can't use this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
I was going to say that I'm going to jump ahead because Drebin later says that, this is jumping way ahead to the end, but that Rat Patrol 1 was sent by the Patriots. So allowing this fucker to not have nanomachines was like part of the plan.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I thought it would have been. Yes.
But it's the only way I could think that this.
So the Patriots said there was a flag saying, "Hey, one soldier doesn't have nanomachines." Like it's fine. The Patriot was saying it's fine. Okay.
He has diarrhea. He's good.
Again, it may make sense that the Patriots were potentially keeping him as a potential wild card for such an event. That he would be the only one able to shoot Liquid, which he never did. By the way, he could have totally fucking killed Liquid plenty of times.
Yeah, just and he never did.
Yeah, just send his ass to instead of Metal Gear Siggins, it'll be called Metal Gear Johnny. Metal Gear Akiba.
Yeah, Metal Gear Akiba, yeah.
Oh, man, that would...
Okay, so to end this cutscene, another more ridiculous thing happens. Johnny asks her to marry him while they're getting shot. By the way, they're taking more bullets also.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like he gets shot in the leg, he falls down, she straddles him. They're having all this crazy conversation, and fucking... She's like, no, if I get married, it's going to be under my terms, and I want a big wedding, and it's the most un-Meryl thing, and it bugs me because it's so un-Meryl,
Yeah.
But yeah, she doesn't ask him, she tells him, marry me, and then they're like, okay, then they kiss and fade to white, whatever, and then you get control of Snake again. But it's just like, God damn, that was unnecessary. I didn't need any of this, to be honest.
Yeah, no, very, very true. Very true. It was highly unneeded. I don't think it necessarily ruins the game for me. But it is a little like, whatever. Now, Kriss did point out like that they kind of started acting like SOP, which was like in sync with each other. And he was like, "Oh, SOP without nanomachines?" He's like, "SOP is evolving," and I was like, "Oh shit, I never really picked that up." But it is interesting that he's reloading for her. Like she's not even saying anything. She just aims the butt of her gun or whatever towards him, and he's like, he knew what to do. It is interesting. I never realized that, Kriss, until you pointed it out.
Maybe Meryl is just finally using her instincts, and Johnny's like,
instead of
finally someone is fucking using their emotions instead of a computer to fucking synchronize with me.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Because at the end of the day, she is a soldier, and at the end of the day, so is he. So it's like there is some kind of natural
training kicking in.
Yeah, some natural reflexes that are like, hey, you cover my left, I cover your right. Fucking, if you're reloading, I fucking cover high, you cover low, whatever, shit like that, So instead of just letting SOP, instead of letting SOP do everything for you. But yeah, I never noticed that. I literally until that I always thought it was just stupid that they're fucking doing a ballet while they're shooting. But I never, again, because I like noise. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, this is like kind of stupid. But I never realized that they were in sync the whole time. I was like, oh shit! Until Kriss literally started going, oh damn, I can't believe Kriss got another one that another good point.
I noticed they were in sync, but I didn't think about like SOP. I was like, oh, okay, they're working as a partnership finally.
Well, no, again, not even SOP, but just like what you said, like they're letting their natural soldier instincts take over versus waiting for the machine, the system to tell them what to do and who to aim for and shit like that. But yeah, so yeah, you get Snake, you fucking go down this bridge, you die a couple times if you're Kriss, and then
by the way, Raiden Kriss is doing this with the screaming mantis mask.
Yeah,
and he looks ridiculous, getting fucking slammed on by these scarabs, and he's shooting in every direction except at the scarabs. It's nuts.
By the way, Kriss, we did skip another elephant earlier. It is mentioned earlier. It says that Raiden is alive but in no condition to fight. And you were like, what? How? You were just kind of pissed?
They mentioned it?
Yeah,
they did.
They mentioned it. Kriss was pissed. It sounded like that Raiden survived. Would you prefer that he had died? Or what were your thoughts here?
I'm not necessarily thinking that I would prefer that he had died. But like they clearly
it was implemented that he was dead, right?
They very strongly implied he was dead.
Yeah,
he was mashed potatoes.
And then he had plot armor that saved him, and it's like, why?
He had actual armor.
And that is what's funny is that I think if they had
he
just
was
done
a red
the whole
stain on the concrete. He did not have armor at that.
No,
point.
He wasn't there. No, there was nothing in the concrete. It was just a sword. Now I do agree with you.
Blood there,
right?
I don't know.
Yeah, there was blood there, but
it could have been red. It would have been white. It would have been white.
But there was water there. Like he could have easily just fallen under a piece of glacier or whatever the fuck happened.
Sure. Now
there was ice there. It wasn't just like it's
no, it was
piece of
concrete,
glacier.
I thought it was chunks of concrete.
Oh, and concrete. Whatever. There's water
concrete, but there was ice though. There was ice too. There was ice earlier.
It's Alaska.
Earlier. But
apes.
But I think that it would have worked better because I remember thinking too when I first saw that first scene and I was like, oh shit, Raiden's dead. I was like, holy shit. I'm like, dude. I was sad. I was kind of like, damn. And again, it's like, dude, I wanted to play as him. What the fuck, This is before I knew you could play with them. If you go back and do it, Kriss. You go back and do
play
it. Play
as him or play with him?
As him. Play with him. But yeah, I think it would have been
things.
It would have been fine if it would have done the whole rose and then get that whole. I thought that whole memory of the whole skyscraper and King Kong bullshit was nice. It was very it was very somber. I didn't get mad, even though I understand why you get mad. I wasn't mad. It was very sad. But then they show his face and they show his little light, do the Terminator, pew, fade away. Yeah, so like if they would have skipped that scene and then said he was still alive, you'd be like, oh, okay, cool. He survived it somehow, right? But they clearly show you that fucking light and then you're like, wait, he's still alive? Like, what the fuck? But
yeah. Well, it wasn't so much that I was like, why is he still alive? Like, doesn't make sense. I was commenting after that happened. Like, it's not often that anyone has the cojones, the balls, whatever, to kill off a main character. And I appreciate when they do, when it's done correctly. Like, don't just kill off a main character right away because, he just happened to die because he slipped on this piece of ice or whatever,
It definitely is a sacrifice.
Yeah,
yes,
he sacrificed himself to save Snake. He should have had a death. He should have had a death worthy of a warrior.
Yeah,
and he
especially
didn't.
the way they showed it. Again, like if they would have even changed it up a little different, if he blocked the ship, and then like
if he parried the ship.
If he would have blocked the whole ship and instead of being crushed too, Mei Ling showed up and fire, and then like he retreated, and then like they were both laying down the ground like all fucked up. That would have been like, oh, okay, cool, he's not dead. But you're right, they clearly show him dying. They clearly make you say like, oh my god, he's dead, and he shows up with missing arms, mind you, but still pretty darn badass. Like, wait a minute,
why are his arms missing?
I don't know.
Well, one of them, he cut one of them off.
Oh yeah.
I think the other one broke when the ship
broke
crushed
off
him.
it must have broke.
That's my guess.
Right, the ship crushed him. He should be dead.
But again, what's funny is like it's Otacon just said he's in no condition to fight, and then he shows up in pretty damn good condition. Mind you, the missing arms. If he would have had one arm, I'm pretty sure he would have been able to take all those goddamn frogs.
He wasn't in no condition to fight. Because compare that, right? Compare him taking on a dozen or so, or whatever it was, of the frog. And I know there were more that came in, but there was no more than like a couple dozen in there at a time. That room wasn't very big compared to when he was fighting the geckos.
And he was
swinging them around
with his
while
feet.
he was breakdancing,
Well, that's what I'm trying to say.
Compared to that, he was in no condition to fight.
Well, compared to that, I know. But again, he did all this with no arms. If he had one arm, he would have been, I think, more than enough match for those geckos, which by the way, we kind of keep avoiding also the other point that his foot doesn't work like a normal foot. Like it can fucking hold shit like a goddamn monkey.
Well, it's because he's got a high
modified heel. Yeah, I know it's the high heel, but it still bends more than a fucking normal foot bends, in my opinion. But
it's a robo foot.
It's a robo foot. I get it. But
I used to think as a kid that like his arch bent.
I did too. I didn't
realize that it was a heel. I was like, "Holy crap! This motherfucker just bent his entire foot like remember at the end of Beetlejuice when fucking the two ghosts are coming to life and then they're like getting old really fast and their feet kind of like cramp in.
Oh yeah.
That's what it made me think of. I was like, "Oh god, can this fool do that with his feet?" But no, it's just a heel.
Yeah, it's just a heel. With the possible less another hinge or whatever. It's just a robo foot, like Chris put it. But I was gonna say, mind you, that also here, these soldiers, these frogs, for some reason, none of them have fucking guns. We do realize that, like, if one or two of them had guns, it probably wouldn't have gone his way. They all had swords, and he was able to parry all of them. And well, not all of them, because he does get stabbed a few times. Which again, it's very repetitious and very just underplayed at this point. He got stabbed and fucked up by Vamp. And then he gets he fights Vamp, right? And then he gets crushed by the goddamn ship. And then he's getting stabbed. You're like, all right, I get it. Like, why couldn't this scene
been pincushion?
Yeah, why couldn't this scene been where?
Why it would have been better if he had just died.
Died, right? or again, or like maybe why did he have to again? Maybe they could have said like, oh man, yeah, thanks to Dr. What was it, Malikov or Dr. Moloko or Madnar. We got a bunch of spare parts for Raiden, so he'll survive, but we're patching up, and he shows up with one arm only, and then I don't know, he loses. I don't know. Again, it's very weird. I agree with your frustrations. I just kind of let it be.
I do like that he looks like a fucking rabid dog with that sword in his mouth, because he's just like, you motherfuckers fucked up, and he just like starts fucking. I like to call it the down B attack, the down B Pikachu attack in Smash Brothers. He just starts calling lightning down on everyone. Yeah, Thunderbolt.
That's what I was gonna say. It's funny that he just calls lightning out of nowhere. Like, what the fuck did he get that ability? It's cool. It looks dope. Yeah. But
nano machines.
Why doesn't he do it again? Yeah, more nano machines.
To be more dramatic, he needs to talk to Snake in the Mark III.
Because he comes in and it's like lightning splashing around. It looks sick. It looks dope, but it makes no sense because he never did that before. So why now?
I don't know. This scene also, like, it tries to be so Shakespearean and shit, and it just rubs me the wrong way again. And it's like, I get it. Just make him attack somebody.
Yeah. No, I definitely lost
respect,
interest, interest. That kind of. It broke the game for me when he came back alive. I was like, that no.
Yeah, no, I agree.
He deserves a warrior's death.
Yeah.
He earned it. You know, let him die. Let it be. You know,
now I am happy-ish. Again, I wish it would have been done differently. But again, it does look fucking cool because we're talking about, you know, cool aesthetics. That he's fucking fighting off all these geckos with one sword, no hands. For a moment, it's in his mouth, and then the other moment, he's holding it in his foot. You know, it is pretty cool looking, in my opinion. Like, I just wish, like I said, it wasn't cheapened by that fake out death that he had earlier, right?
No, it was cool when he fought the geckos in the beginning, and he was stabbing them and cutting them down and everything. That was cool. This was
it's too much.
You know what it is to me? It's like in Dragon Ball Superheroes. When Gohan gets that power up, that's what it is to me. It's undeserved. He didn't deserve it. He didn't earn it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it could have been done differently, but yeah. So he stays behind the fight because like Noise says, like you get this whole like he's like I'm a machine. My body can take it, and he's like your body's machine, but your heart is still human. I said something like that, something along those lines.
Which just not true because
yeah.
I think it's we're asking last episode, I believe it was, like how much machine was it, and I think we all agree it's just his brain at this point, right? It's the only
pretty much
the only part.
Maybe the top of his skull.
Yeah, just the fucking what's that? The spinal cord or not? Maybe the spinal cord is human too. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, he could like we said, he could just be that fucking second guy from RoboCop 2, Kane, like just that a brain in a jar somewhere.
Yeah. But yeah, so you open up this room and then all the fucking heat from the microwaves hit you. I mean, goddamn, I won't lie, I do feel the heat every time that door opens. I'm like, goddamn, that's got to be hot. You know, like it's got to feel like again opening up the oven to check on your peaks, and you're like, shit, you know, like
every time. Why don't I move my face out of the way every time?
Every time.
Here's what I do. This is off topic, but whenever I open the oven, I always have my oven mitts on, and I put them directly in front of my face.
The mitts?
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah,
but still,
two mitts on.
Your face doesn't have to be anywhere near
the oven, and I put them right in front of my face.
or you know what we could do, depending on what kind of oven you have. There is a fucking window with a light you can turn on. You don't have to open it.
But I'm talking if I have to take something out of there.
We're going to take something
do that for you? Do you open your oven and look at it?
Sometimes.
Well,
I don't trust that window.
There are times where you do have to like put a fucking thermostat to it.
That's true. Yeah,
a thermometer.
I was going to say some things if you do that you'll ruin it, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, don't put a thermostat in your food.
No, open in the oven if it's not done.
Oh yeah, it could totally like if you're baking, it could deflate the entire thing. But if it's something that you a turkey, you could fucking stick a thermometer in. Meat, don't do it to baked goods because that shit will fuck up your what is that thing? The thing that has to be like perfect.
Yeast.
It's definitely based on yeast, but like it's like this thing that they're always on, like fucking MasterChef. Like it's like a little pastry. I think it's a pastry.
Souffle.
Yes,
souffle. Mine souffle.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
souffle. Yeah, you can fuck up a souffle just by looking at it wrong. So don't even open up your oven
by looking at it.
I turn on like.
Yeah. Don't turn on the light in your oven. It's your fuck. Rely on your timer.
But yeah, that microwave. I mean, I do feel for that scene. Like, god damn, that shit. It just looks hot as fuck. Yeah. You know, just you know, it's like, okay, this is hurting. This hurting him.
Yeah, this scene, by the way, was too longer than it needed to be, especially with the tap triangle. Right. But I get they wanted to make it be a struggle, and you can definitely feel that, but make it a little bit shorter.
You know what's funny, Chris?
I think they're trying to show you because it's a split screen, right?
Yeah.
I think they're trying to show you also what everyone is
doing
going through. Yeah, it's this. I think this was actually a good amount of time. Like usually, I'd be like, this was also too fucking long. But this kind of makes me think of like another Lord of the Rings reference, Return of the King, when because I just watched them recently too. When Aragorn,
yeah,
Acorn gets to the gates of Mordor, right? And he antagonizes the enemy to take the eyes off of Frodo and Sam because they're at Mount Doom, and he's like, they're hopelessly fucking outnumbered. They know they're gonna die, but they need to distract Sauron no matter what.
Yeah. And
Aragorn looks at everybody, and he doesn't like rile everybody up. He just goes like, for Frodo, he like almost whispers it. and they just fucking go, head first into this battle. And that's kind of what this split screen scene reminds me of. It's just everybody outside doing their part to make sure that Frodo gets that fucking ring to the volcano. And that's kind of what's happening to Snake right here. He's just like, he was just burning to get into this fucking room and throwing up as he does, if you spin him too fast in MGS3. Fucking, while you're playing it for the first time, it feels like forever, but it's actually not that long.
That's what I was going to say, Chris. My first time playing this, holy shit.
I was like, Jesus Christ, let it end.
Yeah, I was like, dude, it's infinite. Like I think everyone probably first time felt like it was too long. Now that I've replayed it, re-seen the scene multiple, I'm like, damn, it's shorter than I remember. It's super fucking short.
Maybe like
it's
a minute,
short
30
as fuck.
seconds.
But maybe because that's the whole point.
Jeez.
It's short, but it feels so much longer.
Yeah.
Now you have to quote me, not quote me. You have to correct me if I'm wrong, Noise. Can you die in this section?
Noise. You don't get a choice.
If you don't do it, if you don't proceed at all, you'll die, right? You'll game over this section, right?
I don't know. I've never tested it.
I don't think Snake will walk without you pushing forward. And when you start having to push triangle, he will not proceed if you don't push triangle. So I want to say you can die here. I should retest it. I'm pretty sure I've done it before, but
okay. So I lied. It's about 2 minutes. 2 minutes, maybe 15 seconds. It's not that long.
And for sure, the last little bit is 100% like scripted. Because Chris, you're like, I'm going as hard as I can. And it's made to make you feel fucking helpless. That's the whole fucking point of that last little bit there. And I remember going fuck, I was like, dude, I'm tired. I can't fucking push triangle anymore. I'm done. I got nothing left in me. And that's how Snake felt. He's like, he's got nothing left in him, but he's got to push through. He's got to push through. Auto fire, yeah. But yeah. So you get to the very end of this tunnel, this hallway. Sorry. And by the way, someone made fun of you in chat because they said rarely used solid ice is destroyed, because it gets blown up. Your whole suit just gets destroyed. And you're glowing red hot, by the way. Your suit is, at least, which is really fucking cool. I think it looks pretty cool. My personal opinion.
How well was that thing protecting you that it's red hot and it's not burning your skin off?
No shit, right? Now, I do have a question about microwaves.
You press the time you want and then start.
Thank you. No wonder mine never works. Yeah, door open though, right? Door open?
Oh, no, close it and then put the time in. Yeah.
Okay. No, but
as long as the safety is hooked up, it won't work with the door open. But yes,
I was gonna say, there's always paper clips, Chris. There's always paper clips.
It's not a modded PlayStation.
No, to do the safety, like Chris says, just shove them in there and bypass the whole the little
hook on the door. You've tried?
What would happen if you did that?
I don't know I know it turns on, but I don't know. I mean, I've never.
Is this how you ended up in different timelines?
Anything that's in line with that is being blasted with microwaves.
Yeah.
This is how German ended up in different timelines, dude.
Now the point, the question I was trying to ask here was wouldn't the microwave also potentially cause internal damage as well?
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what microwaves do?
It's radiation.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's technically radiation in that it is a wave.
Molecules.
Yes. But what it does is it hits water molecules in just the right way that it excites them and instantly turns them to steam.
Right.
If you do that inside of a human body, it tends to explode.
That's what I'm saying. I get he's wearing the suit, but his head isn't. So I'm just saying
his brain
would
any water in there would have been turned to vapor pretty much immediately.
Well, especially this hallway, who God knows how many watts or whatever fucking however it's measured is pushing out. This thing was made for one purpose only, to keep fuckers out, right? But yeah. So, anyways, yeah. So you go down this long hallway, and again, I like this scene. I do remember thinking, not that it went on too long in a bad way, that it was dude, I don't think I'm gonna make it. I'm smashing triangle. I don't think I'm gonna make it.
Because you initially don't know how long this damn hallway is. Because I think you go through one or two doors while you're cooking in doors, here, and you're like, Jesus Christ, how long is this fucking thing about to running out of fucking stamina and health?
Yeah. Everything's blowing up, everything's just being destroyed. And then again, another classic MK2 R2D2 moment, or MK3 Mark III R2D2 moment, where he just happens to plug into the door somehow and fucking opens it up somehow. I mean, either Liquid or whoever the fuck designed this just never expected anyone to get past the microwaves, or that code was really easy to freaking hack or whatever, 1, 2, 3, 4. The password is brother. But yeah, you get in there, and you're all jacked up. Now this room here, the server room.
Why design it like this? Why design it like this?
Symbolism, honestly, probably mostly anything, but
it's so weird.
I think it looks pretty cool. Personally, I think it looks cool. And I can only imagine like how many petabytes or terabytes each one of those tombstones, quote unquote, is. To hold all the data it holds and all the processing and whatever the fuck computers do. Yeah, I think it looks pretty cool. But personally, it's funny because remember, we're on a time crunch and Ocelot is sitting there with the MK2 going like, oh, this is motherfucker, go put the goddamn virus in. Like, I'm dying here. Leave me alone. Go put the fucking virus in. It's so dumb that he's just sitting there like, all right, Snake, I'll go do it. It's like, you should have done that already, motherfucker.
Well, but that's another thing that kills this moment for me is if he could have done it the whole time, why did we send Snake in there?
Why send Snake? Well, we do know that there's scarabs in here laterwards. So that's why, because you don't know if the Mark II would have met. Yeah, but he can also
turn invisible.
That's true. But there could also be a little step that's 3 feet high and then you're fucked. Because he can't climb. He's like, well, I guess we're fucked.
What would we have done if that happened at the very end when Snake couldn't do anything anyway?
Yeah.
No, yeah, I thought the same thing too, where I was like, wait, the Mark III is here the whole fucking time. Why the fuck am I in here?
Well, yeah, as soon as he says, Otacon, can you do it? He's like, of course. I was like, then why are we in here?
Yeah, it
broke it for me.
Yeah, I agreed. It does, again, like you said, cheapen the whole experience or thought of it, right? And again, he somehow hacks into the Patriots fucking JD supercomputer, rule the world with the fucking USB port or something, whatever the fuck he does. Again, I so fucking hate how like everything's just so plug and play in this fucking universe, and in most universes that have some stuff like this. But yeah, so you're sitting there, you're getting your ass beat by these scarabs. You scream one more. Everyone's pretty much gonna die. What's his name?
Right, gets stabbed to fucking hell.
What's funny is he falls down, he loses his sword, and he's crawling towards it, right? And all the soldiers are walking up to him nice and slowly, and he picks it up with his mouth, and he does a swipe, and they all step back. They're like, it's just super funny to see that.
Which, if I remember correctly,
was
the back of the blade, so it wasn't even the sharp edge.
Yeah.
But based on the way he picked it up,
and then he drops it again.
And then he drops it, yeah. But just the fact that he swung it with his mouth was enough for them to go like, whoa, wait a minute, he's still dangerous. He still poses a threat,
And then Meryl and Johnny are fucking out of ammo.
Yep. Mei Ling's about to get fucking
ass grabbed.
Ass grabbed by the fucking 3-armed scarabs. No, yeah. Well, like the ship, the Missouri, has got a fucking full blown Metal Gear Ray on it. Like.
Oh right, I forgot that that's what was happening in those that split screen.
Yeah, no,
the fucking Ray's on there.
Yeah, it's a full thing. Like people, like the stakes are high. We know they're high. And then all of a sudden Otacon's like, we did it. Everyone starts acting up all weird. All the frogs start laughing, and or not laughing. They're just going crazy. The whole SOP is
just to know what. Yeah,
Yep, exactly. The scarabs just fall off. The fucking Metal Gear Ray fucking falls off the ship. It does one last roar and then falls off or dives off. I don't know. The point is, he gets deactivated too. So that's when you know it's all good. You're like, oh, we did it. And then you get this next scene where it's like, oh no, the virus is not stopping. It's fucking spreading. It's taking over all of them or some bullshit. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden you get some TV screens or some projections, which I don't know how Naomi coded this video to play back after everything was done, and she knew there's going to be screens down there or something like that. You get what I'm saying? Like, how did she know someone was going to see the video? How did she not know like the virus will just spread and that's it? No one will ever see this video that she recorded. But nonetheless, all of a sudden she's there, which Kriss questioned when she had time to record this. And I think it's just funny because you're right. When did she record it? But I'm assuming, again, my theory was always it was immediately after the Volta. It looks like it's just in front of an ocean. So I'm assuming it's like on Shadow Moses. Vamp was off doing God knows what Vamp does, and so she recorded her goodbye.
Chris, quick question.
Yeah.
This part where Snake screams Otacon. Why were you laughing after that?
Oh, so wait, when Snake screams Otacon?
Was that something that somebody said in the fucking chat?
I don't remember. There was a point where when it was on what's his name? Raiden. And he was kind of wiggling around. And I mentioned how he was more snake-like than Snake.
Okay.
Because he looked like he was wiggling like a snake.
I barely caught that joke. And then you're like, no, not funny. You're like, no. And you were laughing. Yes, that's what it was. Because he was like, he's more, because he's no arms and on the floor, like, like a snake.
Like a snake, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, German. Sorry.
Just one of those super things I realized.
But no. So just Naomi's video. She comes out and honestly, I don't even fucking remember what she says in her video. Oh, she says that Sunny. Oh yeah, that originally she wanted Otacon. Either she was directly hoping to ask him for help on this thing, or she was just gonna use stuff from him. But she ended up turning to Sunny, which again, I don't hate Sunny. I just don't really care for her. I don't understand why she had to be such a crucial plot point of like, she's a great hacker and she's the one that discovered the 4D data turned into Soliton data turned into 4D, whatever the fuck she did to figure out that original message.
So let me get this straight. You're okay with Sunny, or you don't understand Sunny, but you're okay with Rose.
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
I don't mind Rose.
But what does Rose do for the plot?
But Rose isn't shoved down your throat in this one.
What does Rose do for? What does she do for the plot?
Nothing. Not
Sunny
in this game, at
solves
least.
things.
It's true.
Sunny
But
is
why
a
couldn't
genius.
Otacon do it? What I'm trying to say is, why make a whole new character that do what Otacon already could?
Because
possibly
Otacon
do?
is already backing us up. He's working on stuff. She is his backup. She is his second pair of eyes, whatever you want to say. Second brain, second pair of arms, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
So Sunny is supposed to be the metaphor for that generation of kids growing up in that era, 2008.
Yeah.
Of growing up with computer screens in front of their faces, never going outside, and
Yeah, I know. But
that's we never really talked about it, but that's what Sunny is the metaphor for. Yeah, that's who she represents, and that it's okay to go outside and touch grass, and
But with that said, that also gets played out very heavily in Hollywood and all that stuff. Where it's like, I get it, you're good at Fortnite, doesn't mean you can fucking hack the Pentagon. Like, it's not the same thing, like.
Right, but she wasn't fucking playing video games.
She wasn't. I mind you, yeah, she probably, like, Otacon was like, I don't know what to give you here. Fucking play with this fucking whatever, giving her computers and teaching her how to hack because he thought it's fun or whatever, Mind you, yes, but I don't know. I don't care too much for that. I don't care too much for her. Again, I don't hate her. I just don't think Otacon could have done the same or something similar. He could have said, I got inspiration from Emma. I don't fucking know, because they still drag Emma into this too by saying like, oh, like she used Emma's worm cluster as a reference or some bullshit.
The thing is, we know Otacon is an incompetent programmer.
He is the truth is he is
he's no good.
Yeah, he's mediocre at best, actually, because he did steal the Octo Camo. He did steal the whole Metal Gear Ray incident. The
tanker incident
into the wasn't
Pentagon.
It wasn't him. It was EE.
4 fucking prototypes back in his lab.
Yeah,
he's a fucking dipshit. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah, I will agree to that point that he isn't as genius as we might like to think he is.
And Naomi saw that. That's why she turned to Sunny, because she was just like, I wanted your help, but you're a fucking idiot. Like,
but then she still fucked him.
Who Naomi didn't turn to was Rose.
But yeah, she gives you some speech. I don't remember what's the rest of her speech. There's a section in there where she's like, Hal, I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah, and he's on a MacBook, by the way. Like, they fucking
is it a MacBook?
Oh,
yeah, it is a MacBook.
I forgot, because they have the iPod in this, and then they have the MacBook, yeah. Yeah, Kojima's a fucking Apple shill for sure.
I wonder how much they paid for fucking those licenses.
He probably fucking paid them. Like, can I please?
But yeah, again, a Naomi speech. So Kriss, one question again. Not trying to fuck around. I know you don't like Rose. It's established.
And
but but avoiding that personal hatred you have of her. Where does Naomi stack up to her? Like, is Naomi also a stupid or not annoying? Like her motives and all the bullshit she does, or is she still saved in a sense?
But even with everything Naomi was doing, she had a clear goal in mind.
Okay, and you say Rose brings nothing to the table.
I don't appreciate that she was a triple crosser, double crosser, or whatever the fuck's going on with her. Yeah, like it served a purpose. Yeah.
I get you. No, yeah. It was an honest question.
No,
you're right. And you're right. Rose brings nothing. Rose does bring nothing here. Not only does she bring
nothing, she actively harms you by saying, "Oh, I don't know how to help you. Sorry."
I know I did call
when
her
she tells you she can help you, and then every time you ask for help, no, I don't know what's going on. Sorry.
I want to say there is at least that once or twice where she can restore some psyche, but again, like, why would you call her when you can just take regen or fucking
listen to some smooth jazz,
listen to music, or equip the one of the plants. I forget what the plant's called, Ringa or some shit like that. I don't know. There's a plant you could equip as well to help restore some psyche.
Compass.
The compass, yeah, the compass. But yeah. So again, Naomi's speech. Don't get me wrong. I always kind of tune her out. She's kind of like my Rose to an extent. Like, even though she contributes to the storyline and to the whole narrative.
Yeah, I don't care about Naomi.
When she says like, "Oh, Foxeye does X, Y, and Z," I'm like, cool. And then when she gets into her like, I used you. I'm like, okay, I don't give a fuck really. Just do what you do for the story. I don't care about your feelings. Sorry, Naomi. Don't give a fuck about your feelings right now.
What I don't understand, and I, in this sense, I agree with you, is why Snake gave her the time of day.
Yeah.
After the first betrayal, after she saw her with Liquid, like, why did he give her the time of day? Why did he? Because he's already
bro. Like,
he's already so non-trusting of people.
Mm-hmm.
Like he doesn't give out any information. He doesn't share anything. And with her, like, he's just like, "Oh, you did this, but whatever.
Sure.
I guess I'll just let you help me. I'll let you stick whatever in me. I'll let you
needle, put it right here.
Yeah, like, I don't understand why he gave her the time of day. That's the one thing I did not understand about that whole relationship.
Well, we also did make the whole argument with like Drebin when he's like, "Oh, you must have older generation machines here. Let me," and he's like, "No," and then Otacon's like, "Oh, I guess we can trust them." It's like, no, like, why would you trust them knowing that like you've been betrayed before by having something injected in you? It was very bullshit of Otacon to say, "I guess we'll trust him for now," and then for Snake to be like, "All right, I guess so."
But
very, very strange.
Drebin at that point was a neutral. At least he wasn't shown to be like, "Oh, I'm going to double cross you," or "I'm going to."
No, it wasn't shown that, but it's still very
or whatever. But I get what you're saying. It's very
everyone
much
should
not.
Be sus.
Dude.
It's very much not like, it's not his personality to do that, and especially Otacon. Like, he's little whiny bitch boy, like you say. Like, there under no circumstances should they have just let him immediately. If it was something where they built it up over time, and he was like, "Here, let me prove to you that I'm an ally. Let me show you that I'm here to help you." And then, like, halfway through in Act 3 or Act 4, then he does it. That would have made sense. But like, I can see to me, it's like, like when they did the Avengers movies and stuff, and you had each individual movie, and then that kind of built up some of the characters, but then you had all the Avengers together. Some of the stuff they didn't make sense because it's like, but some of these people haven't met yet. They don't know how they work together, blah, blah, blah. But there's not enough time in the movie to develop all those relationships and characters and everything. So you have to hurry it up. So in that sense, I get it. They had to kind of rush their relationship and rush their trust with him. But I do agree with you for the most part. Like,
you should have trusted him, but you had to move the story along there.
Yeah.
But yeah. So again, Naomi, again, I don't care for her too much. I don't feel bad for her at all. I don't really care that.
Yeah. Well,
she cries
that whole scene after the Metal Gear and her stabbing herself or doing that injection 20 times. That there's no emotion in it for me because
none for me.
She had this coming,
Yeah,
like
I agree.
But
I didn't care. I wasn't sad. I also wasn't sad that Otacon was sad. I do feel bad for the homeboy, but I wasn't like, oh my God, poor Otacon. I was just kind of like,
you got total choice in women.
Yeah, man. I'm like, at this point, man, just make your own girl, man. Just fucking get into the robotics and keep going on that shit and make your own.
Well, he would have to have Sonny do that, but yeah.
He would have to.
Or steal one.
or steal one. Yeah.
Steal somebody else's idea.
But this next section here is by far,
because when you think about it, even Rex was in his idea.
Was it
That's
not?
true, yeah.
Because if Granin gave it to his grandfather, which got passed down to his dad, or was just some schematics laying around, and Otacon was like, "Ooh, robot," and fucking
with legs and nice shoes. Yeah, we got it.
Yeah.
Well, and he clearly didn't know what was going. Like I know the whole he was told, oh, it's used to deter and
satellites. Where the
how
fuck
would he not know?
Yeah, whatever.
How would he not know?
But that's what I was thinking after Men Just Won and everything. It's like, if you were such a big part of this, how would you not know? Like, there's a part here where something can be connected. I guess I'll just ignore that. It's like how would you miss that? Especially a railgun. It's going to take a lot of power. So yeah.
But yeah, no. So this next part is definitely another big hype moment for me, and I think everyone out there. But I also do have to point out the whole fact that you got Snake lying on his back, outside. Yeah, you pass out.
And you get
wake
woken up by Otacon saying, "Stay here. I'm gonna go get fucking help or whatever."
I'll be back, Snake. Yeah. So that means that either he shut down the microwaves, or there was a fucking other way to get into that room, because you're clearly not in the same location.
Well, the Mark
you were.
III just dragged him out.
I guess. No. But again, that whole concept of like, oh my God, this room is super well hidden and there's so many checkpoints and so hard to get in, and then you do what you got to do, and it's like, oh, there's no way out. Well, technically, there's a secret tunnel in the back that we can use. It's the same kind of concept.
There's a vent.
There's a vent, that leads all the way to the outside. You're like, dude, why didn't we just take the vent the first time then, motherfucker?
Exactly.
My reasoning or my I guess suspense of disbelief for that would be like, well, they shut down the AIs, which means the defenses of this
microwave and
whatever thing had been shut down along with it.
Yeah.
And so they were because of that, they were able to get in and retrieve him.
Yeah. But yeah, so then obviously you get this the next school scenes, you hear some footsteps and you kind of look up towards them, and it's fucking good old LaQuazzle walking up to you.
Not yet, Snake.
Yeah. So
it's not over yet.
I for sure, obviously, I didn't forget about him since we just saw him at the end of Act 4. But I know I believe there's a lot of people that were kind of like, oh shit, we still got Ocelot to fight. I was like, yeah, like he's still around. Like, how'd you guys forget about the main fucking thing that we got?
The thing that's in every Metal Gear is
the Metal Gear,
the fight on a high place.
Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, he comes out and he's all like, and he gives a speech. Now there's a lot of information here originally, because he says like, oh, you could have stopped us. He's like, why would I want to do that? So now you're like, oh, okay, motherfucker, like what the fuck are you talking about? This was all part of his plan, he says. This is what I wanted. I wanted the world to go back to the Wild West, or whatever the fuck he's claiming here. He wants American chaos, apparently, something like that. You get a whole nother little speech with him here. Nothing too relevant right off the bat. Just kind of like, classic Liquid / Ocelot, or not Ocelot, what's his name? Solidus. Like, I want to free ourselves from, the control. I want to, kill Big Boss, blah, 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 average villain kind of speech he gives you right here. He comes
cliche, monologuing.
Yeah, it's just a monologue. There's nothing too important here, at least. But yeah, he comes over and he injects you, right? And so he wakes you, he kind of revives you. So then you get to this cool cinematic fight. Kriss, did you like this cinematic portion of the fight? The whole them going at it, before you get to control Snake, right?
Had they done it at the end, it would have been better, I think.
Okay. So you think
the same with when else did that happen? With the when Raiden was fighting, when he was fighting when he was fighting Vamp and everything. Like, I would have rather done that myself.
Okay.
And same with this. And I was afraid that was going to happen. Was it's going to be a cutscene of them fighting. Cool. Mm-hmm. What do I get to do? Mm-hmm. And then as soon as I saw it pop up with the old school
health bar,
health bars. I was like, oh, is this when I get to play? And sure enough, it was. And I was hyped. I was all hyped up for it. I was ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I knew you were, but yeah. So like, well, because you get the scene, so you're duking it out, and then Lancelot injects himself, and he throws off his coat, all cinematic like. And all of a sudden, I did notice. Oh yeah.
Which,
by the way,
those looked expensive.
Why are they fucking shooting themselves up with these syringes?
Because they have these are the ones that heal you. I don't know.
No.
Yeah.
No, see, because I was wondering the same thing. Like
SOP is done.
At this point,
there's no point.
No, these are. They also restore psyche and shit like that. You can use them not just for SOP.
I don't think so.
Yes, no. Yes,
because it says on the syringe that it suppresses nanomachines. So I would think
that's what it
using
says.
It would make it harder for them to fight.
No. I can't load it up right now. But if you use them in game, not just for the whole suppressing nanomachines portion of it, you do get health back. You do. Snake's been using these every time he's having his fucking fits and shit. Man.
Yeah, because the nanomachines are going mad, and so he uses.
No, because he's fucking old. No, it's because he's fucking old. Because he's dying.
Because the nanomachines are killing him.
Yeah.
No.
That's nanomachines that have
That's
Fox
what Naomi says.
Yeah.
It's the nanomachines are what caused him to age.
Mm-hmm.
And so he gives those
nanomachines
to him
didn't
to
cause him to
suppress
age.
them.
No, nanomachines
The
didn't cause him
cloning
to
process.
age.
The cloning process is
His
causing him
natural
to age.
genes. Yeah,
Okay,
his natural genes.
But yeah. Anyways, Jeremy's wrong. Go ahead. Keep going.
Well, I'm just saying, if you use it in game, you will restore psyche. Just throwing it out there, and you get less and less the more you use it. So I'm just throwing it out.
Okay.
Anyways, so yeah, you get this little scene where you're fighting each other.
Pressing X. Chris, did you notice the life bars, the style that they were made in?
Yeah. You mean during the first part or what?
During the whole fight.
Well, the first one, yeah, was like from MGS1, and then when MGS2 and so on, yeah.
Okay, so you noticed the changing colors in the names?
Yeah. I did notice. Yes, I noticed when it went to Ocelot after he did the handguns thing. I thought that was awesome.
Oh, okay.
Like that was a very good transition. Like it could not have been any better than that because it showed. I don't remember if it was one of those press X things or if it like just did it automatically, but it did one of those things of the young Ocelot when he was talking to Naked Snake. He did the handgun thing, and I was like, "Oh, that is so good!" Like that was a nice little Easter egg to put in there. I love that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I did notice the color change and everything, and
the fonts and everything. They're all different.
Yeah, and it eventually
the
went back. The
music changes too as well for each one.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That was it was very well done. Very, very well done.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say. So I kept typing in the chat. I was like, Kriss push start or select because it tells you the controller scheme for the section. Now, and the reason I was saying that, and it was nothing bad, because I will say this: I've seen since we started this whole podcast, honestly, about maybe 3 or 4 other streamers that have gone through Metal Gear Solid 4 for the first time ever, and all of them, every single one, except for like maybe just the last one I saw recently, just some brand random one that showed up on my feed. All of them beat this final fight here with nothing but just punch and kicks. All they do is the combo, punch, kick, or whatever, And I get very sad because I'm like, there's a whole lot more you can do. You can do the whole, hard punches. You can do body blows. You can do a lot of CQC stuff. It's a lot funner if you do more than just a combo, and you have a lot more stuff to use too. So.
But those body blows do such little damage.
The body blows do. No, but the power punch, when you hold block and then punch, I don't know what, I think it's just strong punch is what they call it.
Yeah.
That one does more damage. Dude, every time you try to CQC your ass, every time you try to grab you would end up fucking smack, dude, he's getting perfect timings on those without even knowing. But the CQCs are pretty cool. You get it's just cool that they added more than just boxing up there. You can do a whole lot more up there. You can actually pin them up against the
little pillars.
The pillars, you can pin them up.
I remember you saying use the poles, and I was like pole dancing?
No.
Can I swing around it?
No, you can actually push them up against them and punch them there or choke them out there. You can do them on the ground. You can do a lot of cool little things than just the little combo. But yeah, what's funny is I was surprised that you made it pretty damn far. And then I was like, is he going to beat it first try? And then you immediately get punched by the second phase, super punch, and I was like, no, he's gonna fucking die because that thing does so much damage, dude. If you're playing on Big Boss hard or the boss hard, that's just like almost a one shot. I think it's ridiculous how much damage it does.
I can imagine, yeah.
But yeah, nonetheless, like you said, the transition, it's pretty cool because every time you go into the next phase, it shows little flashes of the person you're fighting, right? So you're fighting from Tanker, you're fighting Liquid Ocelot or Ocelot Liquid, whatever, different form of him. And then when you hit him again, you get the next scene. Oh, dude, you were so funny. You were like, what? I got it. When you're doing that little cutscene to transition into Major Ocelot. Mm-hmm. Because then also you get this whole little CQC dance, if you will, which is the same CQC moves that were done between Big Boss, between Naked Snake and Ocelot on the Wake.
Yeah.
It's the same ones, with the exception of the eye poke, I guess, but it's the same ones for the most part. So then you get to that part, which is the fucking best part. Fucking Snake Eater playing in the background. You're on top of this U-boat, and you're just fucking fighting in the sunset. I can't get any better than that, dude. I think I will literally load up that, back in the day, would load up that boss fight just fucking sit there and duke it out as long as I could to Snake Eater. It's so fun, so cool. He's pretty tough here, technically speaking. Like, I don't know. I don't think you died. I think you came very close to dying. Did you die during to that third phase?
Once I got to the phase that played Snake Eater, I won.
You won? Okay.
Yeah, once I got to that phase. But before that, I died probably 3 or 4, maybe 5 times. Yeah.
But yeah, so like, damn, where's I going with this? Yeah, this whole Snake Eater. I love this. I love that fight. It's the coolest fight. It's probably close to same feeling, maybe better in my opinion, because it can go on forever. There's no time limit compared to when you fight the boss in the Field of Flowers. Unfortunately, you killed her too fast before the song plays. But if you do take your time, or if you're just slow or sucky or whatever, at the 5-minute mark, the song starts to play, and then the last 5-6 minutes of the fight are with Snake Eater. So I do love doing that as well with the boss, just having Snake Eater play while I'm fighting her. But it's still on a timer. So like, if you don't kill her after she says time's up, you lose that section of the fight. Versus here, the song is just on loop forever, and it is pretty cool. It's pretty sick. Noise, anything you want to add to that or anything?
I think this went on for too long.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I didn't enjoy this fight ever in any one of my playthroughs.
Oh damn.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I'm glad I had a one-on-one fight again, but it was too fucking long in my opinion. I did get hyped up the first time when the Snake Eater music came on, just like Kriss did, because it's just like, what's funny is Kriss, when was it? I forget. I think we were in our friend June's stream, and Kriss mentioned like, what did you say?
I was listening to Snake Eater to get myself hyped up for stream.
Yeah, and so I was like, oh, dude, when he gets to this fight, like he's gonna get super hyped. Yeah, and yeah, like that's the only thing that hyped me up. And luckily, there's only like one more phase after that, which is just like the old Snake phase. Yeah. But yeah, I literally felt like these two at the end, where they were just swinging at each other like, well, you just fucking go down and die already. Like, I have no more of me to give you. Like, just
I don't know why,
this, please.
It's so fucking,
everything's so long and drawn out in this game, dude. I don't understand why nobody else feels it. Like, I get that everyone wanted more Metal Gear Solid 4 or more Metal Gear, but like I said, this is too fucking much, man. Like, this is.
But you like the fucking escape sequence, like that.
It did not go on this long, dude. It did not go on this long. And there was different phases. This is 5 different fights in one. Like, just, okay, round 2. Okay, round 3. Okay, round 4. Okay, round 5. And then, okay, now no life bars. Now punch each other as tired old men. Like, it was just too much.
It's symbolism, but I mean, I get it. Respect it.
I get the symbolism. I don't respect it.
You beat the shit out. You beat well, it's not really what happens, but it makes you think you're beating the liquid out of him, because at the end,
I do get all that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I mean, that's Kriss, did you like it? I
liked it. Yeah, I very much enjoyed it. The whole fight. I will admit it was a little bit longer than I think it needed to be. But I didn't feel like they needed to trim it down, if that makes sense. Like, if they had trimmed it down, I don't think we would have necessarily been missing anything, but it didn't feel too excessive to me either. So
yeah, like I said, I will I will sit there and fight him for. I wish this fight would go on longer. Personally, I actually, just like the boss, when you're fighting her, I will literally sit there and take away all his stamina, because if you do chokeholds, you'll take down this oxygen bar. And when you get to the very, like every time you do a chokehold on him, it'll get shorter and shorter and shorter, when it starts to the point where like it will instantly drain his life. Like as soon as you go into chokehold, his life just starts draining. And then I trigger the next fight scene, and I do the same thing. Like I do just play a mini game. I just like to drag this fight on, which is crazy because noise is like, get it over with, I'm done. But I like to drag it on. When you're doing that old man punch, the very end, the old Snake theme is playing. You can actually control the camera too, just to get some more cinematic shots or whatever, just to kind of get just the final punch is the one that you can just literally sit there. I think it'll go on forever, or eventually it does trigger on its own. You can die here too, actually, during that section when you're trading shots back and forth. Kriss, I'm pretty sure you're just pushing R1 and just getting one hit after another, back to back to back. But if you don't push it, he will throw one at you, and you can trade him. And if you don't hit him back, he will kill you, which is kind of interesting. You can still die here. Again, I like it. I'm sorry that I don't know why you think
I've
it's too long.
I don't know what else I could say.
I think German. I think
also like the reward's not worth it to me either. I think that's my problem too. Is like the things that happen afterwards. I don't care.
Yeah,
it's not worth it to me.
I think German, and this doesn't explain it for everyone. This is only like that I can explain for me and you. We grew up watching Dragon Ball and stuff like that. And so we're used to like fight until there's nothing left and then keep going, and that's kind of what it was for me. Is this is the final struggle, whereas every other fight, it's like it seems like it's over, but he had just a little bit of energy left, so he was able to get away just in time, or he was able to just survive and they escaped, and that's why he's back again. Whereas this one, it's like, I want to make sure you're down for good, and both of them feel the same way. It's because they keep dying.
Yeah.
And so it's like, we need to put everything we have into this, and they do, and they're still not dead. And so it's like, we have to keep going. They are using every ounce of strength that they can muster. It's such a struggle, and that's why it takes so long. That's kind of the way I view it anyway, is that it's not just like, it's not a 10-pace shoot off at noon kind of thing where, okay, the winner's going to live and the loser's just going to die. It's, we need to put everything into this because we were fighting with our fists, so.
No, and what's kind of cool, what's funny is like you mentioned it in the cutscene before you actually get to control Snake, and they're literally matching each other blow for blow. There's a scene where like they literally punch each other in mid, their fists meet in midair, their kicks meet in midair. I don't know about you, but every time I see that section, I'm always thinking like shockwaves, like DBZ, like you said. I'm like, there's fucking shockwaves coming out right now. It looks, it's funny because nothing like that happens. But I'm like,
headbutt each other, yeah.
See, I feel like that, like Kriss said, if that part was at the end, I think that would have been cooler.
Instead of the old man punching each other, old men punching each other.
If it was that beginning scene, if that scene was at the end with them, matching fists, matching kicks, and matching all that, I don't know. That would have been cooler than just watching two old men fucking just punch each other. Like it's just, this game made me tired. Like it just made me tired.
Oh yeah.
And maybe that was the whole point, was Kojima was just like, you're supposed to feel like these two old motherfuckers that just they're also trying to get this over with. And I feel like that's, like I told you, this game is like personally attacking me. Like I want you to feel every ounce of fucking just struggle through this game. And if that was his intent, he fucking made me feel it. That's for sure.
Go ahead and continue. I'm researching stuff real quick.
But no, I think the one of the funny parts I noticed too during one of the fights, and I don't remember if it was scripted or not. I think it was, where Snake goes to punch him and Liquid or Ocelot, whoever, just headbutts his fist and overpowers him somehow. It's like I get, given the right training and the right angle and everything, that can happen, but like in this situation, it's kind of far-fetched. And I thought that was kind of funny that like he headbutted his fist and won, and it made me think of I am bleeding, making me the victor.
Yeah.
Well, they also block each other's blows with their elbows at some point too, like some kind of Muay Thai kind of shit.
Yeah.
there's a lot of weird kung fu, or not kung fu, but questionable martial arts here. But yeah, nonetheless, you duke it out. I love this fight. I said it, and then the final flash you get, which is funny because all of them you can make out. You can make out every fucking flash of it's like, oh, I'm fighting Ocelot from the tanker right now. Oh, I'm fighting fucking Ocelot from Metal Gear Solid 3. There's one final flash that happens that it's the pillar happens to be in front of the fucking camera. And I remember back in the day, not knowing what that flash was. I could never see it. until someone had uploaded it onto YouTube, and I was able to finally like watch that scene frame by frame and pause it on that section. And it's near impossible to see, in my personal opinion. Maybe my eyes aren't sane eyes anymore or something like that. But unless you pause it, it's actually Ocelot and Naked Snake on what do you call it, on the wig. When they're pretty much when they're looking at each other. I think it's after their fight, and when he says like, "What's your name?" "John." "My name is Ocelot," or whatever. "I'll see you later, John." But right before he jumps off, I think that's what the scene is. But it's like I can't see it. I don't know if anyone else can see it out there without pausing it. I never knew what it was until maybe like 2 years after the game came out, because I just wasn't able to see that section until someone uploaded it. But
why is that relevant?
Well, because
Ocelot. Solid Snake didn't know Ocelot when he was that age.
No, but I mean, it came after Snake Eater song, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just
it pisses you off. I get it, bro. I don't know what we're both on. We're opposite ends. Like it pisses you off, and I just don't know why it pisses you off.
No, it's just it doesn't make sense. This is supposed to be Solid Snake's story, and all this Naked Snake shit is popping up. Why? Why?
All this Naked Snake.
All this Snake Eater shit is popping up. It doesn't make any sense.
I have the same question of why Rose keeps popping up.
Yeah. Kriss understands the venom in my veins.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. His is for Rose, mine is for this entire game. Like it's just like I want all the listeners to know that I fucking gave it like a real shot. Like I gave it a real try, and it fucking should not have existed.
And I want to say I recognize that, because I could tell there were times where you're like, I'm going to shut up. I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to ruin it for you. I want you to experience it for yourself. And I could feel you holding back. So I appreciate that. But it must be nice to finally let go and let it all loose, I guess.
Yeah. And it's just, I don't know. It makes me, this wasn't the story I wanted for Snake, and I don't know, sucks.
Yeah.
To be honest.
I will admit as well, and this is jumping forward a bit more, the very end, well, not the very end, but towards the end, when I had mentioned in my stream the trigger warning, when Snake had the gun in his mouth, I fully thought that was going to be the end of Snake, and I was okay with that. It sucks. It's sad, but like Otacon was saying, he lived a long, hard life. He needs a rest. Mm-hmm. And then it comes back, and he's not dead. And I was just as disappointed with that as I was with Raiden's not death.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I would have been happy with that too.
Now, I did want to point that out. That remember, Kriss, I kept telling you to look at the intro. The intro. Did you watch the intro?
Yeah, I did.
No, I know. Remember, I kept telling you that. Yeah. It was mostly because I wanted to see if you picked up that the intro was actually the end of the game, not the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah.
You did get that? Because they don't zoom in at all, but he's you can barely see that his face is burnt in the intro. And because the game starts off, other than the creepy videos, a game starts off with you in the cemetery or the graveyard, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
So I remember my first time playing it through, I always thought like, oh, it's literally picking up off of that title screen. But no, it's actually the title screen is the end of the game. That's when he does, kill himself or whatever. Well,
yeah,
we think he kills himself. But yeah, so you get a little speech from Otacon, and he's like, oh, the worm left all the important stuff intact and just disconnected the military portion of it or something like that. I'm not really sure anymore.
Left the lifeline stuff intact, and
it's brainstem or whatever. Yeah, it's something like that. But yeah, so you get this whole the thing where the PMCs, I guess, the American, the U.S. Army, I guess, is now pretty much taking all these frog soldiers, all these PMCs into custody, if you will, whatever kind of goes on there. So then I think immediately after that, you fast forward to fucking the wedding at the outside of the what do you call it? The Nomad, the big old carrier plane. Now Meryl is fucking jacked here. I think it's hilarious how buff she fucking is if you really think about it.
Yeah,
I mean, in MGS1 in low poly, she was also fucking jacked. Like, do you remember the size of her arms?
No, I'm trying to remember that. But her arms?
Yeah, dude. Even in low poly,
yeah. But I guess this is the first time we see her in HD, I guess so. But it's also like you see like her full whatever the deltoids at the back, to like her upper back. I mean, she's jacked, dude. She's jacked. Again, not complaining. I think she looks dope, even jacked. But yeah, Colonel shows up and she's like, "Oh, you're gonna fucking walk me down the aisle." And I don't know. This wedding scene to me is definitely probably my low point of it. Like, I don't care for it too much.
And it's against Meryl's wishes.
Yeah.
What did Meryl say? She said she wants
wanted a real wedding with cake and flowers.
Did she? Okay, I don't remember.
Yeah, with like hella people there.
And there was flowers.
But she wanted like hella people there.
She said all her friends and family, didn't she?
And instead they do it off of the back of the fucking this thing.
I don't know. She never said church, though. She never said a church. So, I mean, her friends and family are there. And there was cake and flowers. So
there was no cake.
Yeah, there was.
German the apologist. Just
the apologist? I don't know what that word means.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take it as an insult.
Yes, you should. It just, I think this is what frustrates me more is that, like, you apologize for the game more. Like, because I hear it in your voice, the things you don't like, and then you immediately apologize for them.
Well, no, it's not that.
Like,
it's just
like
it's easier
like
to hate something than it's easier to hate something than it is to just accept it for what it is. So it is what it is.
Trust me, it was not easy for me to hate this game. I told you guys, I really tried. I was like, I'm probably wrong, and I just played this in the wrong state of mind or a wrong time in my life, and like I'm fucking playing multiple Metal Gears throughout this whole year, jumping from one to the other, and this is the one that I was just like, I don't like playing this. I don't like playing this at all at any point of it. Like, there's no game save spot where I would be like, oh, I would love to play this part again. Oh, I'd love to play this part again. It's just that doesn't exist for me. Not here. Mm-hmm. And then this is also like the wedding. It's non-Meryl like. This is not her personality. In what universe did the Meryl from MGS1 want this marriage? Right?
Yeah.
This is pre SOP. She said, "Yeah, go."
She gives the whole like cliche, what every girl says. Oh, I've been dreaming of this since I was a little girl. But like, you're a soldier now. You have other priorities. You have other things on your mind. You have, not that she doesn't want to get married, but like, you don't think like a little girl anymore when you're a soldier. So I get it from that standpoint. Like she does a total 180 in her personality and everything. Yeah. And it breaks it. It does.
It's uncharacteristic. It just feels like you were saying, German, like they what is it? They tied up all the loose ends. Mm-hmm. And like here they're trying to give everybody a happy ending. Like, okay, we got to appease the fans. Meryl's got to have a happy ending. Johnny's got to have a happy ending. Colonel's got to have a happy ending. Sonny's got to have a happy ending. Mei Ling, Ocelot. We can't let Snake die. We got to give him a happy ending. It's just it's so hard.
Yeah. No, I agree that, and like I said about like Snake should have died. Raiden should have died, or Raiden should have died. Those
would have been more impactful.
Yeah. Not everyone gets a happy ending. That's the point.
Right.
If it was a situation where Snake did this and Raiden did this so that Meryl could have a happy ending and live on, that should have been her happy ending. Not that she got married, not that she, oh, la la la, everything's happy dory. It's she got to live. Mm-hmm. Their sacrifice meant something. They sacrificed themselves so that these people could continue on. That should have been the way it ended, but it wasn't. And so because of that, I understand Noise's frustration with why did she get married? That's not who she is. So
yeah.
And then to top it off, Drebin shows up. Mm-hmm. Love it.
Yeah, driving full speed right at them, by the way. I was like, really? And again, they don't notice until the last minute because apparently it's stealth.
It was out of frame.
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't want to be a downer. Keep going. Keep going.
No, yeah, I don't really remember what else happened. So, I'm just
Well, he
scrolling through.
like releases the pedals from his tank thingy. What is this thing called?
I don't even think it's given a name.
The Drevenmobile, I guess.
The Driven-mobile, and releases a million doves
Yeah.
into the air. And
Who don't poo anywhere.
Yeah, who actually does? Who actually? What is it called?
APC.
An APC. Okay, thank you, producers. Thank you. Fuck. What is the word? The guy who actually marries them? Who?
Officiate.
Officiate. Thank you. That's the. God dang it! What is his name? There's Jonathan.
Ed.
There's Ed. I was like, what the fuck is the other guy's name?
Yeah, I didn't remember him at all, and I call him someone else.
You call him someone else?
What?
You call him
Call
You
him?
guys didn't hear?
No.
Mm.
I was
That
like,
was
oh,
Drebin?
look, it's Sigint.
Oh,
my
shit.
God.
I missed it.
I was like, that's racist. I'm going to be canceled because of
Oh my
that.
God.
All right, I did hear that portion of it. I just didn't know what you were saying. Okay. I must have missed it.
Yeah.
I did see comments like I love your second joke, and I was just like, wait, what happened? I totally missed it.
By the way, like I
Oh,
mentioned earlier that we didn't see them anymore, and then all of a sudden they're here. So they survived. So I guess
Right.
Ed
Yeah,
is
plot
a
armor,
certified pastor, whatever the fuck you guys said, this person that marries people, whatever that is.
I already lost the word again. What was it, Chris?
Officiant.
Yes,
Officiant?
he officiated the wedding.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He was the ordained.
Which is very bullshit too, in my opinion. That he's like, it's like, dearly beloved, we're here together. And he's like, all right, they're fucking married. Move on. Like he's like, go on, kiss her. Like he skips like the whole thing. You know,
the exchange of the rings, the exchange of vows, everything.
Yeah.
He's
Do
"Well,
you
what are
take this
waiting
woman?
for?" It's like,
yeah. Do you take this woman?
the
Do
wedding?
you take this man?
The ceremony?
Yeah. It's literally 10 seconds. It is pretty funny. He's like, what are you waiting for? Go on, kiss her. You know, I'm like, oh, okay, shit, that was it.
And then Sonny finds a stray brown boy
Yep.
just
Mowgli.
hanging around there. Yeah, Mowgli is what Chris called him.
I did catch that too.
Where are they?
I don't know. I don't think it's ever stated. I always, for some reason, I just thought South America, but who knows where the fuck they're at.
That's kind of what it makes me think of, because I don't think they would have gone back to the Middle East. Like they'd have to go somewhere neutral.
They were off the. Oh, dude, she does say where they were though, where they was going to surface.
Oh shit, you're right.
You'll
Never know.
what?
So I'm snapping this disc in half
Yeah.
forever.
And then you get So I'll say what I think should have happened after we can finish this whole section of this cutscenes, and then you get the cutscene of some man laying on the bed, which is funny because everyone that I've seen,
yes.
Do you know
everyone,
what day it is
including
tomorrow?
myself, yeah. I was like, oh, Snake. Like you're like, oh, it's Snake. He's in the hospital. You know, he's in bed. And then it turns out it's Raiden. You're like, oh, okay, it's Raiden. You're like, all right, whatever. You know, he's got his body rebuilt or whatever. At this point,
I like the little UI of like the body. Like it's just like a little
yeah.
mannequin or
But
whatever the fuck it is.
You can clearly see all the seams on his body here, which
Yeah.
I question myself. So, like, are those his original body parts, or are those just organic body parts that were donated by people, or are these
He's the
robot,
new
like
Dr.
full blown?
Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah, are these full blown robot parts now? Like that? What is he? Is he?
Yes.
He's full
And
robot.
this is an honest question. It's an honest question. 'Cause I don't know. It's like, so that's all synthetic. That's all synthetic. So from now on, Rose will touch him and he'll be synthetic skin. He's not real anymore, except for his brain and heart.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, because I've always wondered, well, you know, can they graft liquid claims he had, or Ocelot claims he had Liquid's arm attached to him and shit like that. So it's like, so did he just have donor arms, or were those his original arms, or what the fuck's going on there? But yeah, that's the question I don't know. So maybe
Yeah.
He's a $1
maybe
million
we'll be answered.
man. They have the technology.
Yeah. Back then, I don't think I thought that he was completely synthetic. I probably also thought that he was like donor parts.
Donor parts,
But
or
like
at least
as
his
a-
originals were kept on cryostasis or frozen or some shit like that
in a briefcase in
was-
the corner somewhere.
until his come back from his mission. But
Like his blood. Did he ever get his blood back?
yeah, no, probably not.
But like
Maybe.
as I've watched like more movies and shit, like when you see movies like about like androids and shit that look human, like if they're gonna like I don't know if you guys watched Deus Ex. No, not Deus Ex. Ex Machina. There's
Mhm.
like a scene where the like she's not even an android, but this robot trades parts with another robot, and you know you see her hands kind of looking for the seam, and then finds the seam, and then peels back the synthetic skin. and then trades like the mechanical part and then puts the new mechanical part and puts the skin back. So that's why I kind of think this is all synthetic, just because of other media that I've seen, especially like Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is like a perfect example of seeing these seams inside of a cyborg, I guess is the better not just android, but like a cybernetic organism.
But no, so Rose comes in, and I won't lie to you, I do remember feeling a little bit more my first playthrough around, but then again, my first playthroughs around, I did call her a bunch, and like I said, I just really took the whole game in. When she comes in and she's got a little boy that clearly fucking looks like Raiden, and Raiden's like,
it's clearly a mini Raiden.
Yeah, he's like, cute kid, right? Crumbles, She's like, no, it's yours, and he's like, you said miscarriage. No, I lied. And then like she gives a speech again. I don't remember why it was more impacting to me my first playthrough around, because I probably had more info from her, like from calling her. But the point is that she lied about the miscarriage, and that Colonel pretended to be her husband in order to protect them from the Patriots' eyes, or their gaze or some bullshit like that. So there's this whole arc of Raiden being pissed or heartbroken at Rose for, in a sense, cheating on him or betraying him by fucking going with Colonel, was quote unquote justified by saying like, no, it was just a rouge until you finished your mission. It was just so you can finish the mission. It is a little also weird, because it's like, I get it if he was pretending to be your husband to shield them from Patriots' eyes, but why couldn't you still tell Raiden like, hey, listen, he's here to protect us. I'm not sleeping with him. Fucking, like that mentally fucked him up
emotionally.
That mentally fucked him up on these missions. Every time he's out on his mission going like, fuck it, I'll just die here then if I have to, instead of going like, no, I'm capable of doing this mission and I should try to do it and come home. You know what I'm saying? Very, very uncalled for, like very weird. But I don't know. It brings this whole concept of Campbell, that the fact that he never told Meryl. She's like, oh, he never even told Meryl. And you're like, okay, but why? Why not say something? Like, if you're going to be there, protect them from Patriot eyes, you could tell them and just say like, don't tell anyone, or, what I'm saying? Like, this is all for protection, like, I don't know. Very weird, but whatever. The little like, kid.
Are the nanomachines listening?
I guess so. Maybe do they know what you know?
That's the only way. Yeah, that's the only excuse, I think.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, if they know what you know, then that would. Yeah, or again, are listening, constantly recording like our devices are right now.
Yeah, it's almost like Rose is emotionally manipulative and shouldn't be trusted or liked.
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
Now I'll argue again that whole portion of Rose. What portion of Metal Gear Solid 2 was really Rose? Like was she the AI from the fucking get go, or at some point did the AI take over? I don't know.
You're asking me?
No, just in general. Oh. Just in general. But yeah, like I said, we see little mini Raiden here, and he's got some weird little sailor suit for some fucking reason. I don't know why the fuck she dressed him up in that fucking outfit.
So that we know he's a child.
So fucking awkward, man. It looks like a Donald Duck.
He could be a small human. He's a child. Exactly.
That could have been Kriss walking in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, and he's like, oh my god, he's my son, my little Jack, and or my little John, and I don't know, whatever. My first playthrough, I was very
I said emotional. Another Johnny.
I know, yeah. That was a joke going around. I was a little happy, sad, like, oh my god, oh, so he does get a happy ending, like you said, a happy ending. I was like, okay, cool, whatever. Now I could care less about the kid. I don't care about the kid or Rose necessarily. Jack is fine. Like, I'm like, cool, he got to survive, I guess. I'm cool with him getting a happy ending, but I would have been cool if he fucking got married to Mei Ling. Fuck it, I don't care, But yeah, you get some dumb, like Noise points to some dumb poetry as well, because he's like, oh, like Beauty and the Beast or some shit. He's like, I'm the Beast. Like, no, you're no beast. You're my husband. You're my beautiful husband.
Look at these real tears from my eyes.
and I'm gonna be the perfect wife. This
only one eye, by the way.
Yeah, huh?
She only cries from one eye.
No, I never noticed you mentioned something, but I didn't notice it.
Yeah, she only ever cries from her left eye.
Really? Well, maybe she burned her tear duct. I don't know. But
no, she's fake. She's AI. She's not real.
It's a figment of his imagination from the Dino Machines.
No, it's just she's only able to cry out of one eye because it's the only eye she's able to cry out of. If she cries out of the other one, she'll short circuit.
The other one's for pumping in tears. That's
exactly.
That's the inlet.
Intake and
the intake, yeah.
Intake and exhaust, yeah.
Exhaust, thank you. I was like, what's the other word?
But yeah, like I said, you get this whole little scene there with them. Like, okay, cool, whatever. And it was funny, I couldn't chat, but I was gonna warn for the trigger warning there with the next scene here. And what I think is funny is you did at some point must have said something because you're like, oh, potential trigger warning or some shit like that, right? Mm-hmm. And then I think you did say, Kriss, you're like, oh, I think we're safe now. And I don't think Mrs. Damn It Kriss heard.
No, she didn't hear him. No.
Well, yeah, because
she didn't. She didn't see your lips.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, it was intended in case someone else had gone through that kind of issue or whatever.
Yeah.
But it was also partially like, here's a warning. Of,
it was a general net. You're like, also just
Yeah.
So okay.
Yeah, you never know who it could affect.
No, exactly. Absolutely.
So and I didn't know when it was going to come up in the game. So it's like I don't know when to put a trigger warning, and I don't know how much information I should put.
Yeah.
That's why when June's like trigger warning for what, and I was like, what do I say? Like gun violence? Like I don't want to say what it is because
stuff.
Someone taking their own life. I don't like how do I phrase that it makes sense, because he's right. Like I should say what the trigger warning is about, but also I don't want to say, oh, he puts a gun to his head. He swallows a gun, or something like that. So
yeah.
So it's just
you're trying to avoid what the trigger warning is. Yeah. I get you.
Too explicit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crap.
No, understandable.
I think in the future we can. As mods, we should do better. DM the person that asked the question. Like maybe you can.
That's true.
Remind us, it's like, hey, can one of you mods DM this person and let them know what's up?
Yeah.
Just in case we fucking fail like we did today.
June, if you happen to be listening to this one podcast, which is very unlikely, I know, but it's nothing against you. Like there's nothing wrong with being curious. It's not that, and he had a good point in that. Like I should probably give a sense of what it's about, because otherwise, what who's triggered by what, and so it's like, is it self injury, stuff like that? Is it suicide?
Is it SA?
Yeah, stuff like that. Like what am I looking for? What should I avoid?
Exactly like Metal Gear Solid 3. Like I said, just the Delta that'll come out. There's so much SA in that game. There's so much fucking potential triggers in there. Who knows who's watching or playing that game when it comes out?
Yeah. So it's just like, I don't blame June. It's just like,
no.
How do I say this tactfully without giving it away? So it's like, but it's and of course not knowing when it's going to come up in the game. And I don't expect you guys to tell me like it's going to happen here, because I don't know what spoilers are going to be, and I don't expect you guys to. So it's one of those things where in the back of my head, because I remember I had watched that scene after you told me, German, to watch that, and I was like, oh yeah, I need to watch this, the intro scene. And I told her about it afterwards. I didn't say what happened. I just said there's a potential trigger warning. And I think it was the next time I was streaming, she's like, don't forget about the trigger warning. I was like, well, I don't know when it's going to happen. So, yeah.
But,
okay,
cool.
Yeah, so
good to know. But yeah, so yeah, you get the Beauty and the Beast fucking ending with Raiden there. Oh yeah, cool. And then you get the final scene. Now Snake's in the graveyard. He's taking his smoke, and he's like, I got one final mission I got to do. But, pulls out his gun. And, the rest is pretty straightforward. We talked about it right now. He gets on the ground. He's going to commit, unaliving.
Trigger warning for those listening.
Yeah. he's gonna erase his memes. Literally what he says, right?
Yeah.
Camera pans up and he shoots himself. But no, what happens?
Kriss said he missed. Or no, did somebody in chat say he missed?
I don't think I did.
I think it was someone in chat. I was like, but we don't know that until later. Sorry. So go ahead.
Yeah. No. So it cuts immediately back to Durbin over there, and this is where we learn that Durbin tells us that he was under orders the whole time. He tells us a lie, which is kind of weird because he goes, "I probably figured this out," but he goes,
"Sorry, who tells who?"
Durbin tells Otacon. Jesus. He tells them, like, you probably figured this out, but I'm not really an employee of Arms Tech. And he's like, I was under strict orders from the Patriots to help you out or back you up the whole time or some bullshit like that. And it's kind of interesting because also, God damn it, Otacon goes, he was like, what? Oh, he gets a little fit, you know, and he's like, hey man, come on, don't take it personal. But it is kind of funny. It's like, how would he not take it personal? Like, you're literally an agent of the organization that's been trying to kill him or, you know, fuck with everything since the beginning, you know?
I think it's just like, how many more people are gonna betray Otacon?
Otacon. maybe.
You know what I mean? It's like Naomi. It's like
dude.
The first people who hired him for Rex. Like everyone's just fucking backstabbing this fool.
Absolutely. But yeah. So
Sonny's gonna turn on him.
Dude, that would be cool. That'd be interesting. But yeah, no. So he goes on to tell this speech about how this is where I wanted to bring up my, and I almost forgot about it if you hadn't have mentioned it, Noise. Where I wanted to bring up my thoughts for Drebin, like what could have made him better, or maybe not better. I think there's a potential that Drebin was a repurposed character. There, at least in my mind, in my theory, you know, if we were to maybe ask around, there could be some information out there. But so it turns out he's a product of the Patriot system. You know, he's a gun launderer for them or for them. You know, he's not just some random person causing chaos. They let him launder guns because it helps the war economy, which is their number one driving, you know, force here, whatever factor. And he says he's a war orphan. And, you know, I think there's potential, maybe again, rewritten as a character, because in his what did Senor Bacon call it? ATV or ATC
APC?
Or whatever that was, APC. Remember how we talked about it in Act 2? He had pictures of the beauty and of the beauties, right? He had some kind of pictures of them. Almost like if he knew who they were, he was almost, in my opinion, like hunting them down to an extent, or at least tracking them. And Noise, you remember when you had said that the picture of the people holding the monkey is like something from history about people saying it was a thought that it was an alien and it was actually just a shaped monkey or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think what's funny is like, like an alien conspiracy theory, and he's also got these pictures of these beauties that would also be probably considered by non-military people, like, oh my god, aliens or something out of the blue, a Bigfoot, if you would, right? Something mysterious. So I remember the Loch Ness monster and stuff. So when I first played this game and I got to this section here, I was totally expecting Drebin to come out and say, not that he was working for the Patriots the whole time necessarily, but I thought he was going to say, like, I just thought it was going to be like he himself was trying to hunt down the beauties, and that's why he was helping Snake so that they could get their peace or whatever, you know, like that was his whole purpose behind him knowing. Why else would he know their whole histories? You know, like, oh, he's been trying to hunt them down for a while now. You know, what's a reference you could use, like from you guys get what I'm saying, right? Like from a movie cliche, like I've been trying to track down, you know, the Loch Ness monster for 30 years, and you know, I'm going to use this guy to help me do it or some shit like that. You know, his vendetta, his purpose for being or whatever.
I mean, basically, Metal Gear. You're just describing Metal Gear, where everyone uses Snake to get Avenger to do whatever.
pretty much that. So I thought that's what it was going to end up being, and I don't know why I always thought like it was going to end up being that like he was like. He could have easily been that scar he had on his head. I just like imagine like, man, he could have been so much cooler in my opinion. Like if that was his purpose, like he had actually maybe taken down one and it was like, these things are fucking ridiculous. I don't know. You get what I'm saying with this. Like, I think why would he have all these pictures? Why would he know all their backstories? And then like none of it has anything to do with it. He was working for the Patriots. That's pretty much what I want to talk about Drebin, but he
just
also
bad writing, I guess.
Just what?
Just bad writing, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. I think he was repurposed. I'm telling you. I think he probably was gonna be that. Like he was gonna be like, oh man, like at the end of the game or at some point in the game, he was gonna be like, yeah, man, like I've been trying to, you know, maybe his sister or some bullshit, you know, was like, yeah, she was kidnapped and used for these experiments, a Naomi kind of concept, and you know, now I'm trying to make sure like no one else suffers this fate or some bullshit. But nonetheless, he oh yeah, we gave the revelation, the reveal of why, because as Otacon, he goes, oh, you're drinking. I thought it was only strictly soda for you. He's like, nah, man. He goes, the nanomachines just break down the alcohol too fast so you can't get drunk. So that's like, I guess why he just drinks a lot of soda, even though the nanomachines would probably do the same, right? For the sugar and caffeine, I'm assuming.
Well, probably just for the sensation, like the carbonation sensation.
The carbonation
like
you'll still get.
It'd be a sin. There's a special place in hell for people who waste good alcohol. And if this motherfucker was just drinking alcohol and not
without getting drunk,
Okay. So he was just like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna down about 13 Dr. Peppers."
Jesus, man, yeah, 13 Dr. Pepper. But yeah, he's a war orphan too, and it's okay. Like it adds a little bit to his story, but I think it could have been better, in my opinion. But he also reveals that this is where again we goes back to the Johnny. He goes, "I wasn't the only one under their employment or whatever, right?" And he nods over to the group. But what's funny is when he nods over to them, the person in the very center of the screen is Johnny, right? And in my opinion, I was always like, "Oh shit, Johnny!" The whole nanomachines, like you said. Remember, you said like they let him keep joining Meryl's team and keep going without nanomachines. Like how else would you explain that? Someone with no nanomachines that keeps dodging the mandatory fucking injections is somehow just allowed to go on these super, important missions. But yeah, he reveals that freaking Rapitol Team 1. It was actually just a little anagram or whatever the word would be for Patriot, right?
Chris, so, what was your take on that?
That was like, it was interesting, but nothing more. Like
was it like an insane stretch? Like it doesn't even spell Rat Patrol Team 1. He just
he had to force it. He had to force it.
Exactly. He had to force it. And then he is a great magician.
Well, see, there he pulls out the handkerchief. Remember, you guys were all like, "What's that mean?" I'm like, it's just a prop. It's just a
fucking magician.
Because you guys were like, he snapped his handkerchief. I'm like, dude, it's just him.
Diversion,
yeah, diversion. That's all it was.
So it's lamer. It's lamer than we thought.
But hey, he did pull fire from his two fingers with no handkerchief. How do you do that one?
That was cool.
I'm pretty sure there's magicians that do that.
Yeah, no, there definitely is. There's some kind of jelly or something you can put on your fingers.
That's all it is.
Yeah,
he's a magician. But he gives another speech here. This for sure to me gets a little boring. MSG2, like there's a whole lot of MGS2, dyslexia.
You're gonna just sell people a big box of grease?
no grease.
Chinese food, no soul food
Chinese.
Here.
No, there you go. No, he goes into a speech that I'm sorry, I don't care. He goes, there's a lot of countries out there that owe a lot of money, blah blah blah. Who's gonna pick up the tab? Blah blah blah. The Drebins are in the bit. I'm like, I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, I really don't. Because I was let down that he didn't have a bigger purpose to do, in my opinion. I wanted him to have something to do with the BBs. But yeah, so yeah, it turns out that Rapid Patrol Team 1 was also employed. The whole point, remember, was for the Patriots was to kill Liquid. That was the whole fucking point, was because he's trying to knock them out. So they allowed Snake and Drebin and Rapid Patrol Team 1 and whoever else. Actually, remember in the beginning of the game, Meryl says that there was like 2 other teams that were killed before her. Like they're the third team in there. So,
So how are they Rapid Patrol Team 1?
The other ones were different animals. They were.
Then why number them?
I don't know. But
I mean, it's just I don't know. Just a question.
Yeah, I don't know.
There was 2 other teams: Rapid Patrol Team 0 and Rapid Patrol Team -1.
Well, I'll sit down with a piece of paper and I'll find out other animals that could also potentially other animals and algorithms or whatever you want to call them that would
anagrams that would also spell out Patriot.
Spell Patriot, yeah, exactly.
That's what we need.
Tar Patrol. Tar Patrol. Nah, I don't know. We could figure it out. Like turn the N upside down or something.
Art Patrol,
Tar
Patrol,
something.
and Rat Patrol.
Tra Patrol.
Well, you guys are just sticking to the rat. You got to remember, you could also use like the O and the 1, and then use the I as a 1.
We just said animals, but it's easier. It's just easier to just read. What's that word or not word? That game that people play daily.
Scrabble.
No, not
Works
Scrabble.
with Friends.
No, not that one. It's one of those that you're thinking.
I don't know it, but I know they show you like 2 letters or some bullshit like that.
Well, it's 5 letters, and you got to make 5 words out of them. Like I had to play
Wordle?
it for yes, Wordle. Thank you. I had to play it for the fucking good job yourself. Is that what you're saying?
No, to our
producer. I didn't see it. Yes, our producer guy. No, I was playing the password game, and it made me play that to make this password. Dude, that game was insane. I can't even believe I did it. I did it in like 3 hours. But
I can't play that game because I can't. Because I'll be the one that's going like escape, you know. I'll completely mispronounce it. I'll be focused on like the first two letters making the T sound, and I'll like the whole. Have you guys seen that video where that one family goes like what is TWI twee? What is TW?
Oh, 12.
Twee 12. That's me. That's fucking me. That's why I can't play that game, dude.
Yeah, or what is YES spelled? Yes.
Yeah, I know that.
EYES spelled? Yes.
Yes. Exactly. That's me. I'm so focused on the yes. I'm like, oh wait, that's eyes. So yeah, that's I can't play Wordle. I'm not or any of those kind of variations of games. I suck at them. But yeah, so that's pretty much what we get here. We do get some funny moments with where freaking they're arm wrestling in the back and fucking Meryl,
like the bigger guy keeps like beating the smaller guy, and then Meryl's the one that beats the biggest guy.
She's and easily too, and it was just a simple like.
And I told Chris, I was like, Meryl is Bonnie confirmed.
Yeah.
But inside joke for our other podcast, our friend Bonnie, I always like usually beat everybody at fucking arm wrestling on Monster Hunter, but I haven't seemed to been able to fucking beat her yet, and it's pissing me off. So that's why I'm like, she's Meryl confirmed.
That's another perfect example of the student surpassed the master, if you will, because like I used to beat the shit out of her, and so she'd be like, how do you do it? I showed her like my techniques, and now I can't beat her. I can beat her maybe once out of 10. She's got me, and I'm getting older, so I'm like, I can't button mash that fast Bonnie no more. I'm done. And
I know, I'm starting to feel it now.
You used to be able to beat me. I'm like, I know, Bonnie, but I can't no more. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like Metal Gear, like the torture scene, like I can I can feel myself getting slower, and I'm like,
I'm tired. You're like, dude, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, you get that little cutscene there. And then we get my favorite character, Sunny. It was Kriss when she said, "Can I give him the Mark III?" And someone made a comment about like you're giving him a fucking robot. Like what the fuck? Like to the little brown kid. What the fuck was going on there? Like you guys were talking something weird.
I never referred to him as little brown kid. I called him Mowgli.
Okay, I mean,
and
I've never seen the white Mowgli in any.
Well, I'm not, but I didn't. I should just say, "Oh, the little brown kid." I just said, I called him Mowgli.
To be fair, German, he was also walking with the Black Panther next to him. So
I know, right? But yeah, I always think these things funny because she's like, I just met him. He's my very first friend. Can I give him this expensive ass fucking robot? Like,
Did she say outside friend?
I think just first friend.
She said first outside friend. Yeah.
Outside friend.
Yeah.
So I just think it's funny. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just saying like maybe the kid could use some shoes or some clothes. I mean, I'm not going to go to.
He wasn't all tattered. He wasn't in a third world country. He was just chilling out there.
Well, he was. It looked like he had a fishing like pole or something, but
he was playing with something. Like he wasn't like scrounging for scraps or anything.
Nothing like that. He just happened
to be there, and they were like, "What the fuck is this kid doing here?"
Which again, it looks like it's some kind of runway, and so it's like this kids just come wandering around in there. It's definitely questions.
It's a runway, so yeah, it's a place to run around.
But again,
they don't have streets to play in German. They have to play on the runway.
Yeah, they have to go to the airport to play.
But. Yeah, right. You're right. For all I know, this guy's like the best Fortnite player ever. So I don't fucking know that. You're right. Yeah. but I always
2008 best Fortnite player.
I always was just like, dude,
2014.
2014? No. Oh yeah,
it's based on 14. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know. I just always thought it was funny. It's like, dude, like, how about we just like, see what he needs first instead of giving him a fucking PC? Maybe you need something else first, And again, it's Sunny. She's socially awkward.
Yeah, she's socially awkward. And also, I don't think it like means anything to him. Like it has no value.
No, exactly.
And Sunny, because I think didn't she say, or did they say that like she like definitely put in like a big hand in making
it? They built it. But what I'm trying to say is like a robot, like to me is like maybe like there's other shit this could possibly use. Again, like a robot in this. Again, like a robot.
You want her to give away her fucking PS3 that's upstairs?
So PS3. So you're telling me, Jeremy, you've never had like a 3-year-old come up to you and like give you a rock or something? Here you go, as if it is their like most precious possession that they've just given you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's what I felt from it. That's what I thought it was. Is this is their most precious possession? She made a new friend. She wants to give him her most precious possession.
Something personal. Yeah. You're right. You're right there.
Right. Yeah.
You're right there. You're 100% right there. From Sonny's point of view, it is that. But the way Otacon looks over and he's like, he just kind of looks. He's like, hell no, we ain't giving that motherfucker to Mark III. Like, fuck that.
That's because he's like the worst dad ever.
Yeah. But yeah. So anyway, she's like, oh, Otacon tells her like, oh, Sonny, you can. It's okay. The way he says it's funny. He goes, Sonny, it's okay if you want to live outside now or something like that. It almost feels like he just wants to like take off, like leave her there. Like, all right, man, you made a new friend. I'm out. See you later. Like, good luck, Sonny.
Yeah. I can kind of feel what he's, it's like, I'm going to go through this probably next year or at the end of this year. But, like just sending my kid off to preschool or something, with a fucking stranger. I'm sure that's probably what he's feeling, when Naomi was telling him, she needs to go outside. And he's like, what do you mean? Like, she's totally fine.
She's got everything she needs here. Yeah.
Yeah. He is attached to her for sure.
Absolutely.
Definitely her dad pretty much.
No, and also like the fact that he himself is very socially awkward. He's like the way he just says like it's okay if you want to be outside now. You see, his speech is very awkward because he is awkward himself, and he doesn't know how to be a dad and be like, hey, let's go outside and play, because he doesn't go outside and play. He just spends all his time at his computer.
Yeah.
But yeah. So then so you get Sunny here, and she's like, hey, she's like, where's Snake? And he's like, Snake is sick, and he went on a trip to feel better. And obviously all of the adults know that means he went on a farm, upstate. So, we won't see him for a little bit. She kind of teases him here. Oh, she's like, oh, we're not going with him. And obviously Otacon's like, I'm not sure if Otacon knew he was going to go end it, or he just had thought maybe Snake wasn't going to come back, and just in general, just go, wait until he dies or something like that.
Walk into the sunset.
Yeah, walk to the sunset, just never to be seen again, and what happened to him. Like I don't think Snake told Otacon like, "Hey, I'm gonna go shoot myself at the graves." Like he's like, I'll be back later or some bullshit.
Yeah,
probably not.
I got the feeling he knew that was gonna happen.
Me too.
I felt it was one of those things where it was never said.
Oh, that's true. Because he still thinks it's gonna be a bomb. Yeah.
Yeah, he knows what's gonna happen. So
that's true. I forgot about that. We haven't learned the final outcome yet. So here's one part where like I think it's kind of I think just some editing would have been better in this section here. Again, this is all wishful thinking. It is what it is, but she remember earlier the first cutscene we got when Meryl got married and everything. Mei Ling asked, "Where's Snake?" Otacon says, "Oh, you know him. He always keeps you waiting, right?"
Yeah.
And then it literally pans over to like Campbell, and Campbell's looking off into the sun, and he says, "Thank you, Snake. Thank you." This is before we see Snake shoot himself. So I think like it would have just flowed a little bit better, maybe hit a little harder if none of that happened. Instead, like here is where it happens. Like Meryl gets her wedding, and then it pans off to Johnny, or what's his name? Raiden. Then it pans to Snake, and then it cuts back to us. I meant to say cut, not panning. And then here, we get this whole section, and then Mei Ling could ask, where's Snake? And Sonny could be like, yeah, where is Snake? I haven't seen him. Like, oh, Snake is sick and he went to go feel better, blah, blah, blah. And then, she's like, what? I wonder if I'll see him again, or we're not going with him. And she's like, he needs to be alone. He had a hard life. The whole regular speech could have kind of happened out. And then like, I think it just would have been nicer if like, as he's saying that, like the main people that knew Snake, like Meryl and Mei Ling and Campbell, kind of would like gathered around him, and because they also realize what's going on if they didn't know by this point. Because Otacon cries, he's crying, and she, I think it's funny, freaking Sunny, the way she teases him always pissed me off. When she's like, ooh, whatever the fuck that is. Is that like a Japanese thing or something?
I wasn't sure. It seemed like it might have been. Yeah, that was a little. It was. I don't know.
It's awkward. It's really weird. It's not awkward. Sunny awkward. I think it must be some kind of culture thing. Because she's like, ooh, and so he's like, I'm not crying. I think this is where like everyone could have been around him, like accepting that Snake is gonna die or already dead, and then Campbell could have maybe looked at the sunset and said, "Thank you, Snake. Thank you." I don't know. That's could have played a little better. But
yeah, I kind of see that. I mean, once he said like he always keeps us waiting, and like he clearly wasn't there, I had a pretty good idea what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Now, partially because of, watching that scene in the beginning, but even beyond that, like Snake was, he figured going through this microwave thing was going to be suicide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's ready to throw his life away. He's done. Like his life is, as far as he's concerned, he's lived his life,
Yeah. He's lived his life and fulfilled his purpose, and it's time to go before shit happens.
So as far as I could tell, even if I hadn't like watched that fully in the beginning, I probably would have realized, okay, he's dying. He's gonna go kill himself. Something's gonna happen that
why he won't come back.
Yeah, he's not coming back.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I just think just some editing could have made this a little bit more impactful for here, because we know what happened.
Yeah.
So what I was gonna say is, like, I wanted to like chat with you and stuff like that, like because I was pretty sure that you were gonna be, once the first we'll spoil it for anyone out there. If you're listening to this part, you already probably know what happened. For the first set of cutscene credits, I was like, oh, Kriss is probably gonna be distracted. It's gonna be reading chat and whatever. So I was gonna be like, hey, Kriss, I was gonna bring up like, hey, I wonder what happened to our good friend Scott Dolph. I was like, I wonder if he's in this game. We should look at those credits. Like, Kriss, we should look at those credits. Like, yeah. Kriss, read the credits, because the credits come out, right? Because I remember when I first played this, I was like, shit, okay. I was like, so that's it. And I'm like, it can't be, no. And I'm reading all the names, like, cool. And you get some crazy ones in there, like it says like voice of God, Hideo Kojima, which I've actually yet to find out where the fuck like you hear that. So it must be something. but anyways, you're reading all these names, right? And you're like, cool. And then it goes, Big Boss, Richard Doyle. And a lot of the streamers I've seen they get here, and you as well. I don't remember what your reaction immediately was, but my reaction for sure was like, Big Boss? I'm like, Big Boss? Big Boss was in this game? Like, Big Boss was in it? And then all of a sudden, it cuts to the next scene.
I was more confused by Richard Doyle, because last time we had Big Boss, it was David Hayter.
Well, sure. Yeah. Okay. See, for me, I was like, to me, it wasn't so much the name. It was just more like, when did we hear him speak? It was more of like was there a secret codec call that I missed? Was there like something in Act 3 that I was supposed to do that the body would talk to me?
I knew it was an upcoming thing, because they almost always do credits like that in order of appearance.
Explain this
which
one.
Which means if he's at the very end, he either appeared right before the credits, or there's going to be something after the credits. So I was like, there's another credit scene. That's where he's going to be. And I was like, Scott Doyle? What? David Hayter? What do you mean?
Richard, yeah.
Richard Doyle, yeah.
Yeah. So,
did I say Scott Doyle?
You did. You just made a whole new character.
Scott Dolphin, Richard Doyle.
What was it? What was I calling fucking Jackson? I kept calling him Jackson, I think. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I was like, no, wait. I was like, oh, yeah. Jackson was the Fortune's husband. My bad.
Yeah. I feel like they shouldn't have put that there. It pulls away from the impact of seeing him.
It does to an extent. Yeah, it does. Like I said, I think it could have gone either way, because like all the other streamers that I've seen, and my reactions was literally what they were like, wait, when the fuck was Big Boss in this game? Versus, you're right, it could have been like, oh, Big Boss is there's like Kriss said, like, oh, big order of appearance, Big Boss, there's a cutscene with him in it. But yeah, you cut back to Snake, who missed somehow, No, I love that, because that's one of my favorite all-time jokes from the old Looney Tunes cartoons. I don't know if you guys ever remember it. I love Looney Tunes. They're like embedded in my brain. But there's one with Pepe Le Pew and the unnamed cat that he's always trying to bang. And she locks herself in this box or some shit, right?
The cat that he sexually harasses?
Yeah. And she's in this box, and he's all like, like telling her like he's mouthing to her, like, come out right now. She's like, nope. He's like, come on out. She's like, no, you stink. He's like, me? He's like, yes, you. But it's just mouthing, because there's no words being said, right? And so he gets all sad, right? And he pulls out this fucking big old revolver, and he looks all distraught and sad. He waves at her, the shit they got away with back in the day, right? Points the gun to his temple, walks off screen, and you hear bang. So she fucking opens up her box, or where the fuck she walks, and she runs out. He's like, I missed. I always fucking love that, man. I was like, I don't know. It's just a dumb jokes like these. Like, I missed. And I was like, you fucking asshole. Like, how the fuck do you miss? A, but B, yeah, it's like, don't do that, kids. Don't point guns to your head. But
Yeah.
But yeah, so
you kids listening to this podcast.
Yeah, I know, right? Back in the day, man, we didn't have disclaimers. You saw shit on TV and you didn't do it. And if you did, you're not here no more. So that's the way it was.
Yeah, a lot of kids broke a lot of each other's spines doing wrestling moves.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
But then so it cuts back and Snake is panting and shit, and all of a sudden you see this man standing there. Well, first of all, you hear like, "That's right," like he says, "That's right. No need for you to go," or some shit like that. Kriss, you said you already knew this was Big Boss, right? Like it wasn't like, who is this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, same here.
Well, as soon as it showed him, yeah, I knew it was Big Boss.
Oh, okay. For me, the voice was just, it's like, it's been a long time. I was like, Ocelot's dead. I was like, it can't be Liquid. It doesn't sound like Liquid. I'm like, it's Big Boss. So I was like, because they, like you said, they just showed his fucking name, and I didn't hear him anywhere in the game, so it's got to be him. So they show Big Boss, old aged up a little bit, or a good amount, I guess. Looks nothing like he did in Snake Eaters.
He looked about what I pictured he would look like from Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2.
Yeah, exactly. He does just resemble that artwork big time.
He looks nothing like Sean Connery.
But he walks up to you, he's holding the Patriot, right? And he's walking up to you. I'm not gonna lie, I thought like, okay, one more fucking fight. Like, we're gonna fight in the graves. Like, I'm gonna fucking have to shoot Big Boss and kill him or something like that one more time. He walks up to you and it's kind of, it's a decent moment. I think it could have been a tiny bit better too, but he pulls the same move that Snake has done on Johnny twice now. Right? No, once on Johnny, once on Meryl, right?
What?
With the whole he makes them take their eyes off of him, off of your target.
Oh, yeah.
Because he points the gun at him, right? And then Snake's like, oh shit, like, we're really gonna do this, right? And then he just drops the Patriot, just lets it go. And again, it's no big deal. It doesn't affect the game in any way, shape, or form. But I don't like that Snake actually like moves his head to look. Well, he moves his whole head. Because that's what Johnny did. That's what Meryl did. They literally like turned their gun sideways. Like, is it in safety mode? Like, Snake is veteran, and I know Big Boss is, if you will, quote unquote, better than him or whatever. Like, I think Snake should have, like, his eyes only should have moved. Like, only his eyes should have moved. And that should have been enough for Big Boss to be like, you let your guard down for that split second, comes in, does like a really basic CQC kind of on him. But it's enough to show that, like, Big Boss is still the master of CQC. Like he could have possibly beat him. Argument. Could he have beaten him if he wanted to? Here, right now.
No.
You think he wouldn't have been able to?
No.
Because we know that.
Wait, who?
Big Boss beats Old Snake.
Oh, Big Boss would beat Old Snake, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I thought you said Snake beat Old
Boss. No. Yeah, okay. Because
Snake sucks at CQC.
Well, he did vow never to use it, but that's right. Big Boss is the better of the CQCs there. But also because we know he's beaten him twice before without CQC, weirdly enough. But he was younger back then. This time he's clearly not only aged, but his mental state is all fucked up because he's like, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna kill myself. I literally just didn't kill myself because I was scared to do it, or whatever. Not in a bad way. Like, that's good. Don't kill yourself, people out there. So his mind's all messed up, and now he's seeing Big Boss going like, what the fuck, dude? I thought I killed you. Like, so his mind is in the right place. So yeah, Big Boss, in my opinion, too, would have mopped the floor with him here for sure. But you get this moment. I'm just gonna say what I feel about this moment. I think it's a pretty heartfelt moment. He's like, let it go. He's like, it does get confusing. Just again, I'm going all over the place. Sorry, guys. He goes, let it go, my son. And I'm like, oh man, pretty touching. He goes, or should I call you brother? And immediately Snake goes, what? Which is what I did, because I was like, what? I'm like, what do you mean brother? Like, and he meant it. Yeah, he meant it figuratively, brother in arms, but it's just the way it plays out. I did the same thing.
I think he meant brother because they're clones. Like, there's no...
Big Boss isn't a clone?
Well, sorry.
But Snake is a clone of him, yeah.
Yeah. So he's not his son. He's literally his brother.
That's true, I guess.
When you think about it.
But you know what? But argumentatively, he couldn't be... Dude, I just realized that. You couldn't have a perfect clone without having Big Boss's fucking mother DNA, because DNA works in pairs, right? So you only have Big Boss's sperm, but you don't have his mother's DNA, his original mother. They used a different embryo.
Sperm.
They used his DNA. So you think they infused the egg? Oh, so they just used the DNA to. Okay. You're right. They didn't do it in vitro fertilization. Okay, they cloned them. You're right. But yeah, so I guess you're right, brother. But I always love that, especially now that the whole meme is going on with us. The whole what? Because he's like, or should I call you brother? What? What? But yeah, he's, to me, it's a heartfelt moment. He's like, it's time to put away the gun and time to live, and Snake is confused. He's like, do I trust you? Like, do I trust you? Like, should I, like, he's sitting holding the gun and Big Boss is like reaching down, he grabs it. And then he, I think this could have been a cool moment where Big Boss could have done like the boss. Maybe it was in a way to show that the boss is still better than Big Boss. But I think it would have been cool if he not only he took out the ammo, he stripped it down. He actually broke down the gun and just like that.
I was waiting for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was waiting for like ching, ching, just take it apart. Be like, now it's useless. It's done. It's a dead gun now. But yeah, no. So anyways, he does that. We get a big old fucking thing here.
The most long-winded fucking cutscene of any Metal Gear game ever.
I don't know if it's the longest, but
yeah, it is. It's one conversation that stretches on for about 10 minutes.
Okay. But yeah, there's a lot of I guess information left. Oh, so by the way, Kriss. Okay, so he goes, "How can you still be alive?" What was your thinking at this point? Like, how the fuck is he here? What did you think?
Honestly, I had no idea. Like,
you were just kind of like
on everything that had gone on. It's just like.
You're
apparently
like, yeah, sure.
Anything is possible.
You're like, yeah, sure, whatever, man. He's here with what is it called? The Force. What is Force? Spirit Force, whatever that shit's called. What did Luke Skywalker?
He's being a Force ghost.
Yeah, Force ghost. There you go. He's a Force ghost right now.
Oh, are you talking about what Luke did in
pretty much? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no, that's
or something else.
Fucking what is that?
Is that's something else completely?
Yeah, well, Force ghosts are you're dead.
You're just dead and you're just talking.
Oh,
he actually, he actually, and then he died immediately after that, right? Yeah. Spoilers.
Yeah, I think it's just called projection, force projection.
But yeah, so Kriss, you're like, yeah, whatever, he's here, sure, and he's like, I hope they explain it or not, right? You're like, whatever.
I didn't expect them to because they never explained why Raiden was still alive. So
yeah, you're right. But yeah, so he says, and this is why in our Discord, in our spoiler section, Kriss, I had joked around in there. I said, okay, I was like, I don't know, what was it, 2 episodes ago maybe? I said, I said the joke. I said, okay, I'm fucking convinced that at the end of this fucking game, your Kriss is gonna take off his blonde wig, put on some nerd glasses, and reveal he's been Kojima the whole time, because you were calling out certain stuff that was making me fucking like laugh, like the whole time. Actually, for multiple episodes, you've said stuff that were like, the fuck? How does you played us like a fiddle, Kriss? Like you've called some stuff out there.
Played us like a damn fiddle.
The last big one you said was that you wanted a fist fight with Ocelot, and I was like, motherfucker. And before that, you said something else, and I was like, fucking Kriss. I'm like, are you sure you never played this game before, motherfucker? Are you sure you know nothing about this series? Oh, I know what it was. It's when you called Act 3 Solidus Son. And I was like, no. I was like, it's called Third Son. And you're like, oh, I don't know why I thought Solidus. I'm like, why did you think Solidus? Like, Kriss, do you know something?
Well, because it's liquid and then solid.
So. Well, yeah. No, I know. But the fact that they didn't call it Solidus Son, they called it Third Son. But anyways, no, I know. It's the joke is that Kriss knew the whole time. It was just letting on to us or whatever, leading us, Yeah. But yeah, it turns out
that's the case, and I deserve a toning for my acting. Jeez.
Yeah, I know, man. No, but it turns out that the body that was destroyed in the Act 3 was not Big Boss's body, but the body of a clone. And here's what's the funny part is when he said that line, I kind of sat there and said, another fucking clone? I'm like, are you kidding me? I kind of forgot about Solidus. I won't lie to you guys. Despite playing the shit load of Metal Gear Solid 2, I forgot about Solidus to an extent where I was like, oh yeah, I guess they could have found his body and he was the perfect clone, so the DNA would fucking match. So yeah, that's the body that they used. It was never Big Boss's body.
So
it's still the.
I do have to say, my first time through, I knew that was Solidus's body.
You did, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know how you can tell, Kriss?
Yeah, there's a big, huge fucking clue.
Kriss?
Do you remember the corpse
Yeah.
You can see the corpse's face, right?
Well, what's
kind of
because where his face would be.
Yeah.
Which eye is missing? The left
Weren't
one.
they both?
No. He still had one of them.
He had his right eye, which is the one Big Boss is missing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which is the one that Solidus lost. Solidus lost the opposite eye.
Right.
So I didn't pick up on that my first time playing through, but there was plenty of people did. Again, I didn't pick up. I was playing as Big Boss, so again, I'm not going to notice a fucking eye on a corpse. But yeah, he's like, oh, it was fucking the boss of Solidus, and he goes on to say a bunch of stuff here. We get some other revelations. You can jump in at any point, Noise or Kriss, with anything that I might miss or whatever. But he makes the point in saying that this was all part of Ocelot's plan and Eva's plan as well. So like they were so loyal to him that they pretty much willingly like sacrificed themselves in order to wake him up or something like that. I used to know how to explain this part better, but
so Big Boss was put into a permanent state of stasis, pretty much. Like he was just in a medically induced coma, put there by the Patriots. And the only way to get him out is for the Patriots to no longer exist. Like basically the machines that were keeping him
sedated.
Sedated or whatever. The only way to get him out, or whatever security was around him, who knows what room he was in, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That was the only way to free him, is for Ocelot to hypnotize himself, because this is a thing that Ocelot can do apparently, which we're learning for the first time in this game. That he hypnotized himself into believing he was Liquid. So that brings into question, did Liquid ever really speak to us through that arm like a sock puppet in an MGS2?
So I don't know about any confirmations out there. I'm sure there's tons of material out there potentially in the answer. I like to believe that yes, that for whatever reasons he grafted Liquid's arm onto him. Maybe because remember, Naomi was also, again, which I think is bullshit, somehow a big part of this plan too. I was like, whatever. But they must have known again that the key to get in is Big Boss's DNA. So maybe it was, remember we mentioned it back in the day. It's like, why would you graft Liquid's arm onto you? Like, why not get a prosthetic? Why not any of the other genome soldiers that are around you? Like, why Liquid specifically?
Or your own hand, which you picked up and ran off with.
No shit. Actually, you're right. Yeah. Why not go? But yeah, exactly. Was because like I think they're like, we kind of still need this arm for, I don't know, it sounds stupid, but for DNA purposes instead of the body. I don't know. Oh, because the government came in and took the body maybe, but they control the government, whatever. But I like to believe that the arm was really Liquid, because he does take off his shirt and or jacket, whatever, in the second game, and it looks like a natural arm, just all buff and whatever, but it looks like a full real arm. Which we did skip that, Kriss, that real quick. When you fight Ocelot on the top of the U-boat, whatever the fuck that is there, that section, when he takes off his coat, you can see his arm is clearly different. It looked mechanical, right? I remember you reacting to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you started like, wait, what the fuck? Like, you even said something like his arm is metal? Like, what the fuck, right? Because
or robotic or something.
Yeah, it was shown off, and everybody was like, I know everybody was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Like, okay, you just kind of played it. All right, I'm just going to play this section here. But anyways, I would like to believe that because Ocelot, we've established this, Kriss, it's canon. He is the son of the boss and the Sorrow, was the median that could speak to ghost and shit like that, right, to the afterlife. That he was channeling Liquid's rage or soul or some shit, right? And it
so
did
he
take
used it as a like a catalyst, is what you're saying.
I think it was maybe just an idea. Like, I think it happened, and he was like, "Wait a minute, we can use this." Because remember, Ocelot is part of the Patriots, so if he was trying to like take him out, the Patriots would have no problem taking his ass out. But if it's I'm not in control, you guys, like I'm still on your side, but the arm takes over every now and then, I think that was his way of kind of circumventing getting killed off by the Patriots. So I like to believe that he really did get possessed, and then immediately realized I can use this, chopped off the arm sometime in fucking at the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, and then put a robotic arm. So like that's my theory. That's what I'd like to believe in. But I don't know.
I don't think he got possessed.
You don't think so? Not at all.
No, because why didn't it happen to Big Boss?
Oh, right. Well, because he doesn't have the Sorrow's blood.
No, but I do believe, as ridiculous as it sounds, both of these things are ridiculous. But as ridiculous as it sounds, I do think that he thought about it like the way you were saying. That was just like, yeah, use this as a way to fool the Patriots into, letting me in.
Continue.
Basically.
Letting me continue, not shutting me down immediately.
Yeah. Because the whole possessed thing, it was a nifty idea, but it doesn't really go anywhere. Like Liquid doesn't really have that kind of purpose. Like this purpose didn't seem like it was his.
No, you're right. Exactly. It does. It is a little much because original Liquid originally just wanted to kill Big Boss, and then he was like, "You took that from me." Yeah, you took it from me, and now I'm gonna kill you. Bullshit. But so it turns out that Big Boss's body was reconstructed. You again, kind of very silly. I will admit it is very silly with pieces from Liquid and Solidus, which is like cool, but it's like. But we do have robotics. Like we already saw them with Liquid's arm and with Raiden. So like, why go to the trouble of using original clone parts when you could just fucking give them robotic pieces? I don't know. That's why I always think it's kind of funny.
To stay human.
I kind of think that because look at what happened to Frank Yeager, Gray Fox.
It drove him crazy.
Yeah,
and then it almost drove Raiden crazy.
Okay,
it potentially has driven Raiden crazy. We don't know
that and the whole roasting.
Yeah,
but you're right. If you're cybernetic and you're like, I can't die, nothing hurts. It does kind of fuck. Yeah, look at Frank Yeager. Hurt me more. He needs to feel. It
has to be a last resort because donor parts are always the first option, and if you have perfect matches,
why not? Yeah, I guess so. That would make some sense to say like robotic parts could have a side effect, obviously, because we have seen it, like you said, Frank Yeager, Raiden. Yeah, that makes some sense.
Right, like what kind of, Yeager needed to have drugs. Remember, he was like the medicine and shit like that, and who knows what Raiden has to go through. Like he did have to go through some dialysis for his blood, and who knows if he has to continue to kind of do that as
forever. Yeah,
as a cyborg or android. What is he? Is he an android or is he a cyborg?
I don't know the difference.
I would think android
because of the white blood, right?
Yeah,
because he needs blood, and I think cyborgs don't need blood. I think cyborgs have blood as a means to disguise themselves.
I think the main difference to me is like cyborg is like 50-50 human, 50% human, 50% robot, or something like that, where it's not like a majority robot. And then android is you're mostly robot with a few human pieces or a few humanoid pieces or something like that.
Okay, so what's a full robot then? Just a robot?
A robot, yeah.
Just a full robot. Okay.
It's a full step robot.
I was gonna say the same thing. I was gonna start getting to the step shit again.
Full step. What was it? Half robot.
Yeah, full step.
Full step, half robot. Jeez.
Twice removed.
On his mother's side.
But the whole plan was like Liquid put this plan into motion with the help of Eva, which okay, fine, I'll give you that one. And Naomi, that's the one I hate too, because I'm like, she's a newer character in my opinion. Like she in the timeline was only introduced technically as an assistant to Dr. Clark, which we now know is paramedic. So that would have been after Zanzibar Land. But I don't know. I just don't understand why Naomi had to be such a huge part of this game, personally. But yeah, she was also in on it.
Well, I guess because she kind of gave birth to modern nanomachines.
I guess so.
In the Genome
right.
Project.
That's true. I
think I'm trying to remember from MGS1, but I guess so. But I understand where you're coming from. She sucks. But basically, we don't want her to be a part of the Patriots. No, not Patriots, but yeah, I guess part of the Patriots.
The Patriots and then the anti-Patriots or the cause, the righteous cause to
like we wish she
world.
didn't play such a big part because she just sucks as a person.
But yeah, so we get this whole speech again. Pardon me if I'm going skimming some stuff, but it's a lot. Like if you played it, it's a lot. The whole point because you kind of get this slight little off screen. There's this person in a wheelchair, and it turns out that person is Zero. So Zero's still alive, if you call that living, unfortunately.
Who's Zero, Kriss?
The commander from, or the one in charge of what was it called? Virtuous Mission and Snake Eater.
Good. Okay.
Major
Now,
Zero.
What's his real name?
Zero.
David something. What was it?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Fuck, it says on the damn card.
David O.
Oh, that's right. Oh, because he's Japanese?
Autogon.
I don't remember. No, he's England. He's from Britain. What's his favorite movie?
Oh, shoot.
Or series?
I should know
at the time it wasn't a series.
Oh, right. It was
Godzilla.
No.
No?
What do you say?
that
What do you
was-
say? What do you say?
I said Godzilla.
No.
Yeah, no, it's 007.
Yeah, 007. How tall is he? I'm just kidding. I don't know.
5'10". I don't know.
I don't know. I think he's maybe like 6'1", maybe, or some shit. I should look it up later. But yeah. So zero is there, and so we get this whole speech. How so originally I had a big beef with this whole section, but now knowing what I know in the real world, so according to the big boss here, Zero created these AIs that would help eliminate the human intervention or human emotion into keeping the boss's dream alive. It gets very weird. This AI mutated and realized, hey, I can keep myself perpetually alive, quote unquote, with money by fucking the war economy, by just making war, so stuff like that. And I always had a problem with this going so wait, this happened in the 1980s or so. I'm roughly throwing numbers out there. And I was like,
I just realized why it's Major Zero.
What?
Because of his last name.
Oh, the OH?
I'm so stupid. Because it's like, zero.
Oh.
Did you think of it that way?
No, I didn't think about it that way.
Because I'm looking stuff up about him. And then I was like, oh.
Major Zero. Major O.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay,
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. But so Noise that you can, and Kriss as well, you can come in and talk about this too. So I had a problem with it going
Thank you for your permission.
Oh, yes. No, I would love some inputs here.
Yeah, if you retained any of this, Kriss, because I don't blame you if you didn't. I was thinking about it a few days ago. Why are we expecting Kriss to remember any of this shit or to be paying attention to any of it? Because
it's not
our
only
first
convoluted.
time.
Yeah,
our first time we didn't get any of this.
No, we
not
multiple times,
even half, dude.
Yeah, no. But I mean, not to correct me, but my opinion of this. So I had the problem with this super advanced AI that Zero built. And technically, SIGINT and Paramedic and also helped build it to an extent with their inputs or whatever. But
who's the goddamn programmer that did all this, by the way?
Okay, yeah. But okay. Beyond that, let me just get to what I'm trying to get to is this powerful AI, this powerful computers that are petabytes of terabytes or whatever.
Zettabytes, I would say.
Petabyte is?
A petabyte?
Petabyte is?
It's isn't 1,000 terabytes? Something like that? Or 1,000,000 terabytes? I don't know. It's a big number. I know it's a big number. I'm not going to count the zeros for you.
It's nothing because it's petabyte.
Oh, whatever. Okay. The point I'm trying to make is that I had a problem with it because of technology. I was like, there's no way that technology existed back then. We barely had fucking floppy disk. That's kind of bullshit.
We had floating segways. What are you talking about?
Yeah. No, okay.
But it was the future past.
The future past. But I also have to remember, Noise, now that you and I work in the cable business and stuff like that everything we fucking get for civilian it's because it's already been fucking it's
used by the military and shit.
It's been approved. It's already been all right, we're done with it. You guys can get this shit now kind of mentality. So I was also thinking if this Patriot group, this philosophers group is controlling arguably all of the world's money or just a mass amount of money, endless supply, as it's put many, many times, end supply of money. Maybe they would have something like that. And from there, that's where whenever, the first people to get the internet or Patriots were yeah, we've had internet for 15 years now, man. We've been streaming 007 movies nonstop.
He is 6 feet 5 and 5/8.
6'5", damn, I said 6'1". Okay.
No, 6 feet and 5/8 of an inch.
Oh, 5/8. I got it.
Yeah,
I got it. 6'1". Hell yeah. 5/8? How the fuck?
I don't know why they put that there. It's 184 centimeters. 184 centimeters is what they put.
Okay. But anyways, I had a problem with the whole AI.
Huh?
What's that?
He's 14 centimeters taller than me.
Oh yeah.
You mean 24 centimeters? You mean 34?
I don't know.
He's how many centimeters?
How tall is Gimli? That's how tall you are.
But like I was saying, like, yeah, like at first I never really believed this whole supercomputer that, again, my first time playing it, I thought like the AI was like something new. But then when this speech happens, and like probably my second playthrough, like you said, Noise, I was like, wait a minute. So he's had this AI forever. It didn't make sense to me. But now I can say that, like, yeah, if you had infinite amount of money, you probably would have the best toys available before anyone else even had any of these things.
I mean,
you know, so
I don't think it's a matter of like he had these toys. I think he made these toys.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, he made them, yeah. So he's made them. He had them, and then like, you know, again, like whatever he released, not him directly. I'm just really summing this up. Whatever he released to be used by the military, then they had it for 10, 15 years, and then they released it to us. But the whole time he's always been like, you know, leagues above everything else because he's the one developing it. You're right. That's what I'm saying. Like whoever develops it is the one that gets to keep it and then give it out whenever they're ready to for the next toy, whenever they made their next new toy, you know?
Yeah. Kriss, you are 137 centimeters tall.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
but yeah, so it turns out,
he's got almost 60 centimeters on me.
60?
Yeah.
Centimeters. Yeah.
That's crazy. Gimli is 4 feet 6 inches tall. 137 centimeters.
Four what? 4'6"?
I already forgot. Yeah, it's 4'6". Yeah.
I always picture him shorter. I've honestly pictured him like three and change.
No,
is he taller? Is he taller than a Hobbit?
In a Hobbit, they're about the same size. Hobbit.
I know, but you know what I meant. I said I meant to say Hobbit, but
I'm 100% sure they're the same heights because if you see them in the movie, they're all like the same. Actually, no, he's a little bit taller than hobbits.
I was gonna say I think he's taller than a Hobbit personally.
Yeah, I would say at least by like 3 or 4 inches, probably taller than hobbits.
I think Hobbit's max height is like 4 foot or something like that.
Yeah,
that'd be like the fucking the Yao Ming of the Hobbits, 4 foot.
Well, they're descendant of halflings, so I would assume that means like about half the size of a normal human.
Right.
So 3 feet. Average human's like 6 foot, 5 something, 5'10", 5'11". Anyways, enough about Lord of the Rings.
That's for our Lord of the Rings podcast.
Yeah, you get this whole speech. Zero hated Big Boss. Not really. You know, we've kind of already was told about this.
Well, Big Boss questions if
he did or not.
If he did still hate him, actually, I think is what he says.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The thing is, I don't, especially like the way Eva kind of explained it in the church. It's more like they grew apart like a married couple. You know what I mean? Like they just kind of they went their separate ways, especially after the Les Enfants Terribles project that Big Boss definitely did not approve of. Oh, so again, I think it's weird that Big Boss is the one saying, do you still hate me, instead of I hate you because Big Boss is the one who left.
Yeah. Well, Big Boss does say, he goes, even after all this bad blood between us, he goes, I can't help but feel a sense of longing or something like that when I see him or some shit like that. So like even Big Boss was here, like I see him and I want to hate him, but all I see is the man that was my leader, my teacher, maybe a father figure as well. Who knows? Yeah. We're not really sure. What Big Boss did in his younger ages too. We just know that the other big important person to him was the boss.
Because it makes you wonder, like, how much more shit did they go through afterwards for them to be this close. Right?
Sure.
Because
afterwards and before, because remember,
we do see that's how many years? 6 years afterwards.
Yeah.
Right.
And he did stuff. He did stuff in between Snake Eater and Portable Ops. Yeah.
Yeah. They did shit together.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they've at least been war buddies for at least 6 years at that time. And
again, I would argue a few years before that, because Virtue's Mission wasn't their first time meeting. Like, hey, I'm Major Zero. I'll be your command. No, it was like, hey,
oh, right.
Good to have you on the board, Major Zero.
Right, they know each other.
It's the same relationship as Snake with Campbell. Like when we first in Metal Gear Solid 1 for us, because we didn't back in the day.
Yeah, we didn't know about Metal Gear 2. Yeah.
Yeah. It was Campbell. He's like, Snake is hurt when Campbell's like, I can't tell him certain things. It's like, I can't tell you. He's like, whatever, man, and especially when he says, like, do you still have any friends? Who has that, Naomi, right? He's like, do you still even have friends? He's like, yeah. It's like Frank Yeager. And he's like, anyone else? Like, yeah, Colonel Campbell or Campbell. And he's like, the fuck? You're Roy Campbell or some shit, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And Campbell's like, oh, you still think about as my friend? Like, he gets hurt. He's like, he's touched. He's like, damn, dude. But yeah, so again, you get a whole big speech here about the AI is taking over. It's really fucked up the whole world. Technically, this was all of Zero's doing, and unknowing, because he entrusted these AIs to control everything, and then at some point he just became
they ran amok.
Yeah, he became old and senile, or just unable to really do anything. Which also begs the question though, like, why didn't Ocelot or Eva or Paramedic or Sig say like, hey, that AI you made is kind of fucking shit up. We should like reset it, like unplug it and plug it back in, just unplug it, let it reset.
Yeah.
I guess either he was so far gone that he was like, no, or they didn't care either. I don't know. That's a question we might not ever get the answer to.
Maybe, but maybe even though they were getting out of control, he wanted it to keep going. Like, because the whole purpose of this, like you said, is he interpreted the boss's will in one way, and Big Boss interpreted it another, as we saw in Portable Apps. So I think Zero was just like, if this is the boss's will, then the AIs will continue it.
Make it work.
Yeah, maybe he was just trusting the AIs too much.
Maybe didn't know it was actual mutation or something like that, or again, maybe you're right. Maybe he said like, war. Well, you know what? She did love her war. She was called the Joy after all.
Right.
So yeah, very, very, very true. Maybe he just did let it go on longer than he should have, and then he got to the point where he just couldn't really react to it anymore.
Chris, does this make any sense to you at all?
Yeah, I'm following along for the most part.
I thought he was gonna say I'm falling asleep, but yeah. But yeah, so no, which is, but you can answer this question, Noise, because I don't know the answer. Apparently, when you uploaded the virus to GW, the physical manifestation, blah 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 words, to the location of this man, he says, and it was in Hell's Kitchen the whole time. What's Hell's Kitchen? Where's Hell's Kitchen? What the hell's up with that?
In New York? Is that what they're talking about?
Well, he makes it
like there's a neighborhood called Hell's Kitchen in New York.
Is that
that's where what's his name, Daredevil's from?
Right.
But is it like a dangerous neighborhood or something like that, or
have you seen the Daredevil movies?
It's in
no,
it's in Queens, because that's not Queens. Queens, because Daredevil and Spider-Man, they're both from Queens, and there's a neighborhood inside there called Hell's Kitchen. Yeah, but I don't actually think they're referring to Hell's Kitchen in New York.
No?
Right? Like what is the context that you're giving me with Hell's Kitchen?
Because he says that they discovered the location of Zero, where his physical body was, I guess. And
it was in Hell's Kitchen?
I think he says Hell's Kitchen, doesn't he? I'm scrubbing a little bit, but I want to say he says Hell's Kitchen, dude.
Huh.
I'll research that in a minute, but where was I going with this? Oh yeah, so then we get Zero. Oh, he gives a speech in Big Boss about like 0 becomes 1, 1 becomes 10, 10 becomes 100 or some bullshit like that. So he's like, I'm erasing him. He's not going to 0. He's going to nothing, which would be also known as, no, it's not. Don't trigger. Don't trigger nobody. No, it's okay.
What?
Yeah, Hell's Kitchen.
I was gonna say null, but no, null is the absence of a value.
Oh.
But yeah, so Hell's Kitchen. So he does say that. See,
yeah.
Which I was just always confused what it meant. Like I always kind of thought that it meant like Hell's Kitchen because of the name Hell's Kitchen. I thought it was something bad, obviously a dangerous neighborhood, and maybe it was made dangerous on purpose just to keep people out because that's where Zero resides. I don't know.
More like a title than an actual location, basically.
Yeah.
What you're saying.
But yeah, I guess he was residing in a hospital in Hell's Kitchen. Okay, I did not pay attention to that detail.
But the point being is that Big Boss goes over and he kills him. He fucking turns off his oxygen and then
not before he pisses and shits his pants.
Yeah. Well, they're showing you how far gone he is. Yeah, he's just not there. He's fucking It's 100% life support with 0 motor skills, 0 alertness. He's gone. Like if anything, he probably did him a favor, because. Actually, that makes me question that. Like he probably had it like programmed into the AIs or whatever kind of algorithm was set up that's like take care of me, whatever. Always make sure I have food, and so like they just did it. And he's fucking here, like literally dead. He's a vegetable in a chair, and the AIs just won't let him die either. They just keep like bringing in new technology or new nurses and shit like that. So
that sentence that you just said makes me think that that's why Foxdie hadn't triggered yet in Big Boss, right?
Why? What did I say? The algorithm?
Just no, that Zero's vitals are still linked up somewhere. And it's like a dead man trigger. So if Zero goes, the Fox Die virus activates in Big Boss.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know. I'm stretching here. I could say anything, and it could possibly be true because this is Metal Gear Solid 4, and anything can happen.
Well, it's Metal Gear in general, but...
Nah, 4 is the most far-fetched one. You have to admit that. You have to admit that. Come on.
We will put a timestamp here and come back when we get to 5.
Kriss, who has played all of these back to back, is still at awe at the fact that Raiden is not dead.
Yeah.
He was smushed to oblivion, dude. Like it's like imagine Metal Gear Solid 1. You go through that whole thing, Rex, blah blah blah, the Jeep, the crash, all this shit. You're on the fucking snowcats. You see the caribou at off in the distance, and then Gray Fox comes out of nowhere and goes like, "Hey guys, I know I'm missing my arm, but I'm okay." Like, what do you mean? We just saw you get smashed into nothing by Rex. How the fuck are you alive? Like, that's kind of I get where Kriss is coming from, because it's literally like, come on, bro. But
again, I get where you're coming from, but I'm also saying this is the game that's brought back multiple people, and Vamp can pin you to shadows or pin your shadows to the floor, and nano machines. So I was like, it's the same thing. But anyways,
too far. There's a line.
There's a line. That line's been crossed many moons ago.
So here's my biggest thing with him not dying, right? It's not that it's
Raiden?
so it's not that it's so unbelievable that, like, how is that possible? It cheapens the act that he did, you know?
Yeah.
And it would, like Noy said, it would have been the same way if Gray Fox had come back, or whatever his name was, you know, and oh, look, I'm back, you know, you sacrifice yourself to help me, and now you're just back. So it meant nothing.
Especially after not being able to shoot him, like, what was it, like for 2 hours?
I can't do it. No, I can't do it.
No.
So like it's not so much that it's totally unbelievable that he came back, because I could believe, okay, you know, they had his mind uploaded somewhere with all this AI stuff and everything going on. They had his mind uploaded somewhere. They had a second body prepared for him. They put him in there. But that could
be actually what happened.
Even with that, it cheapens the sacrifice that he made.
Yeah.
Well, especially because the scene looked pretty darn cool.
Yeah, it was fucking radical.
Mm-hmm.
Look at me saying something good about MGS4. That was awesome, and then they fucked it up. Damn it.
But no, yeah. So he kills Zero, you know, and chokes him out, or just cuts his oxygen and just holds him. Honestly,
chokes him out. Imagine him just like
CQC.
Fucking tap square. Only 10 times. Only 10 times. That 11th one's gonna snap his neck.
But yeah, so then like the virus starts kicking in or whatever, and it's really fucking up Big Boss now, and he's like, that's when he tells him, like, he's like, oh damn, he's like, goddamn Patriots, they did it again. He's like, they used you to get to me, you know. It's like, this is the third fucking time, you know. And he's like, he's like, take me over. Fourth?
Oh, I thought you meant with Fox Die.
No, fourth.
This is the fourth Fox Die victim.
No, third time for Big Boss. Third time he's been foiled by Snake. And he's like, hey, take me over to her grave. Yeah, he's like, take me to her grave, you know. And so he goes over there, and he talks a little bit more about, like, the boss's will, what his interpretation was, which I still have beef with this, because we'll get to it when we get to there. Because the last lines he says about her will is, he says, I finally understand now what you meant, why you did what you did, or some shit like that. He goes, I literally just have the scene right now. He says, it's about respecting the will for others while fighting in what you believe for, or something like that. Doing your best to leave the world the way it is, respecting the will of others while fighting for what you believe in, or something like that. And it's just kind of like,
those three things contradict each other, by the way.
They kind of do.
You can't leave the world as it is while at the same time respecting others' will, and then also fighting for your own beliefs.
Well, I mean, I'm saying it's kind of like, just the whole thing was like, there is no such thing as an all-time enemy. Like, your enemy is the same as them seeing you as their enemy. You know what I'm saying? Like, their cause to them is just as right as your cause is to you.
Right.
So like, there is no good and bad. It's just a mission. Like, who's going to succeed? Whoever the better soldier is at the end of the day, you know? But yeah, so like, her boss, that's what, you know, he says here, like, that's what her will is, or whatever. You know, he gives her a nice little salute, reminiscent of my Metal Gear Solid 3. And then he proceeds to
die
pretty much die again. And then he does tell Snake, he's like, I never thought of you as a son, but I always respected you as a soldier. And he goes to give him a handshake, and Snake doesn't even get that because he falls one more time, and it's like, nope, no handshake for Snake. He's dying now.
So he also denies Snake a handshake, not just the CIA director.
Oh, I know, right? Well, he didn't deny it on purpose. He tried to, but he just couldn't. He just couldn't.
Snake's just like, shake my hand. Shake my hand.
The fucking time portal opens up and the CIA director's there. He's like, you shake both our hands, whether you like it or not. Stand them up now.
Yeah.
But he pulls out his cigar, right, and he tries to light it. I think this section is sad, even if it does go on longer than Noise would like. I think it's
just he also like repeats himself a bunch.
He does repeat himself a little bit.
He makes the point. Oh, like he's just drilling it in, and it's just like, I got it the first time, dude. I got it. Just die and make it meaningful. Make a death in this game meaningful. Basically, is kind of what I wanted.
Yeah. He goes on like, I forgot to mention, he gives us the big fucking reveal that we're not gonna become a biohazard. Right. Yeah, that's one of the big takeaways here is that the new Fox die is suppressing the old Fox die from what do you call it? Spreading,
going nuclear, pretty much.
Yeah, and he tells him like the new one will. You're right. It does get drawn out. He goes, the new one will eventually do the same thing. He goes, but that's only if you manage to live that long, And he pretty much tells Snake, you're good to go, man. These last year you have of life is yours to do what you want. Like live it he says, live it not as a beast, I think he says, but as a man or something like that, It
just sounds like the same shit Naomi told him at the end of MGS1.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, it's just
no. This one's telling you you will die before it mutates. You're gonna die,
but either way,
won't kill
he's
anyone.
Still saying go and live your life.
Yeah.
But but Naomi was
I know that she was like that she was vague about it, but
no, because he was like, when will I die? Just live your life, Snake. Just live your life. This one is more like when you die, you don't have to worry about fucking shit, killing other people.
Well, that wasn't the problem back then. The problem back then wasn't
you're right.
That he was going to go fucking plague status.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the same speech.
Nah, it's not. But because
2 against 1, yeah.
Kriss hasn't voted. Is it the same speech as the original?
That's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Literally just said that.
But yeah, he smokes a cigar and then dies, and that's it.
Yay! He the big boss,
or is it?
Yeah. Or is it exactly? Right?
He supposedly died in Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2. So
right. And spoilers for Kriss, there are more games after this. So what does that mean? Wait, is this credits? No, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh shit, this is credits. For some reason, I felt like there was something more.
Well, just that tiny last little thing at the end there.
There was,
yeah. No, it's just the just Otacon and Snake with the post credits title
dialogue. Yeah,
dialogue. What are they doing? They're just being themselves, right? Like they're just being friends.
Yeah. Well, because he gives them smokes. Nice. He gives them smokes and he says, "No thanks. That shit will kill you."
Right. He gives them smoking, but yeah, it's just like a powwow between two friends, which I thought was good because we're so used to like at the end of it, fucking no one else knew that you were the fourth Snake. Fucking, like something crazy. It was literally just like, this is how Snake is living his life right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It wasn't like this is happening just after all this happened. This is currently what Snake's life is.
And then, well, it's also revealed that they're still with Sunny. So like, I didn't expect him to kick her to the curb, but like she's still with them. He's like, you wouldn't let me suffer her eggs
alone
by myself or some shit. Yeah. Which Kriss, you pointed out, I think twice at the minimum when no, just once when she's cooking her eggs on the final cutscene, and she's like, "Come quick, they're done," and you're like, "No, they're not." Like, and I'm like,
"Yeah, they're not."
They're sunny side up eggs, so they're done.
No.
Sunny side up means sunny side up.
Yeah, sunny side up.
But they were not cooked.
Yeah,
it still needs to be cooked.
There's definitely some runny white on the top.
Yeah.
So sunny side runny. That's what she made.
No,
I mean some people do eat runny eggs, which is gross.
That's what I'm saying. You can still make them.
but they're not cooked. They're not done.
And what's a quail egg shooter, Chris?
It's a raw quail egg, but it's not a done quail egg shooter. You wouldn't say here it's done.
You then put a quail egg onto a pan and then eat it halfway cooked.
Yeah.
If they're sunny side up and that's how she cooks them, they're done.
I gotta say, for anyone who's wondering, quail egg shooters are amazing.
Yeah, they're
if
great.
you haven't tried one, try it.
Yes.
I know it sounds weird. I know it sounds gross.
Jesse still won't try it.
Just do it.
They're great.
Just do it, Jesse.
They're great.
They are.
Yeah. I don't know what it's weird to like people get so weirded out by eggs, which is like, but we eat them all the time.
What?
Yeah.
Eggs.
Apes.
Yeah, fucking we eat eggs all the time, like cooked. Some people eat them raw for like straight up protein or whatever the fuck it's for.
Yeah.
Like it's not a weird concept, like, you know, and that's why
It's no
like,
weirder than raw fish.
yeah, raw fish. Like Jesse doesn't like the idea of is it masago?
Mm-hmm. Or tobiko, whichever one.
Or tobiko, yeah. Yeah, it's fish eggs. Caviar, same thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. If it's not the normal animal that we eat from, people get weirded the fuck out by it. You know, like goat milk or whatever. You know, it's all.
Oh, goat cheese is so good though.
I don't think I've ever had goat cheese, but
goat cheese.
Sure
If you ever make beans and rice, sprinkle some over that. It's so good.
Beans and rice. I've heard of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I went to Nicaragua several years ago for a mission trip twice, and they fed us pretty much every meal we had when we were like in the field working was beans and rice, and they gave it to us with goat cheese and fried plantains for dessert. And oh my gosh,
man,
it was so good. Ooh.
Like just fried bananas already is good, but like plantains are they're so similar and dissimilar to bananas.
Yeah, they're a little bit sweeter.
Yeah,
but the consistency is a little bit different. They're a little tougher.
The textures, yeah,
and
it changes, but yeah, it's fucking good.
Yeah,
all right, well, next time I'm in Nicaragua, I'll go
I'll
be like, hey, you got
in the middle of the jungle. Yeah,
you guys got any of some of that goat cheese?
Okay. And then I remember we went to Little Corn Island and we had lobster, fresh lobster, caught like literally minutes before they cooked it.
Oh man,
oh that was so good. Whew. We ate like kings when we were there. It was so good.
Damn, because you're the only white people there, probably.
Pretty much, yeah.
Some brown kid was playing with some little white girl in a robot.
Yeah, I offered them my robot, but I was like, "Your name is Mowgli, right?"
Jesus.
No, I wouldn't do that. They wouldn't understand me.
Oh my God, Chris! You're just
I'm so
shoveling.
sorry.
You're just shoveling and shoveling.
Just dig myself a big hole.
Hey,
this
Chris.
all started with singing.
Chris.
Yeah.
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
Oh my gosh. I deserve that.
There you go. It'll calm you down a little bit. Okay. Well, yeah, that's Metal Gear Solid 4.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, give us just a quick overall take, because we will spend the next episode analyzing what the fuck happened.
What do they call that?
Summarizing and shit. Yeah, dissecting. Thank you. That's what it's for.
Yeah. I overall enjoyed it.
Okay, good.
Even with its shortcomings and everything, and all that was wrong with it, I enjoyed it. It's definitely in my top 5, I think.
Okay.
So, of all the Metal Gear games we played so far, it's in my top 5.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear I didn't deter you in any fucking way.
Yeah.
I have such a negative view of this game, but I'm that's what I was kind of worried about. I was like, the more negativity the more I talk shit about this game, like the more I felt like I might have been influencing your opinion, and I'm glad I didn't.
And I think I mentioned this earlier too, but like I could tell throughout playing it and throughout talking and everything, I could tell you wanted to say a lot of stuff and you were holding back, and I respect that, because I'm sure that was not always easy for you to do, especially when we were talking about like Durban and everything like that, and all the kind of stuff going on. You're probably like, I'm really upset. I really want to say something, but I'm going to hold back for the sake of your first experience and everything. So,
and I just respect the listeners too. Like, I'm sure there's a bunch of listeners that are just like, what? I fucking love this game, dude. Like, how can you be saying these words? And I get it. I feel this is the same. I feel like the same thing's going to happen in the next big game that we play, where German has already said, like, what? Portable Ops is fucking better. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What?
But what? Which I get it. we all have our favorite, and yeah, the fact that you think Twin Snakes is in your top 5 just drives me nuts, Chris. But that's fine.
Well,
whatever.
Not only my top 5, it's number 1.
I remember, Chris, you were mentioning about like the whole ranking system, and does Twin Snake, is it its own entry based on the fact that it's a whole other game, or would it overwrite Metal Gear Solid 1? You know what I'm saying? Can you have like Twin Snakes number 1, Metal Gear Solid 1 as number 2, or would that defeat the whole purpose of ranking?
No,
right?
I see them as 2 separate games. Yeah,
you see them.
It's even though it's technically a remake, I consider them 2 separate games. Yeah.
Okay. No, because I remember you were mentioning something like that, and I don't remember what.
Yeah, just as like if any of the other games, if I had played the original and the Master Collection, or whatever, or vice versa, or whatever.
Actually, Metal Gear like 3, and then Substance, which is what we actually played. Substance.
Yeah. If I had played both of those, I would consider those 2 different games.
Okay. Hey, you know what? I wouldn't. I don't know. Substance is.
Let me
because it's a
that.
remake. Yeah.
Well, I would
Substance
if
is
there
not
was
a remake.
changes.
No, I meant Twin Snakes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if there were any significant or noticeable changes, I would consider them different games.
You know what? It's kind of like saying Integral and Metal Gear Solid. You couldn't have the Integral and Metal Gear Solid 1, could you? Would you consider that the same game?
I consider it the same game. Even though, oddly enough, I played it today, like all the way through, and the one that comes in the Master Collection has fucking AI changes. Which
AI?
Yeah, like enemy AI changes that were driving me insane because I have these patterns in my head of what routes to take, right? Like how to get through shit, and they legitimately changed a whole bunch of stuff, and I was like, dude, this is not the Integral I'm used to. Like they changed some stuff for Master Collection, and I'm like, what the fuck? Because I'll let you guys know I want to play through everything in the Master Collection before we get to Peace Walker, just because we already played through them in other systems, and I have like nothing to show for it on the Master Collection, and it's driving me nuts. I'm like, I need at least some Steam achievements to show like, yes, I played this fucking game or all these games. So that's what I started doing today. But yeah, it was fucking weird, dude. I was like, dude, there's this enemy is never here, this enemy is never here, or this enemy,
there's one never turns around, like dude, shit like that catches you off guard. Yeah,
like a perfect example is that first room where the tank is in. Before it but where the 2 tanks are before one of them drives off to fight you later. The enemy on the left-hand side downstairs usually just walks around that one tank, right?
Yeah.
He just walks around that left tank. So you're just like, okay, just you walk down there, wait for him to do whatever, call the elevator. I get to the left side because I went to the 2nd floor. I get to the left side after the catwalk and everything. He is on the top. He's on not the top of the stairs, but he's up the first half of the stairs looking at me.
Oh, really?
I was like, holy shit. I was like, what the fuck? Like that was not the first time that something threw me off, but I was like, what the hell's going on? And then at the heliport, there's just an extra enemy. Was it extra or was it the guy that's usually in front of the vent? I feel like he was an extra enemy in front of where you see the first surveillance camera on the west side. Yeah, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? Like I legitimately, I mean, it was a good experience because I was just like, oh, I have to think on my feet again. But at the same time, I was like, shit. And now that you bring this up, is this a different game now? Because the Integral that I'm used to and that every speedrunner is used to is based on MGS1, just with the Integral stuff in it, which isn't too much of a difference. It's strange. It was
I would
really
argue
weird.
it's still the same game, unfortunately. That's my argument. Yeah, AI might be in different locations or enemies, but it's still the mechanics haven't changed enough.
It's like Monster Hunter base game plus the ultimate part, right? It's still the same game because it's all one together. If it was a remake, like Resident Evil 1 to Resident Evil GameCube, two different games.
Even though the same storyline, it's a completely different game. It plays differently, and especially like I think don't they add like different rooms and stuff like that? Like completely new rooms. Yeah,
they added like a stalker enemy. They added Lisa, hella different rooms, more extra shit. I mean the whole engine's different, quality of life. So yeah, I mean I would definitely say Twin Snakes counts as its own separate game.
Own game. Okay,
well, or not a game at all.
Yeah, it's well. But I also think of it this way: if it wasn't a separate game, why would you have me play it?
Yeah, no, very true.
Right?
Yeah. Otherwise, you we would have been like, "Yo, you have to, because like, again, no, you're right, 100%."
You hear that, Spy?
I got to make that.
We're doing it.
Hear that? What?
We're doing it, Spy.
What are we doing?
Snake Eater 3DS.
3DS. Oh, Dude.
If it's a different game, I mean, I don't know how I'm going to play it. I don't have a 3DS anymore. I'm going to have to steal that back from our niece.
I have my 3DS. Just one. Or do I have two of those? No, just one.
So it doesn't help you, Noise, but he has one.
Yeah. German's just like, yeah, I have a Switch. No, two.
Not three.
And a PS4 that's still in the box with a Death Stranding baby.
three Switches, two PS4s, 4 Switches.
Oh my God, German.
They're going away. I'm selling them all. I'm done.
Yeah.
Until Switch 2 comes out.
You make me sad.
Why?
I like that you collect, but giving Nintendo that much money makes me really sad.
Well, not just Nintendo, but other companies.
Yeah, but Nintendo does deserve it. Is what I'm saying. Like they're so anti-consumer, like with their prices and shit. It's fucked up. You know what I mean?
They run their company and
yeah, the way they destroyed emulation and then admitted that emulation is legal. Like that's some fuckery. That's some of the worst fuckery I've ever seen in my life. But yeah, if we do Snake Eater 3D, that would be after Peace Walker.
Okay,
because that's when it was released.
Yeah, 2012. And sorry, it's not Social Ops. That's after Digital Graphics Novel. It's Touch, the one that was
the iPhone,
the mobile MGS4.
Yeah.
Which we won't have too much to say on that. So maybe I'll make a quiz for that one. Is it what episode are we on? We're on episode 45.
Yeah, I think so.
So I think Touch would probably be our 1 year anniversary.
Dang.
No, I think Digital Graphics Novel will be our 1 year anniversary. So I think that one I'll do a quiz on. No, what did I say we were going to do? No. German and I need to talk without Kriss. Definitely. Especially after Digital Graphics Novel 2. I think that'll be our spoiler episode without Kriss that we talked about.
Ooh.
Yeah. Did you already forget, Kriss?
I think I did, yeah.
Okay. It was a couple weeks ago, but yeah. Yeah, because German and I need to discuss stuff for the fans, and I'm sure the fans are kind of like probably.
So we'll just have it like an open maybe session, maybe, or
what do you mean?
Like so they can ask questions, or should they start submitting their questions to us in the spoiler section to address for that episode?
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. If you guys have some stuff to talk about, join the Discord and put it in the spoiler section. If you have questions or what we think, theories, like even going beyond.
Yeah,
MGS4,
the full series,
the entire series. We're going to discuss the whole thing. I mean, we're not going to discuss the whole thing. We're never going to get through everything. But just what we think now, especially now that we've played games that we've never played before.
Mm-hmm.
Now what do they mean to us as far as
in the story, and all that.
Yeah, with all of it all together.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we'll do that after what I say, Digital Graphics Novel for our 1 year.
I will need those files, Noise, just because
What files? Digital Graphics Novel?
Yeah.
No, you don't. It's in the Master Collection.
Is it?
Yeah, it's in the bonus content. So,
okay.
Yeah, everybody out there who has Master Collection, it's in the bonus content. If you have Legacy Collection, it is a video that's, if you put the disc in, or I don't know if it was like a PlayStation download, but they come in as video files also.
Okay.
But I think the highest quality will be the Master Collection now, since the Legacy Collection.
But didn't you say it's a game? Like the first one was?
This one was not
just
a game.
A video only? Oh, yeah. I was expecting it to be a game. I was excited. Fuck, okay.
Yeah, no, sorry. The first one was a game with no voice acting.
Voice acting, okay.
But yeah, it's like a full game. You make connections and shit and whatnot. But yeah, both of these are actually graphic novels that were later turned into like animatic graphics novels with voice acting and everything.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And Kriss is going to be stoked about this one. He's going to love it.
Love
it so much.
I'll tell you this much: I have never clicked on it.
I forgot about that. Gosh dang it! Because I'm thinking back to the first one and how it like kind of grew on me, and I was a little weary at first. It grew on me, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm looking forward to it now, and I know the art style and everything." But oh my gosh,
I don't know how it's presented. I don't know how it's presented, so I'm curious to know what's it going to be like.
So it's the same artist, Ashley. Wood, Ashley,
something like that.
Wood sounds correct, but I might have agreed with anything you said. So.
Okay, but yes, he's the same artist as in the first one. And yeah, same things moving around and looking kind of like Portable Ops.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because it's the same artist too who did Portable Ops art. So yeah, you'll enjoy it, Kriss. Don't worry. It's not. Well, I mean, there's Rose, but. What can I say?
I'm curious to see as to like what other stuff they could have added to help blend in more like of the codec call sections and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like to make it smoother transitions, instead of staring at a codec, two pictures talking to each other.
Yeah, because that was the biggest complaint in MGS2. It was just like, dude, you're standing right in front of each other. I get it. You can talk to each other in your mind, but this is stupid. Like, come on. Yeah. So, so let me get my 2 cents on this game. I like I said, I wanted more gameplay. To be honest, there just wasn't enough like Solid Snake sneaking around gameplay. They gave us all these cool mechanics to play with, and we never really got to play with them. Every single time we had full control of all his mechanics, we were in a battlefield, being caught somehow in a battlefield. We've set our piece on that, but I think if there was more of that, maybe I wouldn't have been so burnt out by just the amount of information dumps. Maybe I would have cared more about the characters, because I really didn't, like, whatsoever. Act 3 was the worst in any Metal Gear game, I think. There was some fucked up parts in some Metal Gear games, like Stage 7 and Acid. But at least I felt like a sense of progression.
13 and Acid.
Yeah, 7 and 13. I at least felt some sense of progression in those. In Act 3, it was just like, this is just the same fucking shit over and over. Like,
that's the worst for sure, 100%.
Yeah, it sucks. It was a real bit. What would you say? A black mark on this game. And Act 5 could have used some more sneaking around.
Could have used some more gameplay. You're 100% right.
Yeah, there was
very
like
little.
No,
and Act 5 is very little.
Yeah. If they would have just spread it out, paced out the cutscenes, like giving you some more gameplay, a cutscene, like they used to. It just the fact that Chris's controller turned off
numerous times.
Yeah, it goes to show that that's bad game design right there. As far as like length of cutscenes.
Yeah.
Just edit yourself, Kojima. Like, it's his biggest problem is he doesn't like to be edited, and it shows. So I think this shows Kojima's biggest faults. But other than that, this game introduced the greatest combat mechanics in the series so far, and future games would not exist without these mechanics. So I have this game to thank for all that. And Snake and Raiden should have died. That's all.
We'll leave that for the next episode.
Yeah.
Stuff that we talk about it.
Say nothing but positive things about this game.
Positive things? Yeah. Done.
All right, German. Thank you. Once again.
Was it playable, German?
Yeah.
Okay.
In our new, what's it called, scale or ranking system, I don't regret playing it.
You don't. That's right.
I was hoping you caught on to that.
So, if this was a Christmas movie,
would you say once a year, guaranteed. Once a year, if I had more access to it,
he would watch it if it was on. If there was nothing else.
No. This was I'd play it once a year. Just like 3 is like my what would you call it? What would you write? My Die Hard? Is 3 my Die Hard, or is 3 my Home Alone, or is 3 my fucking
Home Alone?
I'm talking about like it's tradition. Like Metal Gear Solid 3. Like 3 is my, like, up until the recent years, it was at least minimum once a year. And 4 is also up there, like once a year minimum.
Yeah, 1 and 3 are definitely once a year for me. But 1 is always like multiple times a year, just because.
That's what I'm saying. One to you is what. That's what I'm saying. It's if you were ranking, if we're talking similarities, comparing it to Christmas movies, what would 1 be rated as? The Home Alone movie? What's the ultimate Christmas movie? The Christmas Story?
A Christmas Story? Yeah.
Is it your Christmas Story? Like you have to watch it or something like that?
What, Metal Gear Solid 1?
Yeah.
But
I'm saying, is Christmas Story like the ultimate Christmas movie?
Oh, no, it's
unanimous on that? No, it's Die Hard. So you're Die Hard. Okay, it's Die Hard. I
thought you meant in general, like, what's the definitive Christmas movie? It's A Christmas Story. That's but my Christmas movie is Die Hard.
Believe it or not, I have not seen A Christmas Story in many fucking years.
I've been.
I thought you were going to say you haven't seen it. I was going to say
no. It used to be like watch it every year. It was on every year. We watch it.
Well, it's because when we had cable, right? When we
watched
live TV all the time, it was fucking like 24/7 marathons.
Yeah.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, 24 hours. Yeah.
Like no shit. As soon as we got away from it, we're like, I'm not ever going to watch this fucking movie again.
and I haven't seen it honestly since probably like high school.
10 years.
Yeah, no, longer than me. So I want to rewatch. I remember most of the parts, but I'm like, I haven't seen it forever, so I should rewatch it one of these days.
I unfortunately have it memorized, but it's been like 10 years still.
But yeah, so as of right now, Kriss, for you, do you regret playing this?
No,
No,
absolutely.
I know. I just asked it again for no fucking reason. But top 5. What else? What's as of right? Okay, I know you said top 5 and everything. As of right now, is Twin Snakes still your Christmas story?
Yes,
it is. Twin Snakes. Okay, cool.
I don't understand you.
Hey man, fucking
it's Metal Gear Solid 1, but better.
Acid to me is also like my fucking in my top 1. So
Acid
2 technically.
Okay, I was gonna say
just the Acid as a general. Acid 1, remember, Acid 1 just lacked the mechanics.
No, because see, Acid 1 and 2 are very different games.
Yeah, yes and no. Like I forget, someone in, was it your chat? Someone's chat was like, hey, Noise, as the Metal Gear expert, and I was just like, I'm not, but go ahead. Fucking he was asking what I think about the Acid games. And I was like, well, Acid is rough. But 2 perfects the mechanics, but it's too short. It's basically like my analysis of it, because it's just like that. Acid 1 was literally just baby steps towards a great idea.
Yeah,
and then they perfected it in 2, and fucking didn't have enough story or scenarios, and that bummed me out, because I was just like, damn it, like this one's fucking so fucking good.
See, what's funny is because like that's what I consider, to me, Acid 2 is like the Twin Snakes of Acid, because it's not the same game, it's not the same story, it's not. But I mean, it's just they took what worked, kept it, and fixed what didn't work. There was a bunch of improvements, like the whole, not having to waste a whole turn to fucking crawl and all that kinds of stuff. So man. I like both of them. Again, I'm gonna petition one more time for it. Give me an Acid 3.
Yeah,
Konami, if you're listening on the Volume 3, give us Acid 1 and 2 that are just better, like full remakes, and give us the 3. I'll play Acid 3. I'll play it right now.
Yeah, Acid 1 and 2 as a full 3D would be, and I think I mentioned this before, like they did with Chain of Memories, Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories.
Yeah. Okay,
give us Acid in that form.
Yeah,
yes,
with improved mechanics.
Fucking all the way around.
and actually teach us how to play the game a little bit more, because poor Noise was just fucking waiting to get shot. I can't believe you made it like almost end game, and you're like, how are you guys shooting? It wasn't that far. Okay,
no, it was stage 7 basically. That's
okay.
But that's still,
I mean, you gotta load it with the ammo. You're like, what? I've been waiting to get shot. The reaction every fucking time.
I just didn't understand. I was like, what the fuck? I haven't equipped. Why is she using it?
Oh man. Oh shit.
Like, why not just make a clip card? Why do you have to load a gun into another gun? That makes no sense. But
yeah, for sure. But anyways,
now it makes sense in the trading card sense. Makes sense. But like someone who fucking doesn't play trading card games all the time, or Magic the Gathering shit like that on a daily basis, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay. So that does it for MGS4 proper. Next episode we will dissect it, as Kriss so eloquently stated. Yeah, we need to, because Kriss, you don't really would you say 50% of what happened or more?
Probably a little less, but around there.
Okay, because
write down questions you have, Kriss, and we can hopefully answer them. Keyword, hopefully fucking answer them.
Right, because some of them we won't be able to answer.
Oh, I just meant in general, as in like so much shit gets thrown out there that I'm like, fuck, how does that go again? Like, what came first, Ocelot or the fucking sock? I don't remember anymore.
Ocelot or the egg.
But yeah, okay. So thank you guys so much for listening. Oh wait, sorry. We oddly enough, guess what?
Review the message.
We got a fucking message in the phone number.
Nice.
Oh.
After I got, I didn't get rid of it, but I'm going to let it die once it expires. But yeah, we just happened to get something on Monday. I didn't notice. But yes, the caller, the Codec caller, goes by the name of Phantom Spider. So I wouldn't even have to give him a code name. I'm sure that's something he gave himself. So it says, Phantom Spider reporting in. I'm way behind in the podcast. Just finished episode 20, which, what is that? What's episode 20?
Dude.
Episode 20, that would have been...
Curious.
What, MGS2?
Probably. I am curious. I'm going to see this.
No. Would it? Maybe.
Snake Eater Part 4.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So he's in the middle of Snake Eater right now. But I wanted to chime in on the EVA motorcycle flip uppercut. That's right. That's right. Yeah. On the bike, she was writing, "There is no way it could be done, but check this out." And he sent me a link, and it's basically just obviously not her type of motorcycle, but it's a like a motocross. And this guy, just like he's like slowly does a backflip off a tree. And I mean, those things are heavy too.
Yeah.
So absolutely it wouldn't work.
Yeah. No.
I just think it's funny and it looks cool because fuck off.
See, just like twin snakes.
No.
Bitch is wearing perfume.
Here's my problem. There was already an established shot with Metal Gear Solid 1.
Mm-hmm.
Metal Gear Solid 2 is exaggerating it. I don't like it. Just leave it how it was. Here's the point I'm trying to make. If we get Metal Gear Solid Delta and they changed things like that and started making it look like Big Boss is hopping off of missiles or whatever and this shit and that, would you be okay with it, German?
God damn it. That's just it, dude. This is me. No, I would probably hate it, but I would just accept it for what it is because I that's what they gave us.
Oh no, I accept it for what it is, but I hate it. Yeah,
I wouldn't go as far as hating it. I would just not lump it up with Metal Gear Solid 3, and just say it's his own game and be like, this is just his own thing. Then.
Well, that begs the other argument. Metal Gear Solid Delta is supposed to be a 1-to-1 remake.
Yeah, then they shouldn't be doing that if that's what they're claiming.
Why isn't it the same game?
Because it can't. Because even as 1-to-1, there's still going to be quality of life improvements. There's going to be no load screens. There's going to be probably a faster backpack.
Yeah, we're going to get the new mechanics and everything.
Yeah. So,
but yes, now you get what I feel about Twin Snakes. Is if they did that same thing with the Delta remake and they just started changing actions like that. Yeah, it hurts you.
Okay. It hurts me to think about it, but I still have to see it executed. So, but it hurts me. It does. No, you're right. The thing is, you're right. I love Metal Gear Solid 1. I do. I did. Remember, I told the story. I borrowed George's fucking PlayStation, and my cousin borrowed the PlayStation, and I borrowed it from him. I played this game. I love this game. I love the shit out of it. Twin Snakes doesn't piss me off that much, but I do see how it can because it's a masterpiece. It's really, really good.
Yeah.
I do hate some of the music changes. I think I've said that, like the alert theme is just, I don't know. It's
really weird. Yeah.
It's just, yeah. Like I said, I do hate some of the music alert and other sound effects don't feel as because I'm very big on noises. Like, so when they change a noise or a sound effect or voice,
it jars you. Like, you're
like the fuck? Like that's not what it's supposed to be. No.
Yeah. Jimmy just goes.
Yeah.
And we also had a comment on episode 3.
Wow.
On our YouTube from Darren. Instead of bigger boss, why not large leader or colossal commander?
Colossal commander. I like that one.
I don't know what we were referring to, but we were saying bigger boss for something. But yeah, I just thought it was a funny
episode 3.
Episode 3. So this was Metal Gear and Snake's Revenge.
Yeah. So.
Oh, that's the one where you're just like, fuck it. Just.
Yeah.
I was like, Chris, just play them and
we didn't even make it through.
No.
I made it through one, but not.
I made it through one too, but not.
So it may have been we were talking about predictions for the next one.
That might have been.
Big Boss is dead, so who's next?
And bigger boss.
Probably, bigger boss or something. Yeah. So
colossal commander. I love that.
Yeah, colossal commander. Yeah.
Like larger leader.
Larger leader.
And then guess what?
Review.
No, another comment which I thought was hilarious. This isn't important at all, but I thought it was hilarious. Crab TV says 9 days ago, "Why is there no gameplay?" And then the response 3 days after that, because it's not a let's play, it's a podcast.
From who? From him or someone else?
From some other dude named Awesome Brand. Thank you, Awesome Brand. You're amazing.
Yeah.
That was on our episode 43, which was just 2 episodes ago. Part 6 of Metal Gear Solid 4. But yeah, I thought that was funny. Why is there no gameplay? Because it's a podcast.
Yeah.
Funny enough, there are a few let's plays that I play as podcasts because it's a game I've already beaten and I already know. Yeah. I just kind of like want to hear it because I already know what's going on. So
yeah, I did check for reviews though, German. I was looking to see if there was one, but there was not.
I was going to mention it a while back, like, hey, has there been any reviews?
Yeah.
We forget to check them. So
yeah, that's in November. Like that last guy. I caught that one early. I was like, ooh, something came through. Okay, cool. Well, thanks again, everybody, for listening. This was Codec Calls, the Metal Gear Saga podcast. I was your host, Noise, accompanied by, because I didn't say it in the intro, accompanied by my two shit.
I got nothing. Well, this is the one episode, remember? So there is no intro. We're stitching them together.
We weren't going to tell them German.
But you can edit it out.
The intro for the first part of this, I just said, I'm Noise, he's German, that's Kriss.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't, that's why I'm saying I didn't get to say my two whatever.
Oh, that part. Oh.
Yeah.
Start again.
I'm leaving this in.
My two apes.
There we go.
I think we've done that one, but maybe not.
Did we do that one?
I don't think so.
I got nothing for this one. I still like the last one was funny. You're like, and I'm just sitting here on the computer, like,
oh yeah, just waiting for German.
I'm like, oh what? I was like, me something. I was like, whoops.
Yeah,
I was on my computer doing shit.
But yeah, Red Noise is I.
You guys, I'm Chrono Riser.
And I am Blue Rhino Boss.
And if you'd like to contact us, we have a new email, fans.pixelbenders@gmail.com. But the best way to contact us directly is our Discord. It's free. Like we said, come in, post your questions that you have, but make sure it's in the spoiler section. Kriss can't see that channel. Post all your questions that if you'd like us to talk about. If there's none, no problem. We'll have questions for each other anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, yeah. Just chat with us. I mean, just post what you like about games, whatever. You know, it's not.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be like a Q&A thing.
Yeah. I mean, just put in a meme, put in a funny picture you found, or show us your rankings when you beat the game. What rankings did you get?
Yeah. Oh shit! What was our ranking in this one?
I got Octopus.
I got what was it, Eagle?
What was it?
Oh,
what was it?
I made a joke.
Hawk. That's what it was.
Hawk,
Yeah.
Hawk, the Hawk.
Hawk Chua.
Yep. May that never end.
Well, you heard what happened to her, right?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Yeah, she tried to make her own Bitcoin, and then she just didn't, and tried to sell it, and
Yep.
That should happen, but
good times.
Well, at least she tried to do something. You know, because I feel like she was being taken advantage of, right? Because it's just like, hey, you're the new sensation. Let's fucking make you a TV show and all this shit. And I mean, I probably would have done the same thing. I'd be like, I need to take advantage of this before I fucking disappear. Like,
yeah,
there's got to be no substance to this.
The problem was it wasn't her. It was this other company, whatever you want to call them. I throw that word very loosely, company, and it was a pump and dump. So they I'm not an expert in how Bitcoin works and all that bullshit, but the experts are saying it was a pump and dump. So they made millions, and their direct investors or quote unquote friends, whatever, made millions, but everyone else lost money, which I think is fucked up. But I also don't feel bad for you, because if you're buying Hawk Tuah coins, you kind of maybe aren't as smart as money.
Yeah,
money isn't like your forte.
Yeah, you kind of should have seen that coming. But yeah. Anyways, you can find us on a couple socials, because TikTok got banned and then came back.
I know, right? Something weird happened there.
Who cares? I don't care. Fuck TikTok.
I don't have it. So
yeah, I immediately. You can't even log into them, Kriss. They're gone.
Well, you can't now again, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Our account is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can find us on Facebook, Instagram, Threads. The Reddit's still there, but I don't know why it's not there. You can also support us on Patreon, which gives you live access to the pod recordings, so you get to hear all the mistakes that I just cut out, and you also get early access to episodes. As soon as I'm done with the edits, you'll hear them go up. You also get a chance to be one of our guests if you'd like. Basically, you're just putting your name in a little lottery ticket, and it's like, oh, this guy paid. Do you want to be a guest? And also, you get access to bonus content like movie reviews, commentaries, just oddball stuff that we're doing on the side. And yeah, we'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
You guys got anything else to say?
You can finally put aside your PlayStation 3 and rest. It's okay.
Oh no, dude, I've been playing Peace Walker on it.
I'm gonna play on the PS Vita.
I tried playing on the Vita, but I missed the other buttons.
Cause that's where I have my file anyway. So I'll probably do both. I'll do the Vita.
Do the transferring.
The what?
Transferring?
Transfer? You can transfer your data?
No. Kojima is so fucking unique, like a little snowflake, that he called it transfarring.
Farring.
Yeah. He's a fucking weirdo. Just call it a transfer. Transferring. Anyway, bye.